Textbook, I did go. Yeah. Legends. We've got another minute. We did that pretty quick. Good drills. Good drills by Roald. 124. Thank you to the Padre for recommending the Bible. For anybody just starting this, we're allowed a 30-second break every 2 minutes to drink and whatever. Oh, shit. Another thing, through constant and repetitive exposure, I began to recall long-forgotten details about the Lint. Still, some memories were just a panic attack. After these rigorous sessions, I needed to chase away some demons before getting home to my family. I decided to start riding my mountain bike to and from appointments at full tilt to the point of physical exhaustion. I found vigorous exercise really helped. Although Gus did warn me, if he ever saw me in Lycra, then we just couldn't be friends anymore. After one especially torturous session, I was traveling along the cycle path at what I thought was a great speed. Then, to my right, I saw a shirtless, skinny, millennial hipster with a man bun and a ridiculous Captain Hook-styled mustache, twirled at the ends, speeding past on an electric skateboard. This just couldn't be allowed. I attacked the bike and began to catch him. Although sure my lungs were going to burst out of my chest, I finally eased past, glancing sideways at the bloke with a look of exhausted satisfaction. He had no idea of what I was doing, humming along to some music, playing on a single AirPod, looking up at the clouds without a care in the world. Another thing that helped with exposure therapy was when Angela suggested that I write things down. Then I read what I had written over and over and over again hundreds of times. However, to complicate matters, I was now in the final process of a medical discharge from the police force. This was a huge issue for me. My identity crisis was as challenging a struggle as PTSD. Being a cop is who I am. From the very first day when I threw my hat in the air at the police force academy, I never imagined my career would end in a medical discharge. Now, aside from the pains in my chest, extreme hypervigilance, and the panic attacks, I was deeply depressed. I started to question my decision to see a shrink in the first place, because now my emotional floodgates were fully open. I was mentally and physically exhausted all of the time. The truth was that the night of Lent, with all its atrocities, was far from where the trauma ended for me. The terrorist siege had rocked Australia. Afterwards, there was a public outpouring of grief, demonstrated by thousands of floral bouquets laid out in the marketplace. It was the first large-scale terrorist hostage rescue in Australia's history. The Prime Minister Tony Abbott, New South Wales Premier Mike Baird, and Police Commissioner Andrew Cipione all wanted to thank the boys in black who had run into the Link Cafe and shake your hands. But after the formalities, everything would be scrutinised during the most expensive and extensive inquest ever conducted in Australia. And of course, there was to be another trial by media. Innocent people had died, and the press was looking for someone to blame as the dude. Killing in the line of duty is a life-changing experience for a police officer. It has very personal consequences, and this is compounded by the pressure of inquiries and investigations. In my childhood fantasy world of cowboy gunslinger shootouts, it was the local sheriff, the quickest draw in the West, facing a band of desperados. It always ended in a duel against the leader of the outlaw gang, man to man, good versus evil, facing off and staring each other down, just waiting for one or the other to make the first move. Bang! The bad guy got blown backwards, off his feet, before landing on his back on the dusty ground, instantly stone cold dead, with me blowing pretend smoke from my twig Colt revolver, spinning it around and refingering it and reholstering it. The reality of taking someone's life is, however, very different. After Lynch, I struggled with the television dramas or war movies that were essentially dishonest in the way they presented death by gunshot as something so clean and neat and emotionally uncomplicated. I often reflect on the moment I stood over the terrorist's bullet-riddled body. He had taken his life. He'd forced my hand. I understood that. And after he mercilessly executed Tory Johnson, it was him or the other hostages. All of us. The truth was that my terrorist took something from me that day. I felt like a different person. After intentionally and violently killing another human being removed from people, even loved ones, often isolated and lonely, I'd spoken to diggers who told me that before that up-close killing was something they'd only talked to other soldiers about. Now I understood that too. As the 18-month-long inquest played out, I tried my best to avoid the frenzied media coverage. But even in our mailroom at work, there was always a newspaper laying around, and the television on the wall with photos of Katerina Dawson, Tory Johnson, constantly aired on news bulletins. The bosses were getting dragged over the coals for the decisions they made in the day, although there was one report of a forward commander who had made it taking into consideration the lives of 18 TOU operators as well as the remaining hostages. He argued that everyone would have died in the blast the moment we made entry. The commander was clearly also convinced that the terrorists had a bomb. He was ridiculed in the inquest and then crucified by the media for his point of view. Social media was saturated with it. Everyone has an opinion. A lot of advice came from armchair warriors whose expertise had limited to video games like Call of Duty and Vin Diesel or the Rock action movies. And there were even allegations of cowardice or claims that they were either incompetent or not trained to deal with the situation. Inevitably, the conspiracy theorists also came out of the woodwork. A government cover-up, or that Lint was a false flag operation, made up, fake. No one except senior legal counsel was allowed into the closed court session with ASIO, the Australian spy agency, the equivalent of the American FBI, protecting their knowledge of what happened and their probable involvement. And then there were the questions of how and why the terrorists had been allowed out on bail in the first place. The solicitor who mismanaged this even had their identity suppressed. It wasn't the whole New South Wales Director of Public Prosecution's fault, and they just found a convenient fool guy. My mates at the TRU thought the same thing. Why the hell did lawyers get a closed court session protecting their own kind of incompetent stuff up? On the other hand, my actions were in 3 to 4 seconds that I was shooting the terrorists were broken down into milliseconds, methodically scrutinized over many months. Ballistic experts, crime scene officers, homicide detectives, and a legion of highly paid barristers and solicitors all joined the circus. I was only allowed to provide my evidence. I wasn't permitted to see others provide theirs. Fortunately, there were just enough people with good things to say, including many letters of public support with public. One was a handwritten by a kindergarten boy who told us that we were his heroes and that when he grew up, he wanted to be a SWAT cop too. He even drew a picture with text of a TOU operator shooting a terrorist. It reminded me of myself at that age, and in recalling the innocence of children, I imagined how so many cold grown-ups would be offended by such unself-conscious drawing. A ladies' embroidery club even hand-stitched a full-size quilt for us. This is still on display in the TU office. And then there were the 3 boxes of top-shelf alcohol addressed to the brave boys in block, donated by the Australian businessman Lindsay Fox. I participated in a videotape walkthrough of the cafe conducted by senior homicide squad detectives 1 week after the siege. I was reduced to tears when I recalled where and how I found Katrina Dawson, and seeing the actual holes from the terrorist shotgun blast just above entry point was a visual reminder of how lucky we'd been. One of the 12-gauge rounds was comprised of large caliber SG ammunition, which would have taken my head off. The autopsy revealed that the terrorist sustained 13 gunshot wounds to his body and had at least 2, if not up to 4 bullets in his head. Crime scene investigators reveal that Katrina Dawson was struck by fragments from a police round after passing through the leg of a wooden chair. Investigators were never able to determine which round had been fired from whose rifle, as every bullet fragmented on impact, making them completely untraceable. Investigations also revealed that the terrorist had somehow managed to partially rack yet another round into the chamber of his pump action, despite being shot so many times. The number of bullets I fired in the operation became a media obsession, and it was seriously getting to me. One day, the inspector who ran the Lint operation told me that he had something to show me. "Ben, I have a mate in the SAS who wanted me to give you this letter," he said, passing me an envelope. "Cheers, boss, thanks," I said, intrigued. "Dear Officer A, I would like to take this opportunity to offer a letter of support to the members of the TOU involved in resolving the Lint Cafe siege and to the officers who directly engaged the gunmen. I have no doubt that members of your team and your immediate families are the cornerstone of your support network. However, allow me to offer my own words of encouragement. I recently had it explained to me that the anguish and stress that most police officers go through as they await the outcome of a lengthy investigation or trial. I now better understand the self-doubt and over-analysis that can lead officers to question their actions to the point of madness. It is for this reason that I am writing to you. What I can offer, from soldier to police officer, reflects my own experience. In 2011, I killed my first enemy combatant in an obscure and remote corner of Oruzgan province, Afghanistan. In that distance, the distance between the threat and the initial engagement was less than 10 meters, not dissimilar to what you face at Lint. I fired 13 shots, 6 on initiation, 6 as I closed on distance, and 1 as I arrived at the position. However, it was the last shot that was most important, because it was the one where my brain was able to process that the combatant had been neutralized. Ben, this to illustrate your actions and the number of shots you fired in the Lint Cafe are in keeping with what I know to be a completely normal human fight-or-flight reaction. I can only imagine how frustrated it must be for you to have this called into question by many people who wouldn't know one end of a rifle to the other, let alone appreciate how it feels to have rounds cracking past their heads. I have no doubt that your emergency action plan and direct plans, which you called a deliberate action plan, would have been similar to ours. As members of the profession of arms, we both know that a direct action plan has the best chance of success because we choose the circumstances and timing of the encounter. But we also know that if our hand is forced and there must be an emergency action plan, that there will be casualties. It is right for us to mourn the tragic loss of Tori Johnson and Katrina Dawson. However, make no mistake, everyone's life in that cafe was already forfeit the moment the gunman revealed his hand and made clear his intentions. For all intents and purposes, every hostage was already dead. The actions of the wider organization are not my concern here, and should not be yours either. As a tactical officer, you are but one piece in a larger puzzle. All you can do is understand your thoughts and decision-making processes. We walk in an ever-increasingly difficult line, people like you and I, where we must be able to take lives and yet still somehow function in society and be able to shift the subtle shades of grey and make black and white decisions in an instant. Reconciling these decisions can be difficult, but our actions are subject to scrutiny by the very people we protect. In my current role, I'm working at building resilience in our young soldiers, and in the next few months we will look to expand into helping our returned serving veterans with PTSD. As part of our ongoing performance initiatives, I would like to take this first step in reaching out and offering the same support to you. Stay safe, your SASR mate. The letter couldn't have come at a better time. Everything he said supported my actions in shooting the terrorist 15 times. A unique operational challenge, however, was the backpack bomb, and not allowing the gunmen to blow everyone up. I later had the honour of meeting the Victorian Cross recipient, Mark Donaldson. He was instructing me and the other TOU boys, together with SAS troopers, on a weapon course. I asked him to author of the letter. A truly impressive individual was his response. The coroner's inquest received extensive and sustained media coverage. Firstly, there was broad denial that the siege was even a terrorism incident. This was despite the terrorism proclaiming that he was a representative of IS undertaking a textbook lone wolf terrorist attack. IS acknowledged this in their online magazine, Davik, and also claimed responsibility. Sections of the media began to portray the attack as merely the work of a nutjob with a shotgun and a fake bomb. Was this to reduce the risk of offending the Islamic community or possible reprisal? Or was it just another way of attacking the police? Then the ideologues under the siege as an opportunity to push an agenda to the online campaign, hashtag I'll ride with you. This was later to be proven fabricated. Some in the media, with the benefit of hindsight, simply removed references to our best intelligence and operational experience that supported the informed view that a terrorist backpack contained a bomb. At the inquest, it was revealed to be a Bessie block size and shaped radio speaker. Some sections of the press called this a mistaken belief. I thought, what if the bosses assumed it wasn't a bomb and there was? Would this be a mistaken belief too? In my mind, this was a deliberately tricky, mean-spirited bullshit strategy to frame the TAU and the New South Wales Police Force as incompetent, and then to create the convenient scapegoats, us and them, black and white. For the very worst of them, it was as simple as A, B, C. My old school solicitor was an ex-cop turned lawyer, with a sharp wit and no time for bullshit himself. He had the look of a man who had seen it all. My barrister, a younger man who had worked in the Australian Army Legal Corps, and the three of us made a great team. Ben, my solicitor, briefed me. When you give evidence, those barristers in there are going to have a good crack at you. I want you to realise that the most dangerous situation they've ever faced is a paper cut. One such barrister was short and slight and dressed in black, with black parted hair and matched blick-rimmed glasses. He kept pronouncing the Alpha team as the Alpha team in a voice that sounded so deliberately pretentious. So, Officer A, you shot a total of 15, or was that 17 rounds? Is this correct? He said as he strutted around the landlocked space behind his legal team's table. 15, I believe, yes, I replied. I then explained how a round found its way into a top pocket, but he wasn't even remotely interested in that. He continued with his line of well-prepared questions, feigning a look of genuine inquiry. You state that you shot all of those rounds in, what was it, 3 to 4 seconds? That is my recollection, yes. The barrister then strategically raised his voice. You can't possibly be sitting here today giving evidence in front of all these people, including the Honourable Coroner, looking towards the bench for dramatic effect, as he prepared himself to question my integrity, and seriously tell me that you were to achieve this and still abide by the New South Wales Police policy for the discharge of a firearm. Shoot, assess, shoot. Are you, Officer A? It was all a very theatrical act, but it was also wrong. Yes, I am saying that, I replied confidently. I'm well trained, but you've forgotten something important, I continued. Oh yes, what is that? He replied, turning on the spot, lifting his eyebrow in an exaggerated show of faux indignation, tilting his head like a goose, looking at me with one cocked eye. It's actually assess, shoot, assess, I said, pausing for effect. That, the first step, is extremely important, I added just to rub it in. From the constipated look in his face, I could tell that he wasn't accustomed to being corrected by anyone, let alone a mere grunt policeman. From the far side of the room, my ex-cop solicitor gave me the double thumbs-up signal, and then it was Paulie's turn. In 30 years of policing, with all the crooks I've charged and put before the court, I've never heard anyone swear in the box as much as that fella. The old school boss from homicide said to our inspector, seriously, you mean now Paulie? He replied, definitely. What a character. And they absolutely loved him, he said with a big smile. You should have heard it, he continued, recalling from memory some of what my mate had said under oath. And then we got the code word of I ain't effing took off like Captain America with his shield and to effing front door as fast as effing Usain Bolt. It was raw and it was certainly unfiltered, but they couldn't say that Paulie wasn't being himself. A knockabout Aussie bloke from the Alice. For TAU operatives lucky enough to be selected, the sniper course is the ultimate. Although the breach is my degree, at this stage I had been a TAU operator for 8 years on the completion of the course, and I would still be an assaulter, but also a sniper. Some of my favourite times in the TAU were in the sniper unit, shooting from boats at sea, Captain Philip style, to firing from choppers, engaging moving targets, using glass cutting and armor-piercing rounds, to a later course conducted by assessing a sniper, effectively shooting small targets out to 1.2 kilometers with confidence. This elite course is conducted at the Australian Army School of Infantry. Approaching the range master's office together with other recruits, we were greeted by a decommissioned leopard tank just off the driveway in between some trees, with its main gun pointed straight towards us. Although later someone in the military felt so confronted and frightened by this, they were forced to turn the whole thing around and face it harmlessly in the bush. We were back at Jurassic Park again, boys. Watch out for dinosaurs, said a spirited parrot, and was one of the course instructors. He just loved being out there with the boys. The army base has an abundance of wildlife. There are feral pigs, brumbies, wild horses, emu, foxes, goats, and kangaroos in their thousands. You gotta be really bloody careful, fellas, not to shoot any of the animals running onto the range during the sequences, because I'll tell you straight up, the animal liberation fruitcakes will go nuts, or it'll end up on the front page of the newspaper. Or worse, I thought, the inevitable ABC four-corner special report in the New South Wales Police's forced indiscriminate massacre of innocent feral animals. The sniper course is both demanding and rigorous. In many of the assignments, a time limit was set to stalk an effective hide, as well as being completely concealed. The perfect position needs to provide a clear firing lane, and I myself proved in my high-powered scope at the tower target before glancing at my watch. Time was up. It was now over to the instructors to spot me. I landed the basic side before you could see for 5 hours. Unable to have a drink, I observed the instructors 500 meters away, standing beside the target, combing the bush with our binoculars, trying to discover the position. Unexpectedly, there was rustling in the scrub in front of me, and then the sound of dry leaves crunching. It was getting closer. If I moved, I'd be spotted, and that would mean an instant fail. Now the noise was right on me. My right eye remained focused on the sky, with my left eye looking directly ahead. All I could do was wait for whatever it was to appear. Then the prehistoric head of a massive-looking goanna suddenly emerged through a clump of tussock grass. Face to face with the goanna's long red, forked tongue flicked out, nearly wiping my cheek, the huge talons protruding from its leathery feet. We both froze, stared at each other eye to eye. Goanna attacks on humans are known to produce horrific injuries. Its toxic bite not only induces excessive bleeding, but also causes blood poisoning, requiring urgent medical attention. It was a stalemate. I breathed in slowly, paused, and then quickly blew out all the air in my lungs. In a silent attempt to make the creature retreat, I fronted its head, jolted backwards. It arched up on its hind legs and hissed at me before running up an old gum tree directly to my left. My racing heart slowly began to return to normal. The instructors were still searching, now only 80 meters from my position. Then, a scurrying noise as pieces of barks began to fall on my arm. It's going up. It was making its way back down, I thought to myself. Here we go. What now? Going up. The instructors were a mere 50 meters away, and the goanna was getting closer too. I could see it in my peripheral vision. The creature was at least 6 feet long, looking straight at me, its tongue flicking in and out, tasting the air. Black claws reached out and touched the ground next to my left arm. For a second time, our faces were separated by mere centimeters. I was exposed and vulnerable, but like the plan to confront my PTSD, there was no way I was going to back down and give up. Fortunately, the instructors startled the animal, and it again retreated. I could hear Perry calling out, "Holy shit, man, gotta look at that." F me, now that's a big bastard. You don't even get him that big at home, the instructor said, still unable to find me. He was none other than my mate, Paulie. Exposure therapy really was like having a goanna in your face, profoundly confronting, although it did give me some new insights. One day, Angela told me that she believed that I was torturing myself over Katrina Dawson's death because I believed that I deserved to suffer for what happened for her. So let me get this straight, Ben. Angela leaning forward in her chair. Another operator identified 5 rounds inside the cafe. Katrina Dawson's wounds all came from the bullet fragments that were non-traceable. These rounds were issued with and fired on the day were specifically designed to fragment could have come from anywhere, and you still blame yourself. If you read the coroner's report, I couldn't bring myself to her reply. I want to read you some of the findings, and then I want you to tell me how these words make you feel. Sure, Ben, this is what he said. I cannot stress too heavily that the deaths and injuries that occurred because of the siege weren't the fault of the police. All the blame rests on me and Monos. I just nodded. Angela then asked, will I continue? I nodded. He, Monas, created an intensely dangerous situation. He maliciously executed Jory Johnson, barricaded himself in the corner of the cafe, and his actions forced police to enter the cafe in circumstances where the risk of hostages being wounded or killed was very high. You okay? Yeah. Monas deserves to be the sole focus of our denunciation and condemnation, she said, putting the document back down. I just looked to the floor. Ben, the Prime Minister came out publicly stating that the legal system had let the public down. This monster shouldn't have been allowed in our community. He shouldn't have been allowed into the country. He shouldn't have even been out on bail. She continued reading from another document. Yeah, I replied. The new commissioner said in an interview, in hindsight, with everything we know, we should have gone in earlier. Andrew continued, now reading from what appeared to be a newspaper clipping. I just said, okay, and nodded as I thought to myself. The commissioner had conducted comprehensive reviews following the coroner's inquest. Findings also consulted with TOU operators and snipers. Because of that process, police powers during terrorism incidents were strengthened and bail legislation reformed. But I wasn't going to tell Angela. She was already on a roll. So how do you feel about all that? To be honest, I replied, I know I truly do, but facts and feelings are very different. This was difficult for me to admit. Yes, Ben, they are, she replied, relieved to hear me say, but now clearly unsure of where the conversation was going. I sat silently for what seemed like a long time before I continued. So, Angela, tell me, throughout my stint in the psych hospital and all of our chats, I sussed out nearly all of my symptoms, but I can't figure out why I have this constant pain in my chest. Tell me, Ben, have you ever had your heart broken? Angela asked, surprisingly. Well, yes, I suppose I have, I said, now intrigued. Does it feel like that? Yes, it feels exactly like that. I said as the idea ticked over in my mind. Angela, it's true. Yes, and what's that? My heart literally broke. That night, Katrina Dawson died in my arms, I said. Some realization hit me. I noticed that tears were welling up in Angela's eyes as she reached for a tissue. Then I think it's time we did something about that, don't you? Angela gently insisted, wiping her eyes. I just wish I could see her one last time and say sorry, I replied, now finding back my emotion. Ben, I want you to write Katrina a letter and tell her everything. What do you think? Katrina, I'm sorry that I never knew you. Everything I've heard about you tells me that you're a remarkable person. I'm sorry that your children will be raised without their mother, and that you will never hold them again or tuck them in at night as I do with my 3 girls. I'm sorry that you will never share the big or even the small things in their lives. I'm sorry that your children will never again be able to share these moments with their mother. I'm sorry that you will never be with your husband, your brothers and parents again. I'm sorry that you can never go for a morning coffee with your friends before arriving at your important job that you were obviously very good at. We never knew each other, but we shared the most intimate moment in time. You died in my arms. As we looked into each other's eyes, I sincerely hoped that I was able to comfort you in that final moment, Katrina. I am reminded of you every single day through the pain I have in my heart. When you were dying, I desperately wanted to hold you, just like I now hold my girls when they are in pain. I blame myself for your death, then I relive it over and over. I torture myself every waking moment with the memory of it. I have had many people tell me that I couldn't have done anything differently, but I can't help thinking this way. I wish that I could see you one last time, just to tell you how sorry I am. I am truly sorry, Katrina. I hope that there is a better place after death, because you deserve to be there. But Katrina, I can't go on like this any longer. I can't be a constant burden on my family. They don't deserve that. I hope that you can forgive me for wanting to begin this long process of repairing my broken heart. You will always be with me till the end of my life. With love and immense sorrow, Ben. The police medical panel sat on April Fool's Day 2021 and the decision was final. Ben, badge number TAU, medical discharge. I was no longer a cop, no longer a TAU operator, sniper. The grief hit me harder than I could ever imagine. I felt I lost my identity, my sense of belonging, and a higher purpose in life. Being in the TAU and my career in policing was more than a job to me. I lived by my motto, courage, teamwork, duty and honour. I was entrusted by the community to protect and serve, and I did so proudly and professionally. You know what, Daddy? I've been thinking, well, his daughter said, with a thoughtful frown on her face. I want you to go back to being a policeman. I was so proud of you doing that cool job, and I liked telling all of my friends about it too. I swallowed hard before replying. To be honest, sweetheart, I'd love to go back. I miss it every single day, but I can't. What I couldn't bear to tell her was that I missed the most the unfailing mateship, the precious loyalty forged through adversity, and in the case of TOU, constant exposure to danger. Within days, I'd slipped into a deep depression. The realization hit me. After putting my life and soul into the job, as far as the police hierarchy were concerned, I was just another number. After what felt like so many positive steps in my battle with PTSD, this knocked me for six. I quickly withdrew into myself and avoided everyone, ignoring texts and phone calls. I stopped exercising, drank constantly, and grew a huge ungroomed beard and thatch of wild uncombed hair, which I covered with my black TU cap. When was the last time you had a shower and changed your clothes? Lisa questioned me. I had zero motivation and chewed my way through boxes of Nicorette gum. It seemed like the only time I was able to feel any level of happiness was when I drank excessively. If I had my way, I'd have stayed in bed all day. I just couldn't shake it. It was like a fog that I couldn't see my way through or out of. There were many times that I thought that ending it all would have been so much easier. My PTSD symptoms and cognitive issues skyrocketed, and I struggled with the stigma of my diagnosis. The goanna was back. Was I now seen as a victim? I could never tolerate that. And there's a very real belief within police ranks that PTSD is just a way to get out with a financial advantage. Lint impacted everyone involved. After the siege, 8 TAU operators left the police force with PTSD, and many others leaving the unit. And it changed Gus too. He wasn't so easygoing, social, or carefree anymore. Gus was later diagnosed with PTSD, and he too was medically discharged. Our lone friendship was now more important than ever, especially in everyday things. One day he came around after I repeatedly ignored his calls. To be honest, I've always loved how he never seemed to give a shit about what people thought. But seriously, man, this is next level. You look like a fat Tom Hanks out of Castaway. I just laughed my ass off. But my situation was becoming worse than it appeared. Lisa's family and many of her friends were in Ireland, and so for most of our relationship, I was her main support, and I was happy to be that, especially as she had a stressful job too. Funnily enough, she also known as a shit magnet in her work as well. My worsening PTSD changed me. I became numb to the point where I was no longer capable of providing her with any level of emotional comfort or support. One day she told me that, although I wasn't killed at Lent, the siege had changed that, and it changed her life and the life of our three girls too. Lisa and I became distant from each other. She now had to look after three kids and cope with me as well, especially my increasingly dark moods and outbursts and self-imposed social isolation. It seemed that all we did was argue. Most of the time I wouldn't even fight. I didn't care enough. I just turned on the television or ignore her and walk away. This made everything worse. Sometime after botany, we stopped being kind to each other. It was like walking on eggshells when we were both at home. I never spoke to her about what was going on though. I didn't want to show weakness. I already burned her off. I didn't know how to. On top of that, Lisa had to face uncomfortable questions from friends and school as to why I wasn't at work anymore. I decided to apologize for all the hurt I'd caused her. When I did, I felt a sense of burden I'd lifted for both of us. However, it was my girls who saved me with their unconditional love. Lisa had returned to work, and I was driving them to school one morning, and our baby was along for the ride. We were already late. My second daughter couldn't find her favorite unicorn toy, the most important thing in the world to her, and in that very moment, in her overwhelmingly emotional state, she realized that she'd forgotten her school bag. My eldest called her an idiot before a fight broke out between the two of them, and I yelled in the back seat. Then my baby started crying. I snapped. I yelled until I was red in the face and the veins bulged over my neck. All three were now crying. I felt nothing. At school, I walked them across the road and dropped them at the front gate. My eldest wouldn't even look at me. My second daughter, now in kindergarten, began to walk off, still in tears, holding her sister's hand. Then she paused before returning and giving me a cuddle. I still love you, Daddy, she said in her softly spoken voice. I glanced into the rear vision mirror, looking directly at my reflection. I didn't look away for a long time. I never knew it was to be irritable and emotionally numb, but I never with my princesses. In that precise moment, I decided that PTSD and depression weren't going to define me. They wouldn't defeat me. I had Lisa and my three girls. They were now my one and only priority. There was just no time to wallow in my own misery. Just like the grilling selection pack marked, it was just going to be one step in front of the other. I'd gone headlong into my exposure therapy and come out the other side. But having to leave the job I love. Dropping inspiration from professional training, I refocused. I was determined to confront the threat, just as I'd done when I was firing on the terrorist settlement. So Ben, had you heard of TMS? Angela questioned me. No, not another shrink acronym, I said, smiling back at her. Well, yes, she continued. It's called transcranial magnetic simulation. A psychiatrist said that she'd like me to have a go at that. Sounds like some sort of weird Frankenstein shit to me, I replied. Not quite, Ben. They still do shock therapy, but this isn't quite like that. It's basically neural simulation through magnetic fields that target certain parts of your brain, she explained. Yeah, righto. So what can it do for me? I queried. It's been shown to have good results in motivating patients like you with severe depression or PTSD. Yeah, sweet. Let's give it a run then. I can't do this whole sad sack bullshit anymore anyway, I grinned. Angela had got a new office. I complimented her on the relaxed, beachy feel, the neutral colours, and the comfortable furniture, as well as a couple of live healthy plants, not to mention the filtered natural light that forced its way through the glass wall tiles. I doubled my efforts with Angela and kept myself constantly busy. I began writing again and used my brain training constantly, apps to minimize cognitive impairment. I got back into a natural therapeutic measures with proven benefits to patients like me, cognitive behavioral therapy, eye movement desensitization and reprocessing, and emotional freedom techniques. I even completed the course of transcranial magnetic stimulation. I knew that every day was going to be a battle, but to win the war, I had to overwhelm the enemy in a multi-pronged attack, striking from all angles, never retreating, with as many resources as I could muster. And so, after 5 years, I made the decision to return to the Lint Cafe. And although Angela agreed with the idea, I was still apprehensive. I caught the train into the city with a good old mate. Coincidentally and completely by chance, it was Remembrance Day, the 11th of November. As we walked through the station, concourse and ran up into Martin Place, a solemn commemoration was being held in front of the cenotaph just before 11 a.m. I stood quietly at distance and watched the memorial service was beautifully concluded with the playing of the last post by a soldier in a sharp dress uniform, with the distinctive notes of the bugle echoing off the surrounding buildings. As people recognition in his eyes despite my full beard and baseball cap, he quickly turned away. I didn't want to have to explain why I was there. My friend and I decided to take a walk as we waited for another mate to arrive from the mountains. We passed by the Lint Cafe honey-coloured exterior and the 4 large display windows, and there it was, the truck loading bay, where I'd spent 16 hours of my life before hearing those fateful words, Tiger, Tiger, Tiger. It was just the way I remembered. Then, suddenly, I realized how nervous I was. In a moment of deliberate distraction, I decided to look for a place where Paulie had poached something for us to eat and drink in a side alley. I found a small shop front with a big counter. Sure enough, in a glass display jar, the very same cafe stock, choc chip, biscuits, and a refrigerator full of ice-cold water bottles. Our mate's train was running late, so we grabbed a table at a sidewalk cafe, ordered drinks, and looked out along Phillip Street towards Lent. At the table next to us were two smartly dressed 30-something female barristers and a tall man in court robes. They were sipping lattes and enjoying the sunshine. A gentle sea breeze blew from the northeast, and I again noticed the sound of the streetscape palm fronds rustling above me. My other friends, train finally, were arriving from Katoomba, and so it was time. I hung back, letting the other two go ahead. With the door closing behind them, my heart was racing, and my breathing was becoming more rapid. I stopped short of the weathered concrete landing and looked at the large double glass doors embossed as they were on the day of the siege with the Lindt chocolate logo. I took a deep breath, reached out, grabbed hold of one of the solid brass handles. I momentarily hesitated before I pulled it open and stepped inside. The place was bustling with customers, all completely relaxed, chatting, laughing, enjoying their coffees and Saracen and chocolates, just as it must have been in minutes before the terrorist entered the cafe. At my request, the three of us were given a table near the front door, so I could sit with my back against the wall. We sat on the same long bench where I'd found the badly injured Louisa Hope, and under the very same windows where terrified hostages were forced at gunpoint to hold up Islamist black flags. I looked around the room. Management had renovated after the siege. The interior was somewhat different from what I remembered. The colour scheme had changed, but in most ways it was just the same. The large green marble parlour and highly ornate ceilings, the chandelier and chocolate displays, as well as the staff walking around in the same veteran uniform. I panned the room before my eyes were drawn to the back corner. My heart skipped a beat. The tables and chairs were stacked exactly as they were with Katrina Dawson. I turned my head away before forcing myself to look underneath them. I closed my eyes and was instantly back at the siege. I looked down in horror at the critically injured young woman, but when I reopened my eyes, she wasn't there. With the support of my friends, I continued to take in everything, feelings and memories, and now fresh recollections. Then while we waited for another round of drinks, I walked around the cafe on my own. There was so much that I hadn't seen on that day, and I found the kitchen area, then toilets, where hostages had been making their secret calls to destroy family and friends. I ventured into the Art Nouveau foyer, where Gus and the Bravo team had made entry. Then I investigated the stairs, where 6 hostages had escaped into Martin Place as the enraged terrorists fired on them. Running to the table, I sat back down and enjoyed the last of my hot chocolate. As the bill was paid, I took one final look at the corner. One of my companions put a hand on my shoulder and kindly asked, "Are you okay, Ben?" I replied with a smile, "I'm okay, guys. Thanks. You're good mates." And with those simple words, an unusual calmness came over me. As the three of us got up together and walked towards the entrance, I momentarily glanced at the plaster wall just above the entrance door. I noticed the very average job someone had done in patching the terrorist shotgun blast. I stepped out into the street as the glass doors slowly closed behind me. A year later, I met Louisa Hope in her home for lunch. I was anxious about how I'd feel when I saw her again. She was even lovelier than I could have imagined. "Thank you so much for saving me," she said with a serious look. Gave each other a long, hard hug. It was something that I'd wanted to do all those many years before. Meeting Louisa and discovering the person she is and becoming friends provided closure for the both of us. It was summer, and some time after the unprecedented bushfires that devastated Australia from Perth to Sydney. A new weather pattern, a La Nina, had brought rain, and the grass in our local park was green again. We were sitting in the shade of 2 gnarled coastal tea trees, looking at the ocean, I was drinking my takeaway coffee, and the girls were sipping their banana smoothies. My baby was trying to chase the seagulls while spilling baby chino all over herself. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw a blonde, fair, 30-somethings woman walk past on the bike track. I immediately recalled Lent, but, to my surprise, my heart didn't begin to race as I expected it to. I smiled and went back to enjoying the time with my daughters. Hope. My new role was a stay-at-home dad, and I embraced it, including the day-to-day insanity of COVID homeschooling. I spent a lot of one-on-one time with my baby girl, and the zest for life began to rub off on me. She taught me to again appreciate the small, messy life. My afternoons were so filled with kids basketball, hip-hop dancing, gymnastics, soccer, swimming and boxing. I bravely took on coaching my 6-year-old soccer team, a real lesson in patience and self-control. I even got a motorbike for the older girls, much to Lisa's protest, just like with Mum all those years ago. I engaged in a lot of self-reflection. Thinking back to my PTSD group, I'd been too judgmental. I could see that now I spend more time with people from all walks of life suffering from the same condition. I discovered that I was listening more and learning from their experiences. One evening, I found myself watching yet another one of my girls' dance productions in a lounge room to the teeny bopper music of Taylor Swift and YouTube sensation JoJo Siwa. My baby daughter was squirming on my lap, trying her best to join in. I thought how much life had changed and how quickly from adrenaline-soaked TOU mayhem to daddy daycare, and from being in the constant company of alpha males to being surrounded by some very girly girls. And then I turned 40. I just couldn't contemplate the idea of a party, let alone manage a midlife crisis. But I wasn't given a choice when Gus turned up at my front door. Grab a bag of clothes. You and my friend are coming with me, he said with a look that told me there was no point in arguing. Lisa and Gus had hired a house on the coast overlooking the water. A boys' weekend. My good mates surprised me there. Brownie, Stevie, Jimmy, Pereiro, and Big Stew, a mate from the SPSU as well. As a new mate, Steve was also there. My daughter's friend's dad, an ex-banker who now works at the airport. It was just like old times with endless banter and plenty of stories. Steve fitted right in. But where was Paulie? The following day, the boys took me to a swanky restaurant. Then I saw him. Mad Dog Paulie was dressed in a red cape, resembling Captain America, with the top hat, wrapped in tinfoil, and then multicolored chenille stem pipe cleaners holding up a crown of white polystyrene balls. You didn't think I'd miss this, did you, Benny boy? He called out, strolling up to the table. Of course not, I replied, looking around at everyone in the restaurant, now staring at Paulie. You see this hat, bro? It's my PTSD protection hat. I don't want to end up catching the bastard from you now, do I? Pretty sure you're already there, mate, I replied, raising one eyebrow as the boys erupted into fits of raucous laughter. Everyone else in the restaurant just looked stunned. If you're in the moment, stuff it. Own it, Paulie said. On the way to the park, my two elders were racing each other on their bikes along the beachside cycle path near our home. I glanced back at my little girl, and strapped in the carrier behind me. As always, she had a huge happy grin, her blonde locks gently blowing in the breeze. A loud noise caught her attention, and she looked up. An Army Black Hawk helicopter was directly overhead. I remembered once being up there too, with the Special Forces snipers. I had a good innings, but there was no question of that. I'd worn both the blues and the blacks with pride. I said to Angela that very morning, I loved being in the cops. It has been a privilege. I looked back down at my little girl. She was pointing upwards, giggling without a care in the world, but it wasn't going to be a long, hard road for me. I knew that, and it was time to move on. And so these days, when someone asks me, who are you? I answer, my name is Ben, and I do a bit of everything. I am a stay-at-home dad with 3 beautiful daughters. I do a bit of carpentry, I dabble in property investment, the stock market and crypto, and I'm a writer. Have you always been a writer, they ask? Because this seems to attract the most interest. No, I'm new to it. To be honest, I was in the cops for nearly 20 years. You must have some crazy stories, I continue, always pressing me. Sure have. You should read my book, The Holy Bible, a new living translation of the Anglicised edition, Genesis, the account of creation. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. The earth was formless and empty, and darkness covered the deep waters. The Spirit of God was hovering ever over the surface of the waters. Then God said, "Let there be light," and there was light. And God saw that light was good. Then he separated the light from the darkness. God called the light day, and the darkness night. And evening passed, and morning came, marking the first day. And God said, "Let there be a space between the waters, to separate the waters from the heavens, the waters of the earth." And this is what happened. God made this space to separate the waters of the earth from the waters of the heavens. God called the space sky. And evening passed, and morning came, marked the second day. Then God said, "Let the waters beneath the sky flow together into one place, so that dry ground may appear." And this is what happened. God called the dry ground land, and the waters seas. And God saw that it was good. Then God said, "Let the land sprout with vegetation, every sort of seed-bearing plant, and trees that grow seed-bearing fruit. These seeds will then produce the kinds of plants and trees from which they came." And that is what happened. The land produced vegetation, all sorts of seed-bearing plants, and trees with seed-bearing fruit. The sea produced plants and trees of the same kind, and God saw that this was good. And evening passed, and morning came, marking the third day. Then God said, "Let lights appear in the night sky, to separate the day from the night. Let them be signs to mark the season, days and years. Let these lights in the sky shine down on the earth." And this is what happened. God made two great lights, the larger one to govern the day, smaller ones to govern the night. He also made the stars. God set these lights in the sky to light the earth, to govern the day and night, and to separate the light from the darkness. And God saw that it was good. And evening passed, and morning came, marking the fourth day. Then God said, "Let the waters swarm with fish and other life. Let the skies be filled with birds of every kind." So God created great sea creatures, and every living thing that moves and swarms in the water, and every sort of bird, each producing offspring of the same kind. Then God saw that this was good. Then God blessed them, saying, "Be fruitful, multiply. Let the fish fill the seas, and let the birds multiply on the earth." And evening passed, and morning came, marking the fifth day. Then God said, "Let the earth produce every sort of animal, each producing offspring of the same kind, livestock, small animals that move along the ground, wild animals." And that is what happened. God made all sorts of wild animals, livestock, and small animals, each able to produce offspring of the same kind. And God saw that this was good. And God said, "Let us make human beings in our image, to be like us. They will reign over the fish in the sea, the birds in the sky, the livestock, all the wild animals on earth, and the small animals that move along the ground." So God created human beings in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Male and female, he created them. Then God blessed them and said, "Be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth and govern it. Reign over the fish in the sea, the birds in the sky, and all the animals that move along the ground." Then God said, "Look, I have given you every seed-bearing plant throughout earth, and all the fruit trees for your food. And I have given you every plant as food for all the wild animals, the bird in the sky, and the small animals that move along the ground. Everything that has life, this is what has happened." And God looked over all he had made, and he saw that it was very good. And evening passed, and morning came, marking the sixth day. So the creation of the heavens and the earth and everything in them was completed. On the seventh day, God had finished his work of creation, so he rested from all his work. And God blessed the seventh day and declared it holy, because it was the day when he rested from all of his work of creation. This is the account of the creation of heavens and the earth. The man and women in Eden. When the Lord God made the earth and the heavens, neither wild plants nor grains were growing on the earth, For the Lord God had not yet sent rain to water the earth, and there were no people to cultivate the soil. Instead, springs came up from the ground and watered all the land. Then the Lord God formed man from the dust of the ground. He breathed the breath of life into man's nostrils, and the man became a living person. Then the Lord God planted a garden in Eden in the east, and there he placed the man he had made. The Lord God made all sorts of trees grow up from the ground. The trees were beautiful, and they produced delicious fruit. In the middle of the garden, he placed the tree of life and the tree of knowledge of good and evil. A river flowed from the land of Eden, watering the garden and then dividing it into 4 branches. The first branch, called the Pishon, flowed around the entire land of Avila, where gold is found. The gold of that land is exceptionally pure. Aromatic resin and onyx stone are also found there. The second branch, called the Gihon, flowers around the entire land of Cush. The third branch was called the Tigris, flowed east of the land of Assur. The fourth branch is called Euphrates. The Lord God placed the man in the Garden of Eden and tended to watch over it. But the Lord God warned him, "You may freely eat the fruit of every tree in the garden, except the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. If you eat its fruit, you are sure to die." Then the Lord God said, "It's not good for the man to be alone. I will make a helpful farmer who is just right for him." And so the Lord God formed from the ground all the wild animals and all the birds of the sky. He brought them to the man to see what he would call them, and the man chose a name for each one. He gave names to all the livestock, all the birds of the sky, and all the wild animals, but still there was no helper just right for him. So the Lord God caused the man to fall into a deep sleep. While the man slept, the Lord God took out one of the man's ribs and closed up the opening. Then the Lord God made a woman from the rib, and he brought her to the man. "At last," the man exclaimed, "this one is bone from my bone and flesh from my flesh. She will be called woman, because she was taken from man." The man and woman in sin. The serpent was the most crafty of all the wild animals the Lord God had made. One day he asked the woman, "Did God really say you must not eat the fruit from any of the trees in the garden?" "Of course we may eat fruit from the trees in the garden," the woman replied. "It's only the fruit from the tree in the middle of the garden that we are not allowed to eat. God said you must not eat it or even touch it. If you do, you will die." "You won't die," the serpent replied to the woman. "God knows that your eyes will be opened as soon as you eat it, and you will be like God, knowing both good and evil." The woman was convinced. She saw that the tree was beautiful, and its fruit looked delicious. She wanted the wisdom it would give her, so she took some of the fruit and ate it. Then she gave some to her husband who was with her, and he ate it too. At that moment, their eyes were opened, and they suddenly felt shame of their nakedness. So they sewed fig leaves together to cover themselves. When the cool evening breezes were blowing, the man and his wife heard the Lord God walking about in the garden. So they hid from the Lord God among the trees. Then the Lord God called to the man, "Where are you?" He replied, "I heard you walking in the garden, so I hid. I was afraid because I was naked." "Who told you that you were naked?" the Lord God asked. "Have you eaten from the tree whose fruit I commanded you not to eat?" The man replied, "It was the woman who gave me the fruit, and I ate it." Then the Lord God asked the woman, "What have you done?" "The serpent deceived me," she replied. "That's why I ate it." Then the Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you have done this, you are cursed. More than all wild animals, domestic and wild, you will crawl on your belly, groveling in the dust, as long as you live. And I will cause hostility between you and the woman, and between your offspring and her offspring. He will strike your head, and you will strike his heel." And he said to the woman, "I will sharpen the pain of your pregnancy, and in the pain you will give birth, and you will desire to control your husband, but he will rule over you. Since you listened to your wife and ate from the tree whose fruit I commanded you not to eat, the ground is cursed because of you. All your life will struggle to scratch a living from it. It will grow thorns and thistles for you, though you will eat of its grains by the sweat of your face. Will you have food to eat until you return to the ground from which you were made? For you were made from dust, and dust you will return." Paradise Lost, God's Judgment. Then the man Adam named his wife Eve, because she would be the mother of all who live. And the Lord God made clothing from animal skins for Adam and his wife. Then the Lord God said, Look, the human beings become like us, knowing both good and evil. If they reach out, take fruit from the tree of life and eat it, then they will live forever. So the Lord God banished them from the Garden of Eden, and he sent Adam out to cultivate the ground from which he had been made. After sending them out, the Lord God stationed mighty cherubim to the east of the Garden of Eden, and he placed a flaming sword that flashed back and forth to guard the way to the tree of life. Cain and Abel. Now Adam had sexual relations with his wife, Eve, and she became pregnant. When she gave birth to Cain, she said with the Lord's help, I have produced a man. Later she gave birth to his brother and named him Abel. When they grew up, Abel became a shepherd, while Cain cultivated the ground. When it was time for the harvest, Cain presented some of his crops as a gift to the Lord. Abel also brought a gift, the best portions of the firstborn lambs from his flock. The Lord accepted Abel and his gift, but he did not accept Cain and his gift. This made Cain very angry, and he looked dejected. Why are you so angry? The Lord asked Cain. Why do you look so dejected? You will be accepted if you do what is right, but if you refuse to do what is right, then watch out. Sin is crouching at the door, eager to control you, but you must subdue it and be its master. One day, Cain suggested to his brother, Let's go out into the fields. And while they were in the field, Cain attacked his brother, Abel, and killed him. Afterwards, the Lord asked Cain, Where is your brother? Where is Abel? I don't know, Cain responded. Am I my brother's guardian? But the Lord said, What have you done? Your brother's blood cries out to me from the ground. Now you are cursed and banished from the ground, which has swallowed your brother's blood. No longer will your ground yield good crops for you, no matter how hard you work. From now on you will be a homeless wanderer on the earth. Cain replied to the Lord, My punishment is too great for me to bear. You have banished me from the land and from your presence. You have made me a homeless wanderer. Anyone who finds me will kill me. The Lord replied, No, for I will give you sevenfold punishment to anyone who kills you. Then the Lord put a mark on Cain to warn anyone who might try to kill him. So Cain left the Lord's presence and settled in the land of Nod, east of Eden. The descendants of Cain. Cain had sexual relations with his wife, and she became pregnant and gave birth to Enoch. Then Cain founded a city, which he named Enoch after his son. Enoch had a son named Irad. Irad became the father of Mehujael. Mehujael became the father of Methuselah. Methuselah became the father of Lamech. Lamech married two women. The first was named Adar, and the second was Zillah. Adar gave birth to Jabal, who was the first of who raised livestock and lived in tents. His brother's name was Jabal, the first of all who played the harp and flute. Lamech's other wife Zillah gave birth to a son named Jabal Cain. He became an expert in forging tools of bronze and iron. Jabal Cain had a sister named Naamah. One day, Lamech said to his wives, Adar and Zillah, hear my voice. Listen to me, you wives of Lamech. I have killed a man who attacked me, a young man who wounded me. If someone who kills Cain is punished 7 times, then the one who kills me will be punished 77 times. The birth of Seth. Adam had sexual relations with his wife again, and she gave birth to another son. She named him Seth, for she said, God has granted me another son in place of Abel, who Cain killed. When Seth grew up, he had a son and named him Enosh. At that time, people first began to worship the Lord by name. The descendants of Adam. This is a written account of the descendants of Adam. When God created human beings, he made them to be like himself. He created them male and female, and he blessed them and called them human. When Adam was 130 years old, he became the father of a son who was just like him. In his very image, he named his son Seth. After the birth of Seth, Adam lived another 800 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Adam lived 930 years, and then he died. When Seth was 105 years old, he became the father of Enosh. After the birth, May and Japheth shared the posterity of Shem and Canaan to be his service. 2 by 2 they came into the boat, representing every living thing that breathes, male and female, of Enosh. Seth lived another 807 years and lived other sons and daughters. Seth lived 912 years when he died. When Enosh was 90 years old, he became father of Canaan. After the birth of Canaan, Enosh lived another 815 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Enosh lived 905 years, and then he died when Canaan was 70 years old. He became the father of Mahalalel. After the birth of Mahalalel, Canaan lived another 804 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Canaan lived 910 years, and then he died. When Mahalalel was 65 years old, he became the father of Jared. After the birth of Jared, Mahalalel lived another 830 years and had other sons and daughters. Mahalalel lived 895 years, and then he died. When Jared was 162 years old, he became the father of Enoch. After the birth of Enoch, Jared lived another 800 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Jared lived 962 years, and then he died when Enoch was 65 years old. He became the father of Methuselah. After the birth of Methuselah, Enoch lived in close fellowship with God for another 300 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Enoch lived 365 years, walking in close fellowship with God. Then one day he disappeared because God took him. When Methuselah was 187 years old, he became the father of Lamech. After the birth of Lamech, Methuselah lived another 782 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Methuselah lived 969 years, and then he died. When Lamech was 182 years old, he became the father of Son of Lamech. Named his son Noah, for he said, "May he bring us relief from our work, the painful labor of farming, this ground that the Lord has cursed." After the birth of Noah, Lamech lived another 595 years, and he had other sons and daughters. Lamech lived 770 years, and then he died. After Noah was 500 years old, he became the father of Shem, Ham, and Japheth. The world gone wrong. Then the people began to multiply on earth, and daughters were born to them. The sons of God saw the beautiful women, and took any they wanted as their wives. Then the Lord said, "My spirit will not put up with humans for such a long time. They are only mortal flesh. In the future, their normal lifespan will be no more than 120 years." In those days, and for some time after, giant Nephilites lived on the earth, for whenever the sons of gods had intercourse with women, they gave birth to children who became the heroes and famous warriors of ancient times. The Lord observed the extent of human wickedness on earth. He saw that everything they thought or imagined was consistently and totally evil. So the Lord was sorry he had never made them and put them on the earth. It broke his heart. And the Lord said, "I will wipe this human race I have created from the face of the earth. Yes, and I will destroy every living thing, all the people, the large animals, the small animals that move along the ground, and even the birds of the sky. I am sorry I ever made them." But Noah found favor with the Lord. This is the account of Noah and his family. Noah was a righteous man, and the only blameless person living on the earth at the time. He walked in close fellowship with God. Noah was the father of 3 sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth. When God saw that the earth had become corrupt and was filled with violence, God observed all this corruption in the world, for everyone on earth was corrupt. So God said to Noah, "I have decided to destroy all living creatures, for they have filled the earth with violence. Yes, I will wipe them all out, along with the earth. But build a large boat from cypress wood, waterproof it with tar, inside and out, and construct decks and stalls throughout its interior. Make the boat 150 meters long, 25 meters wide, and 15 meters high. Leave a 50-centimeter opening below the roof all the way around the boat. Put the door on the side and build 3 decks inside the boat, lower, middle, and upper. Look, I am about to cover the earth with a flood that will destroy every living thing that breathes. Everything on earth will die, but I will confirm my covenant with you. So enter the boat, you and your wife, and your sons and their wives. Bring a pair of every kind of animal, male and female, into this boat with you to keep them alive during the flood. Pairs of every kind of bird, and every kind of animal, and every kind of small animal that moves along the ground will come to you and be kept alive. And be sure to take on board enough food for you and your family, and for all you know, everything exactly as God had commanded. The floods covered the earth. When everything was ready, the Lord said to Noah, "Go into the boat with all your family, for among all the people of the earth I can see that you alone are righteous. Take with you 7 pairs of male and female of each animal, have approved for eating and for sacrifice, and take 1 pair of each of the others. Also take 7 pairs of every kind of bird. There must be a female and male in each pair to ensure that all life will survive on the earth after the flood. 7 days from now I will make the rains pour down on the earth, and it will rain for 40 days and 40 nights, until I have wiped the earth of all the living things that I have created." So Noah did as the Lord commanded him. Noah was 600 years old when the flood covered the earth. He went on the boat to escape the flood. He and his wife and his sons and their wives. With them were all the various kinds of animal, those approved for eating and for sacrifice, and those that were not, along with all the birds and the small animals that move along the ground. They entered the boat in pairs, male and female, just as God had commanded Noah. After 7 days, the waters of the flood came up and covered the earth. When Noah was 600 years old, on the 17th day of the 2nd month, all the underground waters erupted from the earth, and the rain fell in mighty torrents from the sky. The rain continued to fall for 40 days, 40 nights. That very day Noah had gone into the boat with his wife and his sons, Shem, Ham, and Japheth, and their wives. With them in the boat were pairs of every kind of animal, domestic and wild, large and small, along with birds of every kind. 2 by 2s they came into the boat, representing every living thing they produced, a male and female of each kind. They did just as long as God had commanded Noah. Then the Lord closed the door behind him. For 40 days the floodwaters grew deeper, covering the ground and lifting the boat high above the earth. As the waters rose higher and higher past the ground, the boat floated safely on the surface. Finally the water covered even the highest mountains on the earth, rising nearly 7 meters above the highest peaks. All the living things on earth died: birds, domestic animals, wild animals, small animals, move along with the ground, and all the people. Everything that breathed and lived in dry land died. God wiped out every living thing on the earth: people, livestock, small animals that move along the ground, and the birds of the sky. All were destroyed. The only people who survived were Noah and those with him on the boat. And the floodwaters covered the earth for 150 days. The flood recedes. But God remembered Noah and all the wild animals and the livestock with him in the boat. He sent a wind to blow across the earth, and the floodwaters began to recede. The underground waters stopped flowing, and the torrential rains from the sky were stopped. So the floodwaters gradually receded from the earth after 150 days, exactly 5 months from the time the flood began. The boat came to rest on the mountain of Ararat. 2.5 months later, as the waters continued to go down, other mountain peaks became visible. And after another 40 days, Noah opened the window he had made in the boat and released the raven. The bird flew back and forth until the floodwaters on the earth had dried up. He also released the dove to see if the water had receded and it could find dry ground. The dove could find no place to land because the water still covered the ground, so it returned to the boat. Noah held out his hand and drew the dove back inside. After waiting another 7 days, Noah released the dove again. This time the dove returned to him in the evening with a fresh olive leaf in its beak. And Noah knew that the floodwaters were almost gone. He waited another 7 days and then released the dove again. This time it did not come back. Noah was now 601 years old. On the first day of the new year, 10.5 months after the flood began, the floodwaters had almost dried up from the earth. Noah lifted back the covering of the boat and saw that the surface of the ground was dry. 2 more months went by, and at last the earth was dry. And God said to Noah, "Leave the boat, all of you, you and your wife and your sons and their wives. Release all the animals, the birds, the livestock, and the small animals that move along the ground, so they can be fruitful and multiply throughout the earth." So Noah, his wife, and his sons, and their wives left the boat, and all of the large and small animals and birds came out of the boat, pair by pair. Then Noah built an altar to the Lord, and there he sacrificed as burnt offerings the animals and birds that had been approved for that purpose. And the Lord was pleased with the aroma of the sacrifice and said to himself, I will never again curse the ground because of the human race, even though everything they think or imagine is meant towards evil from childhood. I will never again destroy all living things as long as the earth remains, and there will be planting and harvest and cold and heat and summer and winter days. God confirms his covenant. Then God blessed Noah and his sons and told them, Be fruitful and multiply. Fill the earth, all the animals of the earth, all the birds of the sky, all the small animals that move along the ground, and all the fish in the sea will look on you with fear and terror. I have placed them in your power. I have given them to you for food, just as I have given you grain and vegetables. But you must never eat any meat that still has the lifeblood in it. And I will require the blood of anyone who takes another person's life. If a wild animal kills a person, it must die, and anyone who murders a fellow human must die. If anyone takes a human life, that person's life will also be taken by humans' hands. For God made human beings in his own image. Now be fruitful and multiply, repopulate the earth. Then God told Noah and his sons, I hereby confirm my covenant with you and your descendants, and with all the animals that were on the boat with you, the birds, the livestock, and all the wild animals, every living creature on earth. Yes, I'm confirming my covenant with you. Never again will floodwaters kill all living creatures. Never again will a flood destroy the earth. And God said, I'm giving you a sign of my covenant with you and with all living creatures, for all generations to come. I have placed my rainbow in the clouds. It is the sign of my covenant with you and with all of earth. When I send clouds over the earth, the rainbow will appear in the clouds, and I will remember my covenant with you and with all living creatures. Never again will floodwaters destroy your life. When I see the rainbow in the clouds, I will remember the eternal covenant between God and every living creature on earth. And God said to Noah, Yes, this rainbow is a sign of the covenant. I am confirming with all the creatures on earth. Noah's sons. The sons of Noah who came out of the boat with their father were Shem, Ham, and Japheth. Ham is the father of Canaan. From these three sons of Noah came all the people who now populate the earth. After the flood, Noah began to cultivate the ground, and he planted a vineyard. One day he drank some wine he had made, and he became drunk, and lay naked inside his tent. Ham, the father of Canaan, saw that his father was naked, and went outside and told his brothers. Then Shem and Japheth took a robe, held it over their shoulders, and backed into the tent to cover their father. As they did this, they looked the other way so they would not see him naked. When Noah woke up from his stupor, he learned what Ham, his youngest son, had done. Then he cursed Canaan and the son of Ham. May Canaan be cursed. May he be the lowest of servants to his relatives. Then Noah said, May the Lord God, the God of Shem, be blessed, and may Canaan be his servants. May God expand the territory of Japheth. May Japheth share the prosperity of Shem, and may Canaan be his servant. Noah lived another 350 years after the great flood. He lived 950 years, and then he died. This is the account of families of Shem, Ham, and Japheth, the three sons of Noah. Many children were born to them after the great flood. The descendants of Japheth. The descendants of Japheth were Gomer, Magog, Madai, Javan, Tubal, Ashesh, and Tiras. The descendants of Gomer were Archipelago, Ripath, and Togarmah. The descendants of Javan were Isha, Tarshish, Katim, and Rodanim. Their descendants became the seafaring people that spread out to various lands, each identified by its own language, clan, and national identity. The descendants of Ham. These descendants of Ham were Cush, Mizraim, Put, and Canaan. The descendants of Cush were Seba, Havilah, Sabta, Ramah, and Sabatika. The descendants of Ramah were Sheba and Dedan. Cush was also the ancestor of Nimrod, who was the first heroic warrior on Earth. Since he was the greatest hunter in the world, his name became proverbial. People would say this man is like Nimrod. He is the greatest hunter in the world. He built the kingdom in the land of Babylonia with the cities of Babylon, Havoc, Akkad, and Calneh. From there he expanded territory to Assyria, building the cities in Nineveh, Rabaroth, Calah, and Rizin, the great city located between Nineveh and Calah. Mizraim was the ancestor of Ludites, Anamites, Nephibites, Nephites, Pathrusites, Calusites, and Kepharites, from whom the Philistines come. Canaan's oldest son was Sidon, the ancestor of the Sidonians. Canaan was also the ancestor of Hittites, Jebusites, Amorites, Girgashites, Hivites, Akhites, Sinites, Arabites, Zamarites, and Hamathites. The Canaanite clans eventually spread out, and the territory of Canaan extended from Sidon in the north to Gerar and Gaza in the south, and as east as far as Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, and Zabim near Lashab. These were descendants of Ham, identified by clan language, territory, and national identity. Descendants of Shem. Sons were born also to Shem, the older brother of Japheth. Shem was the ancestor of all descendants of Eber. The descendants of Shem were Elam, Asshur, Arphaxad, Lud, and Aram. The descendants of Aram were Uz, Hul, Getha, and Mash. Arphaxad was the father of Shelah, and Shelah was the father of Eber. Eber had two sons. The first was named Peleg, which means division, for during his lifetime, the people of the world were divided into different language groups. His brother's name was Joktan. Joktan was the ancestor of Almadad, Shalaf, Hazaramath, Jebra, Adoram, Uzal, Dikla, Obal, Abimael, Sheba, Ophir, Havilah, and Jabab. All these were descendants of Joktan. The territory they occupied extended from Mesha all the way to Sephar in the eastern mountains. These were the descendants of Shem, identified by clan, language, territory, and national identity. Conclusion. These are the clans that descended from Noah's sons, arranged by nation according to the lines of descent. All the nation of the earth descended from these clans after the Great Flood. The Tower of Babel. At one time, all the people of the world spoke the same language, used the same words. As the people migrated to the east, they found a plain in the land of Babylonia and settled there. They began saying to each other, "Let's make bricks and harden them with fire." In this region, bricks were instead of stone and tar was used for mortar. Then they said, "Come, let's build a great city for ourselves with a tower that reaches into the sky. This will make us famous and keep us from being scattered all over the world." But the Lord came down to look at the city and the tower and people were building. "Look," he said, "the people were united and they all speak the same language. After this, nothing they set out to do will be impossible for them. Come, let's go down and confuse the people with different languages. They won't be able to understand each other." In that way, the Lord scattered them all over the world, and they stopped building the city. That is why the city was called Babel, because that is where the Lord confused the people with different languages. In this way, he scattered them all over the world. The line of descent from Shem to Abraham. This is the account of Shem's family. 2 years after the Great Flood, when Shem was 100 years old, he became the father of Arphaxad. After the birth of Arphaxad, Shem lived another 500 years and had other sons and daughters. When Arphaxad was 35 years old, he became the father of Shelah. After the birth of Shelah, Arphaxad lived another 403 years and had other sons and daughters. When Shelah was 30 years old, he became the father of Eber. After the birth of Eber, Shelah lived another 403 years and had other sons and daughters. When Eber was 34 years old, he became the father of Peleg. After the birth of Peleg, Eber lived another 430 years and had other sons and daughters. When Peleg was 30 years old, he became the father of Reu. After the birth of Reu, Peleg lived another 209 years and had other sons and daughters. When Reu was 32 years old, he became the father of Serug. After the birth of Serug, Reu lived another 207 years and had other sons and daughters. When Serug was 30 years old, he became the father of Nahor. After the birth of Nahor, Serug lived another 200 years and had other sons and daughters. When Nahor was 29 years old, he became the father of Terah. After the birth of Terah, Nahor lived another 119 years and had other sons and daughters. After Terah was 70 years old, he became the father of Abraham, Nahor, and Haran. The family of Terah. This is the account of Terah's family. Terah was the father of Abraham, Nahor, and Haran was the father of Lot. But Haran died in Ur, in the Chaldeans, the land of his birth, while his father Terah was still living. Meanwhile, Abraham and Nahor both married. The name of Abraham's wife was Sarai, and the name of Nahor's wife was Milcah. Milcah and her sister Ilkah were daughters of Nahor's brother Haran. But Sarai was unable to become pregnant and had no children. One day, Terah took his son Abraham, his daughter-in-law Sarai, and his son Abraham's wife, and his grandson's Lot, and moved away from Ur, the Chaldeans. He was headed for the land of Canaan, but they stopped at Haran and settled there. Terah lived for another 205 years and died while still in Haran. The call of Abram. The Lord had said to Abram, "Leave your native country, your relatives, and your father's family, and go to the land that I will show you. I will make you into a great nation. I will bless you and make you famous, and you will be the blessing to others. And I will bless those who bless you, and curse those who treat you with contempt. All the families on earth will be blessed through you." So Abram departed as the Lord had instructed, and Lot went with him. Abram was 75 years old when he left Haran. He took his wife Sarai, his nephew Lot, and all his wealth, his livestock, and all the people he had taken into his household at Haran, and headed for the land of Canaan. When they arrived in Canaan, Abram traveled through the land as far as Shechem. There he set up camp beside the oak of Morah. At the time, the area was inhabited by the Canaanites. Then the Lord appeared to Abraham and said, "I will give this land to your descendants." And Abram built an altar there and dedicated to the Lord who had appeared to him. After that, Abram traveled south and set up the camp in the hill country, with Bethel to the west and Ai to the east. There he built another altar, dedicated it to the Lord, and he worshipped the Lord. Then Abram continued traveling south by stages towards the Negev. At that time, a severe famine struck the land of Canaan, forcing Abram to go down to Egypt, where he lived as a foreigner. As he was approaching the border of Egypt, Abraham said to his wife, "Sarai, look, you are a very beautiful woman. When the Egyptians see you, they will say, 'This is his wife. Let's kill him. Then we can have her.' So please tell them that you are my sister. Then they will spare my life and treat me well because of their interest in you." And sure enough, when Abram arrived in Egypt, everyone noticed Sarai's beauty. When the palace officials saw her, they sang her praises to Pharaoh, their king, and Sarai was taken into his palace. Then Pharaoh gave Abram many gifts because of her: sheep, goats, cattle, male, female, and donkeys, male and female servants and camels. But the Lord sent terrible plagues upon Pharaoh and his household because of Sarai, Abram's wife. So Pharaoh summoned Abram and accused him sharply. "What have you done to me?" he demanded. "Why didn't you tell me she was your wife? Why did you say she was my sister, and allow me to take her as my wife? Now then, here is your wife. Take her and get out of here." Pharaoh ordered some of his men to escort them. He sent Abram out of the country, along with his wife and all of his possessions. So Abram left Egypt and traveled north into the Negev, along with his wife and Lot and all that they owned. Abram was very rich in livestock, silver, and gold. From the Negev, they continued traveling by stages towards Bethel, and they pitched their tents between Bethel and Ai, where they had camped before. This was the same place where Abram had built the altar, and there he worshipped the Lord again. Lot, who was traveling with Abram, had also become very wealthy, with the flocks of sheep and goats, herds of cattle, and many tents. But the land could not support both Abram and Lot, with all their flocks and herds living so close together. So disputes broke out between the herdsmen of Abram and Lot. At the time, Canaanites and Perizzites were also living in the land. Finally, Abram said to the Lot, "Let's not allow this conflict to come between us or our herdsmen. After all, we are close relatives. The whole countryside is open to you. Take your choice of any section of the land you want, and we will separate. If you want the land to the left, then I'll take the land to the right. If you prefer the land on the right, then I'll go to the left." Lot took a long look at the fertile plains of the Jordan Valley in the direction of Zor. The whole area was well watered, everywhere, like the garden of the Lord, or the beautiful land of Egypt. This was before the Lord destroyed Sodom and Gomorrah. Lot chose for himself the whole Jordan Valley, to the east of them. He went there with his flocks and servants, parted company with his uncle Abram. So Abram settled in the land of Canaan, and Lot moved his tents to a place near Sodom, and settled among the cities of the plain. But the people of this area were extremely wicked, and constantly sinned against the Lord. After Lot had gone, the Lord said to Abram, "Look, as far as you can see, in every direction, north, south, east, and west, I am giving you all this land, as far as you can see, to you and your descendants, as a permanent possession. And I will give you so many descendants that, like the dust of the earth, they cannot be counted. Go and walk through the land in every direction I am giving to you." So Abram moved his camp to Hebron, settled near the oak grove belonging to Num. There he built another altar to the Lord. About this time, war broke out in the region. King Amraphel of Babylonia, and King Arioch of Elasar, King Chedorlaomer of Elam, and King Tidal of Goyim fought against King Bera of Sodom, King Bersha of Gomorrah, King Shinab of Admah, King Shemeba of the Moabiim, and the king of Bela, also called Zor. This second group of kings joined forces in Sidon Valley, that is the valley of the Dead Sea. For 12 years they had been subject to King Chedorlaomer, but in their 13th year they rebelled against him. 1 year later, Chedorlaomer and his allies arrived and defeated the Rephaites, his Ashroth Canaan, the Zuzites at Ham, the Emites at Sheben Akmath, and the Horites at Mount Seir, and as far as El Paran at the edge of the wilderness. Then they turned their back and come to En Mishpat, and conquered all the territories of the Amalekites and also the Amorites living in the Azazon Tamar. Then the rebel kings of Sodom, Gomorrah, Admah, Zeboim, and Baalah, also called Zor, prepared for battle in the valley of the Dead Sea. They fought against King Chedorlaomer of Elam, King Tidal of Goyim, King Amraphel of Babylonia, and King Arioch of Elasar, 4 kings against 5. As it happened, the valley of the Dead Sea was filled with tar pits, and as the army of the kings of Sodom and Gomorrah fled, some fell into the tar pits, while the rest escaped into the mountains. The victorious invaders then plundered Sodom and Gomorrah, headed home, taking with them all the spoils of war, food supplies. They also captured Lot, Abraham's nephew, and Sodom, and carried off everything he owned. But one of Lot's men escaped and reported everything to Abram, the Hebrew, who was living near the oak grove belonging to Mamre the Amorite. Mamre and his relatives Eshcol and Aner were Abram's allies. When Abram heard that his nephew Lot had been captured, he mobilized 318 trained men who had been born into his household. Then he pursued Kedorlaomer's army until he caught up with him at Dan. There he divided his men and attacked during the night. Chedorlaomer then fled, but Abram chased him as far as Sebar, north of Damascus. Abram recovered all the goods that had been taken, and he brought back to his nephew Lot, with repossessions and all the women and other captives. Melchizedek blessed Adam. After Abram returned from his victory over Chedorlaomer and all his allies, the king of Sodom went out to the meeting in the valley of Shavah, that is, the king's valley. And Melchizedek, the king of Salem, and priest of God Most High, brought Abram some bread and wine. Melchizedek blessed Abram with his blessing. Blessed be Abram by God and Most High, creator of heaven and earth, and blessed be God Most High, who has defeated your enemies for you. Then Abram gave Melchizedek a tenth of all the goods he had recovered. The king of Sodom said to Abram, "Give back my people who were captured, but you may keep for yourself all the goods you have recovered." Abram replied to the king of Sodom, "I solemnly swear to the Lord God Most High, creator of heaven and earth, that I will not take so much as a single throw of sandal thong from what belongs to you. Otherwise you might say, I am the one who made Abram rich. I will accept only what my young warriors have already eaten, and I request that you give a fair share of the goods to my allies, Anir, Eshcol, and Mamre." The Lord's covenant promised Adam. Sometime later, The Lord spoke to Abram in a vision and said to him, "Do not be afraid, Abram, for I will protect you, and your reward will be great." But Abram replied, "O sovereign Lord, what good are all your blessings when I don't even have a son, since you have given me no children? Eliezer of Damascus, a servant in my household, will inherit all my wealth. You have given me no descendants of my own, so one of my servants will be my heir." Then the Lord said to him, "No, your servant will not be your heir, for you will have a son of your own who will be your heir." Then the Lord took Abram outside and said to him, "Look up into the sky and count the stars if you can. That's how many descendants you will have." And Abram believed the Lord. The Lord counted him as righteous because of his faith. Then the Lord told him, "I am the Lord who brought you out of Ur of the Chaldeans to give you this land as your possession." But Abram replied, "O sovereign Lord, how can I be sure that I will actually possess it?" The Lord told him, "Bring me a 3-year-old heifer, and a 3-year-old female goat, and a 3-year-old ram, a turtle dove, and a young pigeon." So Abram presented all these to him and killed them. And he cut each animal down the middle and laid the halves by side. He did not, however, cut the birds in half. Some vultures swooped down to eat the carcass, but Abram chased them away. As the sun was going down, Abram fell into a deep sleep, and a terrifying darkness came down over him. Then the Lord said to Abram, "You can be sure that your descendants will be strangers in a foreign land, that they will be oppressed and enslaved for 400 years. But I will punish the nation that enslaves them, and in the end they will come away with great wealth. As for you, you will die in peace and be buried at a ripe old age. After 4 generations, your descendants will return here to this land, for the sins of the Amorites do not yet warrant their destruction." After the sun went down and darkness fell, Abram saw a smoking firepot, and a flaming torch passed between the halves of the carcass. So the Lord made a covenant with Abram that day and said, "I have given this land to your descendants, all the way from the border of Egypt to know the great river of Euphrates, the land occupied by the Kenites, Kenizzites, Kadmonites, Hittites, Perizzites, Rephaites, Amorites, Canaanites, Girgashites, and Jebusites." The birth of Ishmael. Now Sarai, Abram's wife, had not been able to bear children for him, but she had an Egyptian servant named Hagar. So Sarai said to Abram, "The Lord has prevented me from having children. Go and sleep with my servant. Perhaps I can have children through her." And Abram agreed with Sarai's promise. And so Sarai, Abram's wife, took Hagar, the Egyptian servant, and gave her to Abram as a wife. This happened 10 years after Abram had settled in the land of Canaan. So Abram had sexual relations with Hagar, and she became pregnant. But when Hagar knew she was pregnant, she began to treat her mistress, Sarai, with contempt. Then Sarai said to Abram, "This is all your fault. I put my servant into your arms, and now that she's pregnant, she treats me with contempt. The Lord will show who's wrong, you or me." Abram replied, "Look, she is your servant, so deal with her as you see fit." Then Sarai retreated Hagar so harshly that she finally ran away. The angel of the Lord found Hagar beside a spring of water in the wilderness, along the road to Shur. The angel said to her, "Hagar, Sarai's servant, where have you come from, and where are you going?" "I'm running away from my mistress, Sarai," she replied. The angel of the Lord said to her, "Return to your mistress and submit to her authority." Then he added, "I will give you more descendants than you can count." And the angel also said, "You are now pregnant and will give birth to a son. You are to name him Ishmael, which means God hears, for the Lord has heard your cries of distress. This son of yours will be a wild man, as untamed as a wild donkey. He will raise his fist against everyone, and everyone will be against him. Yes, he will live in open hostility against all his relatives." There, Hagar used another name to refer to the Lord, who had spoken to her. She said, "You are the God who sees me." She also said, "Have I truly seen the one who sees me?" So that well was named Beer Lahai Roi, which means well of the living one who sees me. It can still be found between Kadesh and Bered. So Hagar gave Abram a son, and Abram named him Ishmael. Abram was 86 years old when Ishmael was born. Abram is named Abraham. When Abram was 99 years old, the Lord appeared to him and said, I am El Shaddai, God Almighty. Serve me faithfully, and live a blameless life. I will make a covenant with you, by which I will guarantee to give you countless descendants. At this, Abram fell face down on the ground. Then God said to him, This is my covenant with you. I will make you the father of a multitude of nations. What's more, I am changing your name. It will no longer be Abram. Instead, you will be called Abraham, for you will be the father of many nations. I will make you extremely fruitful. Your descendants will become many nations, and kings will become among them. I will confirm my covenant with you and your descendants after you from generation to generation. This is the everlasting covenant. I will always be your God and the God of your descendants after you, and I will give you the entire land of Canaan, where you now live as a foreigner. To you and your descendants it will be their possession forever and forever, and I will be their God. Mark of the covenant. Then God said to Abraham, Your responsibility is to obey the terms of the covenant. You and all your descendants have this continual responsibility. This is the covenant that you and your descendants must keep. Each male among you must be circumcised. You must cut off the flesh of your foreskin as a sign of the covenant between you and me. From generation to every male child must be circumcised on the 8th day after his birth. This applies not only to members of your family, but also to the servants born in your household and the foreign servants whom you have purchased. All must be circumcised. Your bodies bear the mark of an everlasting covenant. And any male who fails to be circumcised will be cut off from the covenant family for breaking the covenant. Then God said to Abraham, Regarding Sarai, your wife, her name will no longer be Sarai. From now on, her name will be Sarah, and I will bless her and give you a son from her. Yes, I will bless her richly, and she will become the mother of many nations. Kings of nations will be among her descendants. Then Abraham bowed down to the ground, but he laughed to himself in disbelief. How could I become a father at the age of 100, he thought, and how can Sarah have a baby when she's 90 years old? So Abraham said to God, May Ishmael live under your special blessing. But God replied, No, Sarah your wife will give birth to a son for you. You will name him Isaac, and I will confirm my covenant with him, his descendants, as an everlasting covenant. As for Ishmael, I will bless him also, just as you have asked. I will make him extremely fruitful and multiply his descendants. He will become the father of 12 princes, and I will make him a great nation. But my covenant will be confirmed with Isaac, who will be born to you and Sarah about this time next year. When God had finished speaking, he left Abraham. On that very day, Abraham took his son Ishmael and every male in his household, including those born there and those he had brought, and he circumcised them, cutting off their foreskins, just as God had told him. Abraham was 90 years old when he was circumcised, and Ishmael, his son, was 13. Both Abraham and his son Ishmael were circumcised on that same day, along with all the other men and the boys of the household. Whether they were born there or brought as servants, all were circumcised with him. So the Lord appeared again to Abraham near the oak grove belonging to Mamre. One day, Abraham was sitting at the entrance to his tent during the hottest part of the day. He looked up and noticed 3 men standing nearby. When he saw them, he ran to meet them and welcomed them, bowing low to the ground. My Lord said, If it pleases you, stop here for a while. Rest in the shade of this tree, while water is brought to wash your feet. And since you've honored your servant with this visit, let me prepare some food to refresh you before you continue on your journey. All right, they said, do as you have said. So Abraham ran back to the tent and said to Sarah, Hurry, get 3 large measures of your best flour kneaded into dough and make some bread. Then Abraham ran out of the herd and chose a tender calf and gave it to his servants, who quickly prepared it. When the food was ready, Abraham took some yogurt and milk and the roasted meat, and he served it to the men as they ate. Abraham waited on them in the shade of the trees. Where is Sarah, your wife? The visitors asked. She's inside the tent, Abraham replied. Then one of them said, Go I will return to you about this time next year, and your wife Sarah will have your son." Sarah was listening to this conversation from the tent. Abraham and Sarah were both very old by this time, and Sarah long past the age of having children, so she laughed silently to herself. "How could a worn-out woman like me enjoy such a pleasure, especially when my husband, my master, is so old?" And the Lord said to Abraham, "Did Sarah laugh? Why did she say, 'Can I, an old woman like me, having a baby? Is anything too hard for the Lord? I will return about this time next year, and Sarah will have my son." Sarah was afraid, so she denied it, saying, "I didn't laugh." But the Lord said, "No, you did laugh." Abraham intercedes for Sodom. Then the men got up from their meal and looked out towards Sodom. As they left, Abraham went with them to send them on their way. "Should I hide my plan from Abraham?" the Lord asked. "For Abraham will certainly become a great, mighty nation, and all through him I have singled out so that he will direct his sons and their families to keep the way of the Lord by doing what is right and just. Then I will do for Abraham all that I have promised." So the Lord told Abraham, "I have heard a great outcry from Sodom and Gomorrah, because their sin is flagrant. I'm going down to see if their actions are wicked, as I have heard. If not, I want to know." The other men turned and headed towards Sodom, but the Lord remained with Abraham. Abraham approached him and said, "Will you sweep away both righteous and the wicked? I suppose you find 50 righteous people living there in the city. Will you still sweep it away and not spare it for their sake? Surely you wouldn't do such a thing, destroying the righteous along with the wicked. Why would you be treating the righteous and the wicked exactly the same? Surely you wouldn't do that. Should not the judge of all the earth do what is right?" And the Lord replied, "If I find 50 righteous people in Sodom, I will spare the entire city for their sake." And Abraham spoke again, "Since I have begun, let me speak further to my Lord, even though I am but dust and ashes. Suppose there are only 45 righteous people rather than 50. Will you destroy the whole city for the lack of 5? And the Lord said, "I will not destroy it." If I find 45 righteous people there, then Abraham pressed his request. "Suppose there are only 40, the Lord replies, "I will not destroy it. Please don't be angry, my Lord." Abraham pleaded, "Let me speak. Suppose only 30 righteous people are found." And the Lord replied, "I will not destroy it if I find 30. Then Abraham said, "Since I have dared to speak, let me continue. Suppose there are only 20. And the Lord replied, "Then I will not destroy it for the sake of 20. Finally, Abraham said, "Lord, please don't be angry if I speak one more time. Suppose there are only 10. And the Lord replied, "Then I will not destroy it for the sake of the 10. When the Lord had finished his conversation with Abraham, he went on his way, and Abraham returned to his tent. Sodom and Gomorrah destroyed. That evening, the two angels came to the entrance of the city of Sodom. Lot was sitting there, and when he saw them, he stood up to meet them. He welcomed them and bowed with his face to the ground. "My lords," he said, "come into my home, wash your feet, be my guests for the night. You may then get up early in the morning and be on your way." "Oh no," they replied. "We'll just spend the night out here in the city square." But Lot insisted, so at last they went home with him. Lot prepared a feast for them, complete with fresh bread, made without yeast, and there they ate. But before they retired for the night, all men of Sodom, young and old, came from all over the city and surrounded the house. They shouted to Lot, "Where are the men who came to spend the night with you? Bring them out here so we can have sex with them." So Lot stepped outside to talk to them, shutting the doors behind him. "Please, my brothers," he begged, "don't do such a wicked thing. Look, I have 2 virgin daughters. Let me bring them out to you, and you can do with them as you wish. But please leave these men alone, for they are my guests and are under my protection." "Stand back," they shouted. "This fellow came to a town as an outsider. Now he's acting like our judge. We'll treat you far worse than those other men." And they lunged towards Lot to break down the door. But the 2 angels reached out and pulled Lot into the house and bolted the door. Then they blinded all the men, young and old, who were at the door of the house, so they gave up trying to get inside. Meanwhile, the angels questioned Lot. "Do you have any other relatives here in the city?" they asked. "Get them out of this place, with sons, daughters, or anyone else, for we are about to destroy this city completely." The outcry against this place is so great, it has reached the Lord, and he has sent us to destroy it. So Lot rushed out to tell his daughters, fiancés, quick, get out of the city. The Lord is about to destroy it. But the young man thought he was only joking. At dawn the next morning, the angels became insistent. Hurry, they said to Lot. Take your wife and your 2 daughters who are here. Get out right now, or you will be swept away in the destruction. When Lot still hesitated, the angel seized his hands and the hands of his wife and 2 daughters, rushed them to safety outside the city, for the Lord was merciful. When they're safely out of the city, one of the angels ordered, run for your lives and don't look back, or stop anywhere in the valley. Escape to the mountains, or you'll be swept away. Oh no, my lord, Lot begged. You have been so gracious to me and saved my life. But you have such great kindness, but I cannot go to the mountains. Disaster would catch up to me there, and I would soon die. See, there is a small village nearby. Please let me go there instead. Don't you see how small it is? Then my life will be saved. All right, the angel said. I will grant your request. I will not destroy the little village, but hurry, escape to it, for I can do nothing until you arrive there. This explains why the village was known as Zor, which means little place. Lot reached the village just as the sun was rising over the horizon, and the Lord rained down fire and draining sulfur from the sky on Sodom and Gomorrah. He utterly destroyed them, along with other cities and villages of the plain, wiping out all the people and every bit of vegetation. But Lot's wife looked back as she was following behind him, and she turned into a pillar of salt. Abraham got up early that morning and hurried out to the Lord's place, where he had stood in the Lord's presence, and looked out across the plain towards Sodom and Gomorrah, and watched as columns of smoke rose from the cities, like smoke to a furnace. But God had listened to Abraham's request and kept Lot safe, removing him from the disaster that engulfed the cities. Lot and his daughters. Afterwards, Lot left Zor because he was afraid of the people there. He wanted to live in a cave in the mountains with his 2 daughters. And one day, the older daughter said to her sister, there are no men left anywhere in this entire area, so we can't get married like everyone else. And our father will soon be too old to have children. Come, let's get him drunk with wine, and then we will have sex with him. That way we will preserve our family line through our father. So that night they got him drunk with wine, and the older daughter went in and had intercourse with her father. He was unaware of her lying down or getting up again. The next morning the older daughter said to her younger sister, I had sex with our father last night. Let's get him drunk with wine again tonight, and you go in and have sex with him. That way we will preserve our family line through our father. So that night they got him drunk with wine again, and the younger daughter went in and had intercourse with him. As before, he was unaware of her lying down or getting up. As a result, both of Lot's daughters became pregnant by their own father. When the older daughter gave birth to a son, she named him Moab, because he became the ancestor of the nation now known as the Moabites. When the daughter gave birth to a son, she named him Ben-Ammi. He became known as the ancestor of the nation now known as the Ammonites. Abraham deceives Abimelech. Abraham moved south into the Negev and lived for a while between Kadesh and Shul. He then moved on to Gerar. While living there as a foreigner, Abraham introduced his wife Sarah by saying, she is my sister. So King Abimelech Gerar sent for Sarah and had her brought to him at his palace. But that night God came to Abimelech in a dream and told him, you were a dead man, for that woman you have taken is already married. But Abimelech had not slept with her yet, so he said, Lord, will you destroy an innocent nation? Didn't Abraham tell me she is my sister? And she herself said, yes, he is my brother. I acted in complete innocence, and my hands are clean. In the dream, God responded, yes, I know you are innocent. That's why I kept you from sinning against me, and why I did not let you touch her. Now return the woman to the husband, and he will pray for you, for he is a prophet, and you will live. But if you don't return her to him, you can be sure that you and all your people will die. Abimelech got up early the next morning and quickly called out to his servants together. When he told them what had happened, the men were terrified. Then Abimelech called for Abraham. What have you done to us? He demanded. What crime have I committed that deserves treatment like this, making me and my kingdom guilty of this great sin? No one should ever do what you have done. Whatever possessed you to do such a thing? Abraham replied, I thought this is a godless place. They will want my wife and will kill me to get her. And the reality is my sister, for we both had the same father, but different mothers, and I married her. When God called me to leave my father's home and to travel from place to place, I told her, do me a favor. Wherever we go, tell the people that I am your brother. Then Abimelech took some of his sheep, goats, and cattle, male and female servants, and he presented them to Abraham. He also returned his wife Sarah to him. And Abimelech said, look over my land and choose any place where you would like to live. And he said to Sarah, look, I am giving your brother 1,000 pieces of silver in the presence of all these witnesses. This is to compensate you for any wrong I may have done to you. This will settle any claim against me, and your reputation is cleared. Then Abraham prayed to God, and God held Abimelech his wife and his female servants so they could have children. For the Lord had caused all the women to be infertile because of what had happened with Abraham's wife Sarah, the birth of Isaac. The Lord kept his word and did for Sarah exactly what he had promised. She became pregnant and she gave birth to a son for Abraham in his old age. This happened at just the time God had said it would, and Abraham named the son Isaac. 8 days after Isaac was born, Abraham circumcised him as God had commanded. Abraham was 100 years old when Isaac was born, and Sarah declared, God has brought me laughter, and all who hear about this will laugh with me. Who would have said to Abraham that Sarah would nurse a baby, and yet I have given Abraham a son in his old age. Hagar and Ishmael sent away. When Isaac grew up and was about to be weaned, Abraham prepared a huge feast to celebrate the occasion. But Sarah saw Ishmael, the son of Abraham, and her Egyptian servant Hagar making fun of her son Isaac. So she turned to Abraham and demanded, get rid of that slave woman and her son. He is not going to share the inheritance with my son. Isaac won't have it. This upset Abraham very much, because Ishmael was his son. But God told Abraham, do not be upset with the boy and your servant. Do whatever Sarah tells you. For Isaac is the son through whom your descendants will be counted. But I will also make a nation of the descendants of Hagar's son, because he is your son too. So Abraham got up early the next morning, prepared food and a container of water, and strapped them on Hagar's shoulders. Then he sent her away with their son, and she wandered aimlessly the wilderness of Beersheba. When the water was gone, she put the boy on the shade of a bush. Then she went and sat down by herself about 100 meters away. I don't want to watch the boy die, she said as she burst into tears. But God heard the boy crying, and the angel of God called to Hagar from heaven. Hagar, what is wrong? Do not be afraid. God has heard the boy crying as he lies there. Go to him, comfort him. I will make a great nation from his descendants. Then God opened Hagar's eyes, and she saw a well of water. She quickly filled her water container and gave the boy a drink. And God with the boy as he grew up in the wilderness. He became a skillful archer, and he settled in the wilderness of Paran. His mothers arranged for him to marry a woman from the land of Egypt. Abraham's covenant with Abimelech. About this time, Abimelech came with Phicol, his army commander, to visit Abraham. God is obviously with you, helping you in everything that you do, Abimelech said. Swear to me, in God's name, that you will never deceive me, my children, or any of my descendants. I have been loyal to you, so now swear to me that you will be loyal to me. You are living as a foreigner. Abraham replied, yes, I swear to it. Then Abraham complained to Abimelech about a well that Abimelech's servants had taken by force from Abraham's servants. This is the first I've heard of it, Abimelech answered. We have no idea who is responsible. You have never complained about this before. Abraham then gave some of his sheep, goats, and cattle to Abimelech, and they made a treaty. But Abraham also took 7 additional female lambs and set them off by themselves. Abimelech asked, "Why have you set these 7 apart from the others?" Abraham replied, "Please accept these 7 lambs to show your agreement that I dug this well." And he named the place Beersheba, which means well of the oath, because that was where they had sworn the oath. After making their covenant at Beersheba, Abimelech left with Phicol, the commander of his army, and they returned home to the land of the Philistines. Then Abraham planted a tamarisk tree at Beersheba, and there he worshipped the Lord, the eternal God. And Abraham lived as a foreigner in Philistine country for a long time. Abraham's faith tested. Sometime later, God tested Abraham's faith. "Abraham," God called. "Yes," he replied. "Here I am." "Take your son, your only son, yes, Isaac, whom you love so much, and go to the land of Moriah. Go and sacrifice him as a burnt offering on one of the mountains which I will show you." The next morning, Abraham got up early, saddled his donkey, and took 2 of his servants with him, along with his son Isaac. And he chopped wood for a fire for a burnt offering and set out for a place God had told him about. On the 3rd day of the journey, Abraham looked up and saw the place in the distance. "Stay here with donkey," Abraham told the servants. "The boy and I will travel a little further. We will worship there, and then we will come straight back." So Abraham placed the wood burnt offering on Isaac's shoulders, while he himself carried the fire and the knife. As the 2 of them walked on together, Isaac turned to Abraham and said, "Father." "Yes, my son." "We have the fire and the wood," the boy said, "but where is the sheep for the burnt offering?" "God will provide a sheep for the burnt offering, my son," Abraham answered, and they both walked on together. And they arrived at the place where God had told them to go. Abraham built the altar and arranged the wood in it. Then he tied his son Isaac and laid him on the altar on top of the wood. And Abraham picked up the knife to kill his son as a sacrifice. At that moment, the angel of the Lord called to him from the heaven, "Abraham, Abraham." "Yes," Abraham replied, "here I am." "Do not lay a hand on the boy," the angel said. "Do not hurt him in any way, for now I know that you truly fear God. You have not withheld from me even your son, your only son." Then Abraham looked up and saw a ram caught by its horn in a thicket. So he took the ram and sacrificed it as a burnt offering in place of his son. Abraham named the place Yahweh Yireh, which means "the Lord will provide." On the mountain of the Lord it will be provided. Then the angel of the Lord called again in Abraham from heaven. "This is what the Lord says. Because you have obeyed me and have not withheld even your son, your only son, I swear by my own name that I will certainly bless you. I will multiply your descendants beyond number, like the stars in the sky and the sand on the seashore. Your descendants will conquer the cities of their enemies, and through your descendants all the nations of earth will be blessed, because you have obeyed me." Then they returned to the servants and traveled back to Beersheba, where Abraham continued to live. Soon after this, Abraham heard that Milcah, his brother Nahor's wife, had borne Nahor 8 sons. The oldest was named Uz, the next oldest was Buz, followed by Kemuel, Kezid, Hazo, Pildash, Chipledah, and Bethuel. In addition to these 8 sons from Milcah, Nahor had 4 other children from this concubine, Remuah and Makah. The burial of Sarah. When Sarah was 127 years old, she died at Kiriath Arba, now called Hebron, in the land of Canaan. There Abraham mourned and wept for her. Then, leaving her body, he said to the Hittite elders, "Here I am, a stranger and a foreigner among you. Please sell me a piece of land so I can give my wife a proper burial." The Hittites replied to Abraham, "Listen, my lord, you are honored prince among us. Choose the finest of our tombs and bury her there. No one will refuse to help you in this way." Then Abraham bowed low before the willing Hittites and said, "Since you are willing to help me in this way, be so kind as to ask Ephron, son of Zahor, to let me buy his cave at Machpelah, down at the end of his fields. I will pay the full price in the presence of the witness, so I will have a permanent burial place for my family." Ephron was sitting there, among others. He answered Abraham, as the others listened. Speaking publicly before the hillside elders of the town, "No, my lord," he said to Abraham, "please listen to me. I will give you the field and the cave. Here in the presence of my people, I give it to you. Go and bury your dead." Abraham again bowed low before the citizens of the land, and he replied to Ephron, and then, as everyone listened, "No, listen to me. I will buy it from you. Let me pay the full price for the field, so I can bury my dead there." Ephron answered, "Abraham, my lord, please listen to me. The land is worth 400 pieces of silver, but what is that between friends? Go ahead, bury your dead." So Abraham agreed to Ephron's price, paid the amount he had suggested, 400 pieces of silver, weighed according to the market standard. The Hittite elders witnessed the transaction. So Abraham bought the plot of land belonging to Ephron and Machpelah near Mamre. This included the field itself, the cave that it was in, and all of the surrounding trees. It was transferred to Abraham at his prominent position in the presence of the Hittite elders at the city gate. Then Abraham buried his wife Sarah there in Canaan in the cave of Machpelah near Mamre, also called Hebron. So the field and the cave were transferred from the Hittites to Abraham and for use as a permanent burial place. A wife for Isaac. Abraham was now a very old man, and the Lord had blessed him in every way. One day, Abraham said to his oldest servant, the man in charge of the household, "Take an oath. By putting your hand under my thigh, swear by the Lord, God of heaven and earth, that you will not allow my son to marry one of these local Canaanite women. Go instead to my homeland, to my relatives, and find a wife there for my son Isaac." The servant asked, "But what if I can't find a young woman who is willing to travel so far from home? Should I then take Isaac there to live among your relatives in the land that you come from?" "No," Abraham responded. "Be careful, never take my son there. For the Lord, the God of heaven, who took from my father's house my native land, solemnly promised to give this land to my descendants, and he will send his angel ahead of you. He will see to it that you find a wife there, but under no circumstances are you to take my son there." So the servant took an oath, by putting his hand under the thigh of his master Abraham. He swore to follow Abraham's instructions. Then he loaded 10 of Abraham's camels with all kinds of expensive gifts from his master, and he traveled to distant Aram Naharaim. There he went to the town where Abraham's brother Nahor had settled. He made the camels kneel beside a well just outside of the town. It was evening, and the women were coming out to draw water. "O Lord, God of my master, Abraham," he prayed, "please give me success today and show unfailing love to my master, Abraham." "See, I am standing here beside this spring, and the young women of the town are coming out to draw water. This is my request. I will ask one of them, 'Please give me a drink from your jug.' If she says, 'Yes, have a drink, and I will water your camels too,' let her be the one you have selected as Isaac's wife. This is how I will know that you have shown unfailing love to my master." Before he had finished praying, he saw a young woman named Rebecca coming out of her water jug on her shoulder. She was the daughter of Bethuel, who was the son of Abraham's brother Nahor, and his wife Milcah. Rebecca was very beautiful and old enough to still be married, but she was still a virgin. She went down to the spring, filled her jug, and came up again. Running over to her, the servant said, "Please, give me a little drink of water from your jug." "Yes, my lord," she answered. "Have a drink, She quickly lowered her jug from her shoulder and gave him a drink. When she had given him a drink, she said, I'll draw water for your camels too, until they have had enough to drink. So she quickly emptied her jug into the water ring trough and ran back to the well to draw water for all of his camels. The servants watched her in silence, wondering whether or not the Lord had given him success in his mission. Then at last, when the camels had finished drinking, he took out a gold ring for her nose and 2 large gold bracelets for her wrist. Whose daughter are you? He asked. And please tell me, would you rather have any room to put us up for the night? I am the daughter of Bethuel, she replied. My grandparents are Nahor and Milcah. We have plenty of straw and feed for your camels, and we have room for your guests. The man bowed. Lo, worship the Lord. Praise the Lord, the God, master of Abraham, he said. The Lord has shown unfailing love and faithfulness to my master, for he has led me straight to my master's relatives. The young woman ran home to tell her family everything that had happened. Now Rebecca had a brother named Laban, who ran out to meet the man at the spring. He had seen the nose ring and the bracelets on his sister's wrist, and had heard Rebecca tell what the man had said. So he rushed out to the spring, where the man was still standing beside his camels. Laban said to him, Come and stay with us, you who are already blessed by the Lord. Why are you standing here, outside the town, when I have a room all ready for you, and a place prepared for the camels? So the man went home with Laban, and Laban unloaded the camels, gave him straw for their bedding, fed them, and provided water for the man and the camel drivers to wash their feet. Then food was served. But Abraham's servant said, I don't want to eat until I have told you why I have come. All right, Laban said, tell us. I am Abraham's servant, he explained, and the Lord has greatly blessed my master. He became a wealthy man. The Lord has given him flocks of sheep and goat herds of cattle, a fortune in silver and gold, and many male and female servants and camels and donkeys. When Sarah, my master's wife, was very old, she gave birth to my master's son, and my master has given him everything he owns. And my master has made me take an oath, he said, to not allow my son to marry one of these local Canaanite women. Go instead to my father's house, to my relatives, and find a wife there for my son. But I said to my master, what if I can't find a young woman who is willing to go back with me? He responded, the Lord, in whose presence I have lived, will send his angel with you and will make your mission successful. Yes, you must find a wife for my son from among my relatives, from my father's family. Then you will have fulfilled your obligation. But if you go to my relatives and they refuse to let her go with you, you will be free from my oath. So today, when I come to the spring, I prayed this prayer. O Lord God of my master Abraham, please give me success on this mission. See, I am standing here beside this spring. This is my request. When a young woman comes to draw water, I will say to her, please give me a little water, a drink from the water of your jug. If she says yes, have a drink, and I will draw water for her camels too. Let her be the one you have selected to be the wife of my master's son. Before I had finished praying, in my heart I saw Rebecca coming out with her water jug on her shoulder. She went down to the spring and drew water, so I said to her, please give me a drink. She quickly lowered her jug from her shoulder and said, yes, have a drink, and I will water your camels too. So I drank, and then she watered the camels. Then I asked, whose daughter are you? She replied, I am the daughter of Bethuel, and my grandparents are Nahor and Milcah. So I put the ring on her nose and the bracelet on her wrist. Then I bowed low and worshipped the Lord and praised the Lord of God and Master Abraham, because he had led me straight to my master's niece to be his son's wife. So tell me, will you or won't you show me unfailing love and faithfulness to my master? Please tell me yes or no, and I'll know what to do next. Then Laban and Bethuel replied, The Lord has obviously brought you here, so there is nothing we can say. Here is Rebecca. Take her and go. Yes, let her be the wife of your master's son. The Lord has directed. When Abraham's servant heard their answer, he bowed down to the ground and worshipped the Lord. Then he brought out silver and gold jewelry and clothing and presented them to Rebecca. He also gave extensive presents to her brother and mother. Then they ate their meal, and the servant and the men with him stayed there overnight. But early the next morning, Abraham's servant sent me back to my master. But we want Rebecca to stay with us at least 10 days. Her brother and mother said that she can go, but he said, don't delay me. The Lord has made my mission successful. Now send me back so I can return to my master. Well, they said, we'll call Rebecca and ask her what she thinks. So they called Rebecca. Are you willing to go with this man, they asked? And she replied, yes, I will go. So they said goodbye to Rebecca and sent her on her way with Abraham's servant and his men. The woman who had been Rebecca's childhood nurse went along with her, and they gave her this blessing as she parted. Our sister, may you become the mother of many millions. May your descendants be strong and conquer the cities of their enemies. Then Rebecca and her servant girls mounted the camel and followed the man. So Abraham's servant took Rebecca, went on his way. Meanwhile, Isaac learned who was in the Negev and returned from Bir Laharoi. One evening, as he was walking and meditating in the fields, he looked up and saw the camels coming. When Rebecca looked up and saw Isaac, she quickly dismounted from her camel. Who is that man walking through the fields to meet us? She asked the servant. And he replied, it is my master. So Rebecca covered her face with her veil. Then the servant told Isaac everything he had done. And Isaac brought Rebecca into his mother Sarah's tent, and she became his wife. He loved her deeply, and she was a special comfort to him after the death of his mother. The death of Abraham. Abraham married another wife, whose name was Keturah. She gave birth to Zimran, Jokshan, Medan, Midian, Ishbak, and Shosh. Jokshan was the father of Sheba and Dedan. Dedan's descendants were the Asurites, the Tushites, and Lemonites. Midian's sons were Ephah, Hanok, Abida, and Eldar. These were all descendants of Abraham through Keturah. Abraham gave everything he owned to his son Isaac, but before he died, he gave the gifts to the sons of his concubines and sent them off to a land in the castaway from Isaac. Abraham lived for 175 years, and he died at a ripe old age. Having lived a long and satisfying life, he breathed his last and joined his ancestors in death. His sons Isaac and Ishmael buried him in the cave of Mashpelah, near Mamre, in the field of Ephron, son of Zohar, and the Hittite. This was the field of Abraham had purchased from the Hittites, and where he buried his wife Sarah. After Abraham's death, God blessed his son Isaac, who settled near Bir Lahai-Roi in the Negev. Ishmael's descendants. This is the account of the family of Ishmael, the son of Abraham, through Hagar, Sarah's Egyptian servant. Here is a list by their names and clans of Ishmael's descendants. The oldest was Nebaioth, followed by Kedar, Abdil, Mibsam, Mishma, Dima, Masa, Hadad, Tema, Keturah, Naphish, and Kedemah. These 12 sons of Ishmael became the founders of 12 tribes named after them, listed according to the places they settled and camped. Ishmael lived for 137 years, then he breathed his last and joined his ancestors in death. Ishmael's descendants occupied the region from Havilah to Shur, which is east of Egypt in the direction of Ashur. They lived in open hostility towards all their relatives. The birth of Esau and Jacob. This is the account of the family of Isaac, the son of Abraham. When Isaac was 40, he married Rebekah, daughter of Bethuel the Armenian, from Paddan Aram, and the sister of Laban the Aramean. Isaac pleaded with the Lord on behalf of his wife because she was unable to have children. The Lord answered Isaac's prayers, and with Rebekah became pregnant with twins. But the two children struggled with each other in her womb. So she went to ask the Lord about it. Why is this happening to me? She asked. And the Lord told her, the sons in your womb will become two nations. From the very beginning, two nations will be rivals. One nation will be stronger than the other. Your older son will serve your younger son. When the time came to give birth, Rebekah discovered that she did indeed have twins. The first one was very red at birth and covered with their hair like a fur coat, so they named him Esau. Then the other twin was born with his hand grasping Esau's heel, so they named him Jacob. Isaac was 60 years old when the twins were born. Esau sells his birthright. As the boys grew up, Esau became a skillful hunter. He was an outdoorsman, but Jacob had quite a temperament, preferring to stay at home. Isaac loved Esau because he enjoyed eating the wild game Esau brought home, but Rebekah loved Jacob. One day, when Jacob was cooking some stew, Esau arrived home from the wilderness, exhausted and hungry. Esau said to Jacob, I'm starving. Give me some of that red stew. This is how Esau got his other name, Edom, which means red. All right, Jacob replied, but trade me your rights as the firstborn son. Look, I'm dying of starvation, said Esau. What good is my birthright to you now? But Jacob said, first you must swear that your birthright is mine. So Esau swore an oath, thereby selling all his rights as the firstborn to his brother Jacob. Then Jacob gave Esau some bread and lentil stew. Esau ate the meal, then got up and left. He showed contempt for his rights as the firstborn. Isaac deceives Abimelech. A severe famine now struck the land, as had happened before in Abraham's time. So Isaac moved to Gerar, where Abimelech, the king of the Philistines, lived. The Lord appeared to Isaac and said, do not go down to Egypt, but do as I tell you. Live here as a foreigner in this land, and I will be with you and bless you. I hereby confirm that I will give all of these lands to you and your descendants, just as I saw they promised Abraham your father, and I will cause your descendants to become as numerous as the stars of the sky. And I will give them all these lands, and through your descendants all the nations of the earth will be blessed. I will do this because Abraham listened to me and obeyed all my requirements and commands, decrees, and instructions. So Isaac stayed in Gerar. When the men who lived there asked Isaac about his wife Rebekah, he said, she is my sister. He was afraid to say, she is my wife, he thought. They will kill me to get her because she is so beautiful. But sometime later, Abimelech, king of the Philistines, looked out his window and saw Isaac caressing Rebekah. Immediately, Abimelech called for Isaac and exclaimed, she is obviously your wife. Why did you say she was my sister? Because I was afraid someone would kill me to get her from me, Isaac replied. How could you do this to us? Abimelech exclaimed. One of my people might have easily taken your wife and slept with her. You would have made us guilty of a great sin. Then Abimelech issued a public proclamation. Anyone who touches this man or his wife will be put to death. When Isaac planted his crops that year, he harvested 100 times more grain than he had planted, for the Lord had blessed him. He became a very rich man, and his wealth continued to grow. He acquired so many flocks of sheep and goats, herd of cattle and servants, that the Philistines became jealous of him. So the Philistines filled up all of Isaac's wells with earth. So there were the wells who had been dug by the servants of his father, Abraham. Finally, Abimelech ordered Isaac to leave the country. Go somewhere else. He said, you have become too powerful. So Isaac moved away to the Gerar Valley, where he set up their tents and settled down. He reopened the wells his father had dug, what the Philistines had filled in after Abraham's death, Isaac also restored the names Abraham had given them. Isaac's servants also dug in the Gerar Valley and discovered a well of fresh water. But then the shepherds from Gerar came and claimed the spring. "This is our water," they said. And so they argued over it with Isaac's herdsmen. So Isaac named the well Desek, which means argument. Isaac's men then dug another well, but again there was a dispute over it. So Isaac named it Sitnah, which means hostility. Abandoning that one, Isaac moved on and dug another well. This time there was no dispute over it, so Isaac named the place Rehoboth, which means open space. For he said, "At last, the Lord had created enough space for us to prosper in this land." From there, Isaac moved to Beersheba, where the Lord appeared to him on the night of his arrival. "I am the God of your father Abraham," he said. "Do not be afraid, for I am with you and will bless you. I will multiply your descendants, and they will become a great nation. I will do this because of my promise to Abraham, my servant." Then Isaac built an altar there and worshipped the Lord. He set up his camp at that place, and his servants dug another well. Isaac's covenant with Abimelech. One day, King Abimelech came from Gerar with his advisor, Azasuth, and also Phicol, his army commander. "Why have you come here?" Isaac asked. "You obviously hate me since you kicked me off your land." They replied, "We can plainly see that the Lord is with you, so we want to enter into a sworn treaty with you. Let's make a covenant. Swear that you will not harm us, just as we have never troubled you. We have always treated you well. We send you away from us in peace. And now look, the Lord has blessed you." So Isaac prepared a covenant feast to celebrate the treaty, and they ate and drank together. Early the next morning they each took a solemn oath not to interfere with each other. Then Isaac sent them home again, and they left him in peace. That very day, Isaac's servants came and told him about a new well they had dug. "We found water," they exclaimed. So Isaac named the well Shebar, which meant oath. And to this day, the town that grew up there is called Beersheba, which means the well of the oath. At the age of 40, Esau married two Hittite wives, Judith, and the daughter of Beri, and Basmath, the daughter of Elon. But Esau's wives made life miserable for Isaac and Rebekah. Jacob steals Esau's blessing. One day, when Isaac was old and turning blind, he called for Esau, his oldest son. He said, "My son." "Yes, father," Esau replied. "I am now an old man," Isaac said, "and I don't know when I may die. Take your bow and quiver full of arrows, and go out into the open country and hunt some wild game for me. Prepare my favorite dish." But Rebekah overheard what Isaac said to his son. So when Esau left to hunt for the wild game, she said to her son Jacob, "Listen, I overheard your father say to Esau, 'Bring me some wild game and prepare me a delicious meal. Then I will bless you in the Lord's presence before I die. Now, my son, listen to me. Do exactly as I tell you. Go out to the flocks and bring me 2 fine young goats. I'll use them to prepare your father's favorite dish. Then take the food to your father so he can eat it and bless you before he dies.'" "But look," Jacob replied to Rebekah, "my brother Esau is a hairy man. My skin is smooth. What if my father touches me? He will see that I am trying to trick him, and then he will curse me instead of blessing me." But his mother replied, "Then let the curse fall on me, my son. Just do what I tell you. Go out and get the goats for me." So Jacob went out and got the young goats for his mother. Rebekah took them and prepared them in a delicious meal, just the way Isaac liked it. Then she took Esau's favorite clothes, which were in the house, and gave them to her younger son Jacob. She covered his arms and the smooth part of his neck with the skin of the young goats, and then she gave Jacob the delicious meal, including freshly baked bread. So Jacob took the food to his father. "My father," he said. "Yes, my son," Isaac answered. "Who are you, Esau or Jacob?" Jacob replied, "It's Esau, your firstborn son. I've done as you told me. Here is the wild game. Now sit up and eat it, so you can give me your blessing." Isaac asked, "How did you find it so quickly, my son?" "The Lord God put it in my path," Jacob replied. Then Isaac said to Jacob, "Come closer so I can touch you and make sure that it's really you, Esau." So Jacob went closer to his father. Isaac touched him, The voice is Jacob's, but the hands are Esau's, Isaac said. But he did not recognize Jacob, because Jacob's hand felt so hairy, just like Esau's. So Isaac prepared to bless Jacob. But are you really my son, Esau? He asked. Yes, I am, Jacob replied. And Isaac said, Now, my son, bring me the wild game, let me eat it, then I will give you my blessing. So Jacob took the food to his father. Isaac ate it. He also drank the wine that Jacob served him. Then Isaac said to Jacob, Please come a little closer and kiss me, my son. So Jacob went over and kissed him. And when Isaac caught the smell of his clothes, he was finally convinced and blessed his son. He said, the smell of my son is like the smell of the outdoors, which the Lord has blessed. From the new dew of heaven, from the richness of the earth, may God always give you abundant harvest of grain and bountiful new wine. May many nations become your servants, and may they bow down to you. May you be the master over your brothers, and may your sons bow down to you. And all who curse you will be cursed, and all who bless you will be blessed. As soon as Isaac had finished blessing Jacob, and almost before Jacob had left his father, Esau returned from his hunt. Esau prepared a delicious meal and brought it to his father. Then he said, Sit up, my father, and eat my wild game so you can give me your blessing. But Isaac asking him, Who are you? Esau replied, It's your son, your firstborn son Esau. Isaac began to tremble uncontrollably and said, Then who has just served me wild game? I have already eaten it, and I blessed him before you came, and that blessing must stand. When Esau heard his father's word, he let out a loud and bitter cry. Oh, my father, what about me? Bless me too, he begged. But Isaac said, Your brother was here, he tricked me. He has taken away your blessing. Esau exclaimed, No wonder his name is Jacob. Now he has cheated me twice. First he took my rights as the firstborn, now he has stolen my blessing. Oh, haven't you saved even one blessing from me? Isaac said to Esau, Even made Jacob your master, and have declared that all his brothers will be his servants. I have guaranteed him an abundance of grain and wine. What is left for me to give you, my son? Esau pleaded, But do you have only one blessing? Oh, my father, bless me too. Then Esau broke down and wept. Finally, his father Isaac had said to him, You will live away from the richness of the earth, and away from the dew of the heaven above. You will live by your sword, and you will serve your brother. But when you decide to break free, you will shake his yoke from your neck. Jacob flees to Padanaram. From that time on, Esau hated Jacob, because their father had given Jacob the blessing. In the sound, Esau began to scheme, I will soon be mourning my father's death. Then I will kill my brother Jacob. But Rebekah heard about Esau's plan, so she sent about for Jacob and told him, Listen, Esau is consoling himself by plotting to kill you. So listen carefully, my son. Get ready to flee to my brother Laban in Haran. Stay there with him until your brother cools off. When he comes down and forgets what you have done to him, I will send for you to come back. Why should I lose both of you in one day? Then Rebekah said to Isaac, I'm sick and tired of these local Hittite women. I would rather die and see Jacob marry one. So Isaac called for Jacob, blessed him, and said, You must not marry any of these Canaanite women. Instead, go at once to Padan Haran, to the house of your grandfather Bethuel, and marry one of your uncle Laban's daughters. May God Almighty bless you and give you many children, and may your descendants multiply and become many nations. May God pass on to you your descendants and blessings He promised to Abraham. May you own this land, where you are now living as a foreigner, for God gave this land to Abraham. So Isaac sent Jacob away, and he went to Padan Aram to stay with his uncle Laban, his mother brother the son of Bethuel, and Aramean. Esau knew that his father Isaac had blessed Jacob and sent him to Padan Haran to find a wife. And then he had warned Jacob, You must not marry a Canaanite woman. He also knew that Jacob had obeyed his parents and gone to Padan Aram. It was now very clear to Esau that his father did not like the local Canaanite woman. So Esau visited his uncle Ishmael's family and married one of Ishmael's daughters. In addition to the wives he already had, his new wife's name was Mahalath. She was the sister of a Nebaioth and the daughter of an Ishmael, Abraham's son. Jacob's dream at Bethel. Meanwhile, Jacob left Beersheba and traveled towards Haran. At sunset, he arrived at a good place to set up camp and stopped there for the night. Jacob found a stone to rest his head against and lay down to sleep. As he slept, he dreamed of the stairway that reached from earth up to heaven, and he saw the angels of God going up and down the stairway. At the top of the stairway stood the Lord, and he said, I am the Lord, the God of your grandfather Abraham, and the God of your father Isaac. The ground you are lying on belongs to you. I am giving it to you and your descendants. Your descendants will be as numerous as the dust of the earth, and will spread out in all different directions, to the west, to the east, north, and to the south, and all the families of the earth will be blessed through you and your descendants. What's more, I am with you, and I will protect you wherever you go. One day I will bring you back to this land. I will not leave until you have finished giving you everything I promised you. Then Jacob woke from his deep sleep and said, Surely the Lord is in place, and I wasn't even aware of it. But he was also afraid and said, What an awesome place this is! It is none other than the house of God. That is the very next gateway to heaven. The next morning, Jacob got up very early, took the stone he had rested his head against, and he set it upright as a memorial pillar. Then he poured olive oil over it. He named that place Bethel, which means the house of God, although it was previously called Luz. And Jacob made this vow. If God will indeed be with me and protect me on this journey, and if he will provide me with food and clothing, and if I return safely to my father's home, then the Lord will certainly be my God, and this memorial pillar I have set up will become a place for worshipping God, and I will present to God a tenth of everything he gives me. Jacob arrives at Padan Aram. Then Jacob hurried on, finally arriving in the land of the east. He saw a well in the distance, 3 flocks of sheep and goats laying in an open field beside it, waiting to be watered, but a heavy stone covered the mouth of the well. It has the custom there to wait for all the flocks to arrive before removing the stone and watering the animals. Afterwards, the stone would be replaced back over the mouth of the well. Jacob went over to the shepherds and asked, Where are you from, my friends? Do you know a man there named Laban, the grandson of Nahor? He asked. Yes, we do, they replied. Is he doing well? Jacob asked. Yes, he's well, they answered. Look, here comes his daughter Rachel with the flock now. Jacob said, Look, it's still broad daylight, too early to round up the animals. Why don't you water the sheep and goats so they can get back out to the pasture? We can't have the animals until all the flocks have arrived, they replied. Then the shepherds moved the stone from the mouth of the well and drew water all the sheep and goats. Jacob was still talking with them when Rachel arrived with her father's flock. She was a shepherd. And because Rachel was his cousin, the daughter of Laban, his mother's brother, and because the sheep and goats belonged to his uncle Laban, Jacob went over to the well and moved the stone from its mouth and watered his uncle's flock. Then Jacob kissed Rachel and wept aloud. He explained to Rachel that he was her cousin on her father's side, the son of her aunt Rebekah. So Rachel quickly ran and told her father Laban. As soon as Laban heard that his nephew Jacob had arrived, he ran out to meet him. He embraced and kissed him and brought him home. When Jacob had told him his story, Laban exclaimed, You really are my own flesh and blood. Jacob marries Leah and Rachel. After Jacob had stayed with Laban for about a month, Laban said to him, You shouldn't work for me without pay because we are relatives. Tell me how much your wages should be. Now Laban had two daughters. The older daughter was named Leah, and the younger one was Rachel. There was no sparkle in Leah's eyes, but Rachel had a beautiful figure and a lovely face. Since Jacob was in love with Rachel, he told her father, "I'll work for you for 7 years if you give me Rachel, your youngest daughter, as my wife." "Agreed," Laban replied. "I'd rather give her to you than to anyone else. Stay and work with me." So Jacob worked 7 years to pay for Rachel, but his love for her was so strong that it seemed to him but a few days. Finally, the time came for him to marry her. "I have fulfilled my agreement," Jacob said to Laban. "Now give me my wife so I can sleep with her." So Laban invited everyone from the neighborhood and prepared a wedding feast. But that night, when it was dark, Laban took Leah to Jacob, and he slept with her, Laban giving Leah a servant Zilpah to be her maid. And when Jacob woke up in the morning, it was Leah. "What have you done to me?" Jacob raged. "I worked 7 years for Rachel. Why have you tricked me?" "It's not our custom here to marry off a younger daughter out of the firstborn," Laban replied. "But wait until the bridal week is over. Then we'll give you Rachel too, provided you promise to work for another 7 years." So Jacob agreed to work 7 years more. A week later, Jacob had married Leah. Laban had gave him Rachel too. Laban gave Rachel a servant Bilhah to be her maid. So Jacob slept with Rachel too, and he loved her much more than Leah. He then stayed and worked for Laban for the additional 7 years. Jacob's many children. When the Lord saw that Leah was unloved, he enabled her to have children, but Rachel could not conceive. So Leah became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She named him Reuben, for she said, "The Lord has noticed my misery, and now my husband will love me." She soon became pregnant again and gave birth to another son. She named him Samoan. "The Lord heard that I was unloved and has given me another son." Then she became pregnant the third time and gave birth to another son. He was named Levi. For she said, "Surely this time my husband will feel affection for me, since I have given him 3 sons." Once again, Leah became pregnant and gave birth to another son. She named him Judah. For she said, "Now I will praise the Lord." And then she stopped having children. For when Rachel saw that she wasn't having any children for Jacob, she became jealous of her sister. She pleaded with Jacob, "Give me children or I'll die." Then Jacob became furious with Rachel. "Am I God?" he asked. "He's the one who has kept you from having children." Then Rachel told him, "Take my maid Bilhah and sleep with her. She will bear children for me, and through her I can have a family too." So Rachel gave her servant Bilhah to Jacob as a wife, and he slept with her. Bilhah became pregnant and presented him with a son. Rachel named him Dan, for she said, "God has vindicated me and has heard my request and given me a son." Then Bilhah became pregnant again and gave Jacob a second son. Rachel named him Naphtali, for she said, "I have struggled hard with my sister in her winning." Meanwhile, Leah realized that she wasn't getting pregnant anymore, so she took her servant Zilpah and gave her to Jacob as a wife. Soon Zilpah presented him with a son. Leah named him Gad, for she said, "How fortunate I am." Then Zilpah gave Jacob a second son, and Leah named him Asher, for she said, "What joy is mine. Now the other women will celebrate with me one day." Rachel begged Leah, "Please give me some of your son's mandrakes." But Leah angrily replied, "Wasn't it enough that you stole my son's mandrakes too?" Rachel answered, "I will let Jacob sleep with you tonight if you give me some of the mandrakes." So that evening, as Jacob was coming home from the fields, Leah went out to meet him. "You must come home and sleep with me tonight," she said. "I have paid for you with some mandrakes that my son found." So that night, he slept with Leah, and God answered Leah's prayers. She became pregnant again and gave birth to a fifth son for Jacob. She named him Zashar, for she said, "God has rewarded me for giving my servant to my husband as a wife." Then Leah became pregnant again and gave birth to a sixth son for Jacob. She named him Zebulun, for she said, God has given me a good reward. Now my husband will treat me with respect, for I have given him six sons. Later she gave birth to a daughter named Dinah, and God remembered Rachel's plight and answered her prayers. By enabling her to have children, she became pregnant and gave birth to a son. God has removed my disgrace, she said, and she named him Joseph. For she said, may the Lord add yet another son to my family. Jacob's wealth increases. Soon after Rachel had given birth to Joseph, Jacob said to Laban, please release me so I can go home to my country. Let me take my wives and children, for I have earned them by serving you. Let me be on my way. You certainly know how hard I have worked for you. Please listen to me, Laban replied. I have become wealthy, for the Lord has blessed me because of you. Tell me how much I owe you. Whatever it is, I will pay it. Jacob replied, you know how hard I've worked for you, and how your flocks and herds have grown under my care. You had little indeed before I come, but your wealth has increased enormously. The Lord has blessed you through everything I have done. But now, what about me? Where can I start providing for my own family? What wages do you want? Laban asked again. Jacob replied, don't give me anything. Just do this one thing, and I'll continue to tend and watch over your flocks. Let me inspect your flocks today and remove all the sheep and goats that are speckled or spotted, along with all the black sheep. Give these to me as my wages. In the future, when you check on the animals you have given me as my wages, you'll see that I have been honest. If you find in my flocks any goats without speckles or spots, or any sheep that are not black, you will know that I have stolen them from you. All right, Laban replied. It will be as you say. But that very day Laban went out and removed the male goats that were streaked and spotted. All the female goats that were shackled and spotted all had white patches, and all the black sheep. He placed them in the care of his own sons, who took them 3 days' journey where Jacob was. Meanwhile, Jacob stayed and cared for the rest of Laban's flock. Then Jacob took some fresh branches from the most popular almond and plane trees and peeled off strips of bark, making white streaks on them. Then he placed these peeled branches in the watering troughs where the flocks came to drink, and that was where they mated. And when they mated in front of the white streaked branches, they gave birth to young that were streaked, speckled, and spotted. Jacob separated those lambs from Laban's flock, and at mating time, he turned the flock to face Laban's animals that were streaked or black. This is how he built his own flock instead of increasing Laban's. Whenever the stronger females were ready to mate, Jacob would place peeled branches in the watering troughs in front of them. Then they would mate in front of the branches, but he didn't do this with the weaker ones, so the weaker lambs belonged in Laban, and the stronger ones were Jacob's. As a result, Jacob became very wealthy with large flocks of sheep and goats, and female and male servants, and many camels and donkeys. Jacob flees from Laban. But Jacob soon learned that Laban's sons were grumbling about him. Jacob has robbed our father of everything, they said. He has gained all his wealth at our father's expense. And Jacob began to notice a change in Laban's attitude towards him. Then the Lord said to Jacob, return to the land of your father and the grandfather, and to your relatives there, and I will be with you. So Jacob called Rachel and Leah out to the field where he was watching his flock. He said to them, I have noticed that your father's attitude towards me has changed, but the God of my father has been with me. You know how hard I have worked for your father, but he has cheated me, changing my wages 10 times. But God has not allowed him to do me any of the harm. For if he said that the speckled animals would be your wages, the whole flock began to reproduce speckled young. And when he changed his mind and said, the striped animals will be your wages, then the whole flock produced striped young. In this way, God has taken your father's animals and given them to me. One time, during the mating season, I had a dream and saw that the male goats mating with the females were streaked, speckled, and spots. Then in my dream, the angel of God said to me, Jacob, and I replied, Yes, here I am. The angel said, Look up, and you will see that only the streaked, speckled, and spotted males are mating with the females of all your flock. For I have seen how Laban has treated you. I am the God who appeared to you at Bethel, the place you were anointed, the pillar and stone, and made you vow to me. Now get ready to leave this country and return to the land of your birth. Rachel and Leah responded, That's fine with us. We won't inherit any of our father's wealth anyway. He has reduced our right to those of foreign women, and after he sold us, he wasted the money you paid him for us. All the wealth God has given you from our father legally belongs to us and our children. So go ahead and do whatever God has told you. So Jacob put his wives and his children on camels, and he drove all of his livestock in front of him. He packed all the belongings he had acquired in the Padan Aram and set out for the land of the Canaan, where his father Isaac lived. At the time they left, Laban was some distance away, shearing his sheep. Rachel stole her father's house idols and took them with her. Jacob outwitted Laban the Aramean, for they set out secretly and never told Laban they were leaving. So Jacob took all his possessions with him and crossed the river Euphrates, heading for the hill country of Gilead. Laban pursues Jacob. 3 days later, Laban was told that Jacob had fled, so he gathered a group of his relatives and set out in hot pursuit. He caught up with Jacob 7 days later in the half country of Gilead. But the previous night, God had appeared to Laban, the Aramean, in a dream and told him, I'm warning you, leave Jacob alone. Laban caught up with Jacob as he was camped in the hill country of Gilead, and he set up his camp not far from Jacob's. What do you mean by deceiving me like this? Laban demanded. How dare you drag my daughters away like prisoners of war? What did you slip away secretly? Why did you deceive me? And why didn't you say you wanted to leave? I would have given you a farewell feast with singing and music accompanied by tambourines and harps. Why didn't you let me kiss my daughters and say goodbye to them? You have acted very foolishly. I could destroy you, but the God of your father appeared to me last night and warned me. Leave Jacob alone. I can understand your feeling that you must go, and your intense longing that you must go to your father's home. But why have you stolen my gods? I rushed away because I was afraid, Jacob answered. I thought you would take your daughters from me by force. But as for your gods, see if you can find them, and let the person who has taken them die. And if you find anything else that belongs to you, identify it before all these relatives of ours, and I will give it back. But Jacob did not know that Rachel had stolen the household idols. Laban went first into Jacob's tent to search, then into Leah's, and then into the tents of the two servant wives, but he found nothing. Finally, he went into Rachel's tent. Rachel had taken the household items and hidden them in her camel's huddle. Now she was sitting on them. When Laban had thoroughly searched her tent without finding them, she said to her father, Please, sir, forgive me when I get up for you. I'm having my monthly period. So Laban continued his search, but he could not find the household idols. Then Jacob became very angry and challenged Laban. What is my crime? He demanded. What have I done wrong to make you chase after me as though I were a criminal? Now show me that what you found that belongs to you. Set it out here in front of us where our relatives, for all of us to see. Let them judge between us. For 20 years I have been with you, caring for your flocks. In all that time, your sheep and goats never miscarried. In all those years, I have never used a single ram of yours for food. If any were attacked and killed by wild animals, I never showed you the carcass and asked you to reduce the count of your flock. No, I took the loss myself. You made me pay every stolen animal, whether it was taken in broad daylight or in the dark night. I worked for you through the scorching heat of the day and through cold sleepless nights. Yes, for 20 years I slaved in your house, and I worked for 14 years owning your 2 daughters, and then 6 more years for your flock, and then you changed my wages 10 times. In fact, if the God my father had not been on my side, the God of Abraham and the fearsome God of Isaac, you would have sent me away empty-handed. But God has seen your abuse and my hard work. Let us hear why he appeared to you last night and rebuked you. Jacob's treaty with Laban. Then Laban replied to Jacob, These women are my daughters, these children are my grandchildren, and these flocks are my flocks. In fact, everything you see is mine. What can I do now about my daughters and the children? So come, let's make a covenant, you and I, and it will be a witness to our commitment. So Jacob took a stone and set it up as a monument. He told his family members, Gather some stones, so they gathered stones and piled them in a heap. Then Jacob and Laban sat down beside the pile of stones to eat a covenant meal. To commemorate the event, Laban called the place Yuga Sadutha, which means witness pile in Aramaic, and Jacob called it Galid, which means witness pile in Hebrew. Then Laban declared, This pile of stones will stand as a witness to remind us of the covenant we have made today. This explains why it was called Galid, witness pile, but is also mitzvah, which means watchtower. For Laban said, May the Lord keep watch between us to make sure we keep this covenant when we are out of each other's sight. If you mistreat my daughters, or if you marry other wives, God will see it, even if no one else does. He is a witness to this covenant between us. See this pile of stones, Laban continued, and see this monument I have set between us. They stand between us as a witness of our vows. I will never pass this pile of stones to harm you, and you must never pass these stones or this monument to harm me. I call on the God of our ancestors, the God of your grandfather Abraham, and the God of my grandfather Nahor, to serve as a judge between us. So Jacob took an oath before the fearsome God and his father Isaac to respect the boundary line. Then Jacob offered sacrifice to God there on the mountain and invited everyone to a covenant feast. After they had eaten, they spent the night on the mountain. Ben got up early the next morning and he kissed his grandchildren, and his daughters kissed and blessed them. Then he left and returned home. As Jacob started on his way again, angels of God came to meet him. When Jacob saw them, he exclaimed, This is God's camp. So he named the place Mahanaim. Jacob sends gifts to Esau. Then Jacob sent messengers ahead to his brother Esau, who was living in the region Seir in the land of Edom. He told them, Give this message to my master Esau, humble greetings from your servant Jacob. Until now I have been living with Uncle Laban, and now I own cattle, donkeys, flocks of sheep and goats, and many servants, both men and women. I have sent these messages to inform my lord of my coming, hoping that you will be friendly to me. After delivering the messengers returned to Jacob and reported, We met your brother Esau, and he is already on his way to meet you, with an army of 400 men. Jacob was terrified at the news. He divided his household, along with the flocks and herds of camels, into two groups. He thought if Esau meets one group and attacks it, perhaps the other group can escape. Then Jacob prayed, O God of my grandfather Abraham, and God of my father Isaac, O Lord, you told me, return your own land and your relatives, and you promised me I will treat you kindly. I am not worthy of all the unfailing me, your servant. When I left home and crossed the river Jordan, I owned nothing except a walking stick. Now my household fills two large camps. O Lord, please rescue me from the hand of my brother Esau. I am afraid that he is coming to attack me, along with my wife and children. But you promised me, I will surely treat you kindly, and I will multiply your descendants until they become as numerous as the sands along the seashore, too many to count. Jacob stayed where he was for the night. Then he selected these gifts from his possessions to present to his brother Esau: 200 female goats, 20 male goats, 200 ewes, 20 rams, 30 female camels with their young, 40 cows, 10 bulls, 20 female donkeys, and 10 male donkeys. He divided these animals into herds and assigned each different servants. And he told his servants, Go ahead of me with the animals, but keep some distance between the herds. He gave these instructions to the men leading the first group. When my brother Hussein meets you, he will ask, "Whose servants are you? Where are you going? Who owns these animals?" You must reply, "They belong to your servant Jacob. But look, they are a gift from his master Esau. Look, he is coming right behind us." Jacob gave the same instructions to the second and third herdsmen, and to all those who follow behind the herds. You must say the same thing to Esau when you meet him, and be sure to say, "Look, your servant Jacob is right behind us." Jacob gave the same instruction to the second and third herdsmen, and to all who followed behind the herds. You must say the same thing to Esau when you meet him. Be sure to say, "Look, your servant Jacob is right behind us." Jacob thought, "I will try to appease him by sending gifts ahead of me. I will try when I see him in person. Perhaps he will be friendly to me." So the gifts were sent on ahead, while Jacob himself spent the night in the camp. Jacob wrestles with God. During the night, Jacob got up and took his two wives, his two servant wives, and his 11 sons, and crossed the river Jabbok with them. After taking them to the other side, he sent over all his possessions. This left Jacob all alone in the camp, and the men came and wrestled with him until the dawn began to break. All right, that's another 5-minute break. Guys, thank you so much for your support. I will be back. This left Jacob all alone in the camp, and a man came and wrestled with him until the dawn began to break. When the man saw that he would not win the match, he touched Jacob's hip and wrenched it out of its socket. Then the man said, "Let me go, for the dawn is breaking." But Jacob said, "I will not let you go unless you bless me." "What is your name?" the man asked. He replied, "Jacob." "Your name will no longer be Jacob," the man told him. "From now on you will be called Israel, because you have fought with God and with men and have won." "Please tell me your name," Jacob said. "Why do you want to know my name?" the man replied. Then he blessed Jacob there. Jacob named the place of Peniel, which means face of God, for he said, "I have seen God face to face, and yet my life has been spared." The sun was rising as Jacob left Peniel. He was limping because of the injury to his hip. Even today, the people of Israel don't eat the tendon near the hip socket because of what happened that night when the man strained the tendon of Jacob's hip. Jacob and Esau make peace, and Jacob looked up and saw Esau was coming with 400 men. So he divided the children among Leah, Rachel, and his 2 servant wives. He put the servant wives and their children at the front, Leah and her children next, and Rachel and Joseph was last. Then Jacob went on ahead. As he approached his brother, he bowed to the ground 7 times before him. Then Esau ran to meet him and embraced him, threw his arms around his neck, and kissed him, and they both wept. And Esau looked at the women and children and asked, "Who are these people with you?" "These are the children of God, has graciously given to me, your servant Jacob," he replied. Then the servant wives came forward with their children and bowed before him. Next came Leah with her children, and they bowed before him. Finally, Joseph and Rachel came forward and bowed before him. "And that was where all the flocks and herds I met as I come?" Esau asked. Jacob replied, "They are my gift, my lord, to ensure your friendship." "My brother, I have plenty," Esau answered. "Keep what you have for yourself." But Jacob insisted, "No, if I have found favor with you, please accept this gift from me. And what a relief to see your friendly smile. It is like seeing the face of a god. Please take this gift I have brought for you, for God has been very gracious to me. I have more than enough." And because Jacob insisted, Esau finally accepted the gift. "Well," Esau said, "let's be going. I will lead the way." But Jacob replied, "You can see, my lord, that some of the children are very young, and the flocks and herds have their young too. But if they are driven too hard, even for one day, all the animals could die. Please, my lord, go ahead of your servant. We will follow slowly, at a pace that is comfortable for the livestock, and the children I will meet you at Seir." "All right," said Esau, "but at least let me assign some of my men to guide and protect you." Jacob responded, "That's not necessary. It's enough that you've received me warmly, my lord." So Esau turned around and started back to Seir that same day. Jacob, on the other hand, traveled to Succoth. There he built himself a house and made shelters for his livestock. That is why the place was named Succoth, which means shelters. Later, having traveled all the way from Paddan Aram, Jacob arrived safely at the town of Shechem in the land of Canaan. There he set up camp outside the town. Jacob bought the plot of land where he camped from the family of Hamor, the father of Shechem, for 100 pieces of silver, and there he built an altar and named it El Eloah Israel, revenge against Shechem. One day, Dinah, the daughter of Jacob, and Leah went to visit some of the young women who lived in the area. But when the local prince, Shechem, son of Hamor the Hivite, saw Dinah, he seized her and raped her. But then he fell in love with her, and he tried to win her affection with tender words. He said to his father Hamor, "Give me this young girl. I want to marry her." Soon Jacob heard that Shechem had defiled his daughter, Dinah. But soon, since his sons were out in the fields herding his livestock, he said nothing until they returned. Hamor, Shechem's father, came to discuss the matter with Jacob, meaning While Jacob's sons had come in from the field, as soon as they heard what had happened, they were shocked and furious that their sister had been raped. Shechem had done a disgraceful thing against Jacob's family, something that should never have been done. Hamor tried to speak with Jacob and his sons. My son Shechem is truly in love with your daughter, he said. Please let him marry her. In fact, let's arrange other marriages too. You give us your daughter for our sons, and we will give you our daughters for your sons, and you may live among us. The land is open to you. Settle here and trade with us, and feel free to buy property in the area. Then Sachem himself spoke to Dina's father and brothers. Please be kind to me, and let me marry her, he begged. We will give you whatever you ask. No matter what dowry or gift you demand, I will gladly pay it. Just give me the girl as my wife. But since Sachem had defiled their sister, Dinah, Jacob's sons responded too deceitfully to Sachem and his father Hamor. They said to them, We couldn't possibly allow this because you're not circumcised. It would be a disgrace for our sister to marry a man like you. But here is the solution. If every man among you are circumcised as we are, then we will give you our daughters, and we'll take your daughters for ourselves. We will live among you and become one people. But if you don't agree, we will take her and be on our way. Hamor and his son Sachem agreed to their proposal. Sachem was wasting no time in acting on this request, for he wanted Jacob's daughter desperately. Sachem was a highly respected member of his family, and he went with his father Hamor to the peasant this proposal to the leaders at the town gate. These men are our friends, they said. Let's invite them to live here amongst us, to trade freely. Look at the land, it's large enough to hold them. We can take their daughters as wives and let them marry ours, but they will consider staying here and becoming one people with us, only if all of our men are circumcised, just as they are. But if we do this, all their livestock and possessions will eventually be ours. Come, let's agree to the terms and let them settle here amongst us. So all the men in the town council agreed with Hamor and Sachem that every male in the town was circumcised, but 3 days later, when their wounds were still sore, 2 of Jacob's sons, Simon and Levi, who were Dinah's full brothers, took their swords and entered the town without opposition. Then they slaughtered every male there, including Hamor and his son Shechem. They killed them with their swords, then took Dinah from their Shechem's house and returned to their camp. Meanwhile, the rest of Jacob's sons arrived. Finding the men slaughtered, they plundered the town because their sister had been defiled there. They seized all the flocks and herds and donkeys, everything they could lay their hands on, both inside the town and outside in the fields. They looted all their wealth and plundered their houses. They also took all their little children and wives and led them away as captives. Afterwards, Jacob said to Simon and Levi, You have ruined me. You have made me stink amongst all the people of this land, among all the Canaanites and Perizzites. We are so few that they will join forces and crush us. I will be ruined, and my entire household will be wiped out. But why should we let him treat our sister like a prostitute? They retorted angrily. Jacob's return to Bethel. Then God said to Jacob, Get ready and move to Bethel and settle there. Build an altar there to God who appeared to you when you fled from your brother Esau. So Jacob told everyone in his household, Get rid of all your pagan idols, purify yourself, put on clean clothing. We are now going to Bethel, where I will build an altar to the gods who answered my prayers when I was in distress. He has been with me wherever I have gone. So they gave Jacob all their pagan idols and earrings, and he buried them under a great tree near Shechem. As they set out a terror, God spread over the people in the towns of that area, so no one attacked Jacob's family. Eventually, Jacob and his household arrived at Luz, also called Bethel, in Canaan. Jacob built an altar there and named the place El Bethel, which means God of Bethel, because God had appeared to him there when he was fleeing from his brother Esau. Soon after this, Rebekah's old nurse, Deborah, died. She was buried beneath the oak tree in the valley below Bethel. Ever since, the tree has been called Alon Dakoth, which means Oak of Weeping. Now that Jacob had returned from Padan Aram, God appeared to him again at Bethel. God blessed him, saying, "Your name is Jacob, but you will not be called Jacob any longer. From now on, your name will be Israel." So God renamed him Israel. And God said, "I am El Shaddai, God Almighty. Be fruitful and multiply. You will become a great nation. Even many nations, kings will be amongst your descendants, and I will give you the land I once gave to Abraham and Isaac. Yes, I will give it to you and your descendants after you." And God went up to the place where he had spoken to Jacob. Jacob set up a stone pillar to mark the place where God had spoken to him. Then he poured wine over it as an offering to God and anointed the pillar with olive oil. And Jacob named the place Bethel, which means house of God, because God had spoken to him there. The death of Rachel and Isaac. Leaving Bethel, Jacob and his clan moved on towards Ephrath, but Rachel went into labor while they were still some distance away. Her labor pains were intense, and after a very hard delivery, the midwife finally exclaimed, "Don't be afraid, you have another son." Rachel was about to die, but with her last breath, she named the baby Benoni, which means son of my sorrow. The baby's father, however, called him Benjamin, which means son of my right hand. So Rachel died and was buried on the way, Ephrath, that is, Bethlehem. Jacob set up a stone monument over Rachel's grave, and it can be seen there to this day. Then Jacob travelled on and camped beyond Migdal Elder, which he was living there. Reuben had intercourse with Bilhah, his father's concubine, and Jacob soon heard about it. These are the names of the 12 sons of Jacob. The sons of Leah were Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. The sons of Rachel were Joseph and Benjamin. The sons of Bilhah, Rachel's servant, were Dan and Naphtali. The sons of Zilpah, Leah's servant, were Gad and Asher. These are the names of the sons who were born to Jacob at Padanaram. So Jacob returned to his father Isaac in Mamre, which is near Kiriath Arba, where Abraham and Isaac had both lived as foreigners. Isaac lived for 180 years. Then he breathed his last and died of ripe old age, joining his ancestors in death, and his son, Esau, and Jacob buried him. Descendants of Esau. This is the account of the descendants of Esau, also known as Edom. Esau married 2 young women from Canaan, Adah, the daughter of Elon the Hittite, and Oblibamah, the daughter of Anah, and the granddaughter of Zibeon, the Hibivite. He also married his cousin Basemath, who was the daughter of Ishmael and the sister of Nebaioth. Adah gave birth to a son named Eliphaz for Esau. Basemath gave birth to a son named Reuel. Oholibamah gave birth to sons of Jewish and Juslam and Korah. All these sons were born to Esau in the land of Canaan. Esau took his wives, his children, his entire household, along with his livestock and cattle, all the wealth he had acquired in the land of Canaan, and moved away from his brother Jacob. There was not enough land to support them both, because all the livestock and possessions they had acquired. So Esau, also known as Edom, settled in the hill country of Seir. This is the account of Esau's descendants and the Edomites who lived in the hill country of Seir. These are the names of Esau's sons: Eliphaz, the son of Esau's wife, Adah, and Reuel, the son of Esau's wife, Basemath. The descendants of Eliphaz were Teman, Omar, Zepho, Gatam, and Kenaz. Tinah, the concubine of Achar's son, Eliphaz, gave birth to a son named Amalek. The descendants of Reuel were Nahath, Zahara, Shammah, and Mizah. These are the descendants of Esau's wife, Basemath. Esau also had sons through Oholibamah, the daughter of Anah, and granddaughter of Zibeon. Their names were Jewish, Jalam, and Korah. These are the descendants of Esau who became the leaders of various clans. The descendants of Esau's oldest son, Eliphaz, became the leaders of the clans of Teman, Omar, Zepho, Kenaz, Korah, Gatam, and Amalek. These are the clan leaders in the land of Edom, who descended from Eliphaz. All these were descendants of Esau's wife Adah. The descendants of Esau's son Reuel became the leaders of the clans of Nahath, Zerah, Shema, and Mizar. These are the clan leaders in the land of Edom who descended from Reuel. All these were descendants of Esau's wife, Basemath. The descendants of Esau and his wife, Oholabama, become the leaders of the clans of Jewish, Jalam, and Korah. These are the clan leaders who descended from Esau's wife, Oholabama, the daughter of Anah. These are the clans descended from Esau, also known as Edom, identified by their clan leaders. Original peoples of Edom. These are the names of the tribes that descended from Seir the Horite. They lived in the land of Edom: Lotan, Shabal, Zibeon, Anan, Dishon, Izar, and Dishan. These were the Horite clan leaders. The descendants of Seir who lived in the land of Edom. The descendants of Lotan were Hori and Hamam. Lotan's sister was named Timnah. The descendants of Shobal were Alvin, Manahath, Ebal, Shapho, and Anon. The descendants of Zibeon were Aiah and Anah. This is the Anah who discovered the hot springs in the wilderness while he was grazing his father's donkeys. The descendants of Anah were his son, Dishon, and his daughter, Oholabamah. The descendants of Dishon were Hemdan, Eshbin, Ithran, and Keren. The descendants of Izar was Bilhan, Zavan, and Akan. The descendants of Dishan were Uz and Aran. So these were the leaders of the Hurite clans: Otin, Shabal, Zibeon, Anah, Dishon, Izar, and Dishan, the Horite clans named after their clan leaders who lived in the land of Seir. Rulers of Edom. These are the kings who ruled in the land of Edom before any king ruled over the Israelites. Bela, son of Beor, who ruled in Edom from his city in Dinhabah. When Bela died, Jobab, son of Zerah, from Bozrah, became king in his place. When Jobab died, Husham from the land of Temanites became king in his place. When Husham died, Hadad, son of Bedad, became king in his place and ruled from the city of Abith. He was the one who defeated the Midianites in the land of Moab. When Hadad died, Samlah from the city of Mesrekah became king in his place. When Samlah died, Shul from the city of Rehoboth on the river became king in his place. When Shul died, Baal Hanan son of Akor became king in his place. When Baal Hanan son of Akbor died, Hadad became king in his place and ruled from the city of Pau. His wife was Mehetabel, the daughter of Matred and the granddaughter of Zihabib. These are the names of the leaders of the clans descended from Esau, lived in the places of name for them: Tilna, Alba, Jetheth, Oholabama, Elah, Pinon, Kenaz, Teman, Mitzah, Magdiel, and Aram. These are the leaders of the clans of Edom, listed accordingly to their settlements in the land they occupied. They all descended from Esau, the ancestor of Edomites. Joseph's dreams. So Jacob settled again in the land of Canaan, where his father lived as a foreigner. This is the account of Jacob and his family. When Joseph was 17 years old, he often tended his father's flocks. He worked for his half-brothers, the sons of his father's wife, Bilhah and Zilpah. But Joseph reported to his father some of the bad things that his brothers were doing. Jacob loved Joseph more than any of his other children, because Joseph had been born to him in his old age. So one day, Jacob had a special gift made to Joseph, a beautiful robe, but his brothers hated Joseph because their father loved him more than the rest of them. They couldn't say a kind word to him. One night, Joseph had a dream, and when he told his brothers about it, they hated him more than ever. Listen to this dream, he said. We're out in the fields tying up sheaves of grain. Suddenly my sheaf stood up, and your sheaves all gathered around and bowed low before mine. His brother responded, So you think you will be our king? Do you? Do you actually think you will reign over us? And they hated him all the more because of his dreams, and soon the way he talked about them. Soon Joseph had another dream, and again he told his brothers about it. Listen, I have had another dream, he said. The sun, moon, and 11 stars bowed low before me. This time he told the dream to his father as well as to his brothers, but his father scolded him. What kind of dream is that, he asked. Will your mother and I and brothers actually come and bow to the ground before you? But while his brothers were jealous of Joseph, his father wondered what the dreams meant. Soon after this, Joseph's brother went to the pasture, their father's flock at Shechem. When they had been gone for some time, Jacob said to Joseph, "Your brothers are pasturing the sheep at Shechem city. Get ready, and I will send you to them." "I am ready to go," Joseph replied. "Go and see how your brothers and the flocks are getting along," Jacob said. "Then come back and bring me a report." So Jacob sent him on his way, and Joseph traveled to Shechem from their home in the valley of Hebron. When he arrived there, a man from the area noticed him wandering around the countryside. "What are you looking for?" he asked. "I'm looking for my brothers," Joseph replied. "Do you know where they are pasturing their sheep?" "Yes," the man told him. "They have moved on from here. But I heard them say, 'Let's go on to Dothan.'" So Joseph followed his brothers to Dothan and found them there. Joseph sold into slavery. When Joseph's brothers saw him coming, they recognized him in the distance. As he approached, they made plans to kill him. "Here comes the dreamer," they said. "So come on, let's kill him. Throw him into one of these cisterns. We can tell our father a wild animal has eaten him. Then we'll see what becomes of his dreams." But when Reuben heard of their scheme, he came to Joseph's rescue. "Let's not kill him," he said. "Why should we shed any blood? Let's just throw him into this empty cistern here in the wilderness. Then he'll die without our laying a hand on him." Reuben was secretly planning to rescue Joseph and return him to his father. So when Joseph arrived, his brother ripped off the beautiful robe he was wearing. Then they grabbed him and threw him into the cistern. Now the cistern was empty. There was no water in it. Then, just as they were sitting down to eat, they looked up and saw a caravan of camels in the distance coming towards them. It was a group of Ishmaelite traders taking a load of gum, balm, and aromatic resin from the Gilead down to Egypt. Judah said to his brothers, "What would we gain by killing our brother? We'd have to cover up the crime. Instead of hurting him, let's sell him to those Ishmaelite traders. After all, he is our brother, our own flesh and blood." And his brothers agreed. So when the Ishmaelites, who were Midianite traders, came by Joseph's brother, brought him out of the cistern and sold him for 20 pieces of silver, and the traders took him to Egypt. Some time later, Reuben returned to get Joseph out of the cistern. When he discovered that Joseph was missing, he tore his clothes off in grief. Then he went back to his brothers and lamented, "The boy is gone. What will I do now?" And the brothers killed a young goat and dipped Joseph's robe into its blood. They sent the beautiful robe to their father with this message, "Look at what we found. Doesn't this robe belong to your son?" Their father recognized it immediately. "Yes," he said, "that is my son's robe. A wild animal must have eaten him. Joseph has clearly been torn to pieces." Then Jacob tore his clothes and dressed himself in the sackcloth. He mourned deeply for his son. For a long time, his family all tried to comfort him, but he refused to be comforted. "I will go to my grave mourning for my son," he would say, and then he would weep. Meanwhile, the Midianite traders arrived in Egypt, where they sold Joseph to Potiphar, an officer of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. Potiphar was captain of the palace guard. Judah and Tamar. About this time, Judah left home and moved to Adullam, where he stayed with a man named Hira. There he saw a Canaanite woman, the daughter of Shua. He married her. When he slept with her, she became pregnant and gave birth to a son. He named the boy Then she became pregnant again and gave birth to another son, and she named him Onan. And when she gave birth to a third son, she named him Shelah. At the time of Shelah's birthday, they were living at Kezib. In the course of time, Judah arranged for his firstborn son to marry a young woman named Tamar. But was a wicked man in the Lord's sight. So the Lord took his life. Then Judah said to Er's brother Onan, "Go and marry Tamar, as our law requires of the brothers of a man who has died. You must produce an heir for your brother." But Onan was not willing to have a child who would not be his own heir. So whenever he had intercourse with his brother's wife, he spilled the semen on the ground, and this prevented her from having a child who would belong to his brother. But the Lord considered it evil for Onan to deny a child to his dead brother, so the Lord took Onan's life too. Then Judah said to Tamar, his daughter-in-law, Go back to your parents' home and remain a widow until my son Shala is old enough to marry you. But Judah didn't really intend to do this because he was afraid Shala would also die, like his two brothers, so Tamar went back to live in her father's home. Some years later, Judah's wife died. After the time of mourning was over, Judah and his friend Hira and the Edolamite went up to Timnah to supervise the shearing of his sheep. Someone told Tamar, "Look, your father-in-law is going up to Timnah to shear his sheep." Tamar was aware that Sheila had grown up, but no arrangements had been made for her to come and marry him. So she changed out of her widow's clothing and covered herself with a veil to disguise herself. Then she sat beside the road at the entrance to the village of Inar, which is the road to Timnah. Judah noticed her and thought that she must have been a prostitute, since she had a covered face. So he stopped and propositioned her. "Let me have sex with you," he said, not realizing that was his own daughter-in-law. "How much will you pay to have sex with me?" Tamar asked. "I'll send you a young goat from my flock," Judah promised. "But what will you give me to guarantee that you will send the goat?" she asked. "What kind of guarantee do you want?" he replied. She answered, "Leave me your identification seal and its cord, and the walking stick you are carrying." So Judah gave them to her, and he had intercourse with her, and she became pregnant. Afterwards, she went back home, took off her veil, and put on her widow's clothing as usual. Later, Judah asked his friend Hira, the Edolamite, to take the young goat to the woman and to pick the things he had given her as his guarantee, but Hira couldn't find her. So he asked the men who lived her, "Where can I find the shrine prostitute who is sitting beside the road at the entrance of the name?" "We've never had a shrine prostitute here," they replied. So Hira returned to Judah and told him, "I couldn't find her anywhere, and the men of the village claimed they've never had a shrine prostitute there." "Let her keep the things I gave her," Judah said. "I sent the young girl as we agreed, but you couldn't find her. We'd be the laughingstock of the village if we went back again to look for her." About 3 months later, Judah was told, "Tamar, your daughter-in-law, has acted like a prostitute, and now, because of this, she's pregnant." "Bring her out and let her be burned," Judah demanded. And as they were taking her out to kill her, she sent this message to her father-in-law: "The man who owns these things made me pregnant. Look closely. Whose seal and cord and walking stick are these?" Judah recognized them immediately and said, "She is more righteous than I am, because I didn't arrange for her to marry my son Sheila," and Judah never slept with Tamar again. When the time came for Tamar to give birth, it was discovered that she was carrying twins. While she was in labor, one of the babies reached out his hand. The midwife grabbed it, tied a scarlet string around the child's wrist, announcing that this one comes out first, but then he pulled back his hand, and out came his brother. "What?" the midwife exclaimed. "How did you break out first?" So he was named Perez. Then the baby with the scarlet string on his wrist was born, and he was named Zerah. Joseph in Potiphar's house. When Joseph was taken to Egypt by the Ishmaelite traders, he was purchased by Potiphar, an Egyptian officer. Potiphar was captain of the guard for the Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. The Lord was with Joseph, so he succeeded in everything he did, as he served in the home of the Egyptian master. Potiphar noticed this and realized that the Lord was with Joseph, giving him success in everything that he did. This pleased Potiphar. He soon made Joseph his personal attendant. He put him in charge of his entire household and everything he owned. From the day Joseph was put in charge of his master's household and property, the Lord began to bless Potiphar's household, and for Joseph's sake, all his household affairs ran smoothly. His crops and livestock flourished. So Potiphar gave Joseph complete administrative responsibility over everything he owned. With Joseph there, he didn't worry about a thing except what kind of food to eat. Joseph was a very handsome and well-built young man, and Potiphar's wife soon began to look at him lustfully. "Come and sleep with me," she demanded, but Joseph refused. "Look," he told her, "my master trusts me with everything in his entire household. No one here has more authority than I do. He's held back nothing more Nothing from me except for you, because you are his wife. How could I do such a wicked thing? It would be a great sin against God. She kept putting pressure on Joseph day after day, but he refused to sleep with her, and he kept out of her way as much as possible. One day, however, no one else was around, and he went in to do his work. She came and grabbed him by his cloak, demanded, "Come on, sleep with me." Joseph tore himself away, but he left his cloak in her hand as he ran from the house. When she saw that she was holding his cloak and he had fled, she called out to her servants. Soon all the men came running. "Look," she said, "my husband has brought this Hebrew slave here to make fools of us. He came in my room to rape me, but I screamed. When he heard me scream, he ran outside and got away, but he left his cloak behind." She kept the cloak with her until her husband got home, and she told her story. "That Hebrew slave you brought into our house tried to come in and fool around with me," she said, "but when I screamed, he ran outside, leaving his cloak with me." Joseph put in prison. Potiphar was furious when he heard his wife's story about how Joseph had treated her, and so he took Joseph and threw him into the prison where the king's prisoners were held, and there he remained. For the Lord was with Joseph in the prison and showed him his faithful love, and the Lord made Joseph a favorite with that prison warden. Before long, the warden put Joseph in charge of all the other prisoners and everything that happened in the prison. The warden had no more worries because Joseph took care of everything. The Lord was with him and caused everything he did to succeed. Joseph interprets two dreams. Sometimes later, Pharaoh's chief cupbearer and chief baker offended their royal master. Pharaoh became angry with these two officials, and he put them in the prison where Joseph was, and passed their coat to the guard. They remained in prison for quite some time, and the captain of the guard assigned them to Joseph, who looked after them. While they were in prison, Pharaoh's cupbearer and baker each had a dream one night, and each dream had its own meaning. When Joseph saw them the next morning, he noticed they both looked upset. "Why do you look so worried today?" he asked them. And they replied, "We both had dreams last night, but no one can tell us what they mean." "Interpreting dreams is God's business," Joseph replied. "Go ahead, tell me your dreams." So the chief cupbearer told Joseph his dream first. "In my dream," he said, "I saw a great vine in front of me. The vine had 3 branches that began to bud and blossom, and soon it produced clusters of grapes. I was holding Pharaoh's wine cup in my hand, so I took a cluster of grapes and squeezed the juice into the cup. Then I placed the cup in the Pharaoh's hand." "This is what the dream means," Joseph said. "The 3 branches represent 3 days. Within 3 days, Pharaoh will lift you up and restore you to your position as his chief cupbearer. And please remember me and do me a favor when things go well for you. Mention me to Pharaoh so he might let me out of this place, for I was kidnapped from my homeland, the land of Hebrews, and now I'm here in prison, but I did nothing to deserve it." When the chief baker saw that Joseph had given the first dream such a positive interpretation, he said to Joseph, "I had a dream too. In my dream, there were 3 baskets of white pastries stacked upon my head. The top basket contained all kinds of pastries for Pharaoh, but the birds came and ate from the basket of my head." "I said what a dream is," Joseph told him. "The 3 baskets also represent 3 days. 3 days from now, Pharaoh will lift you up and impale your body on a pole. Then birds will come and peck away your flesh." Pharaoh's birthday came 3 days later, and he prepared a banquet for all his officials and staff. He summoned his chief cupbearer and his chief baker to join the other officials. He then restored the chief cupbearer to his former position so he could again hand Pharaoh his cup. But Pharaoh impaled the chief baker, just as Joseph had predicted when he interpreted his dream. Pharaoh's chief cupbearer, however, forgot all about Joseph, never giving him another thought. Pharaoh's dream. 2 full years later, Pharaoh dreamed that he was standing in the bank of the river Nile. His dream, he saw 7 fat, healthy cows come up out of the river and begin grazing in the marsh grass. Then he saw 7 more cows come up behind them from the Nile. but these were scrawny and thin. These cows stood beside the fat cows on the riverbank. Then the scrawny, thin cows ate the 7 healthy fat cows. At this point in the dream, Pharaoh woke up, but he fell asleep again and had a second dream. This time he saw 7 heads of grain, plump and beautiful, growing on a single stalk. Then 7 more heads of grain appeared, but these were shriveled and withered by an east wind, and these thin heads followed up the 7 plump, well-formed heads. Then Pharaoh woke up again and realized it was just a dream. The next morning, Pharaoh was very disturbed by the dreams, so he called for all the magicians and wise men of Egypt, and Pharaoh told them his dreams, but one of them could tell him what they meant. Finally, the king's chief cupbearer spoke up. Today I have been reminded of my failure, he told Pharaoh. Some time ago, you were angry with the chief baker and me, and you imprisoned us in the palace of the captain of the guard. One night, the chief baker and I each had a dream, and each dream had its own meaning. There was a young Hebrew man with us in the prison who was a slave of the captain of the guard. We told him our dreams, and he told us that each of our dreams meant, and everything happened just as he had predicted. I was restored to my position as cupbearer, and the chief baker was executed and impaled on the pole. Pharaoh sent for Joseph at once, and he was quickly brought from the prison. After he shaved and changed from his clothes, he went in and stood before Pharaoh. Then Pharaoh said to Joseph, I had a dream last night, and no one here can tell me what it means, but I have heard that when you hear about a dream, you can interpret it. It is beyond my power to do this, Joseph replied, but God can tell you what it means. So Pharaoh told Joseph his dream. In my dream, he said, I saw standing on the bank of the river Nile, I saw 7 fat, healthy cows come up out of the river and begin grazing in the marsh grass. Then I saw 7 sick-looking cows squatting around and thin come up after them. I've never seen such sorry-looking animals in all the land of Egypt. These thin, scrawny cows ate the 7 fat cows, but afterwards you wouldn't have known it, for they were still as thin and scrawny as before. Then I woke up. In my dream, I also saw 7 heads of grain, full and beautiful, growing on a single stalk. Then 7 more heads of grain appeared, but these were blighted, shriveled, and withered by the east wind. And the shriveled heads and swallowed the 7 healthy big heads. I told these dreams to the magicians, but no one could tell me what they meant. Joseph responded, both of the Pharaoh's dream mean the same thing. God is telling Pharaoh in advance what he is about to do. The 7 healthy cows and the 7 healthy heads of grain both represent 7 years of prosperity. The 7 thin and scrawny cows that come up later, the 7 thin heads of grain with the body spread represent 7 years of famine. This will happen just as I have described it, for God has revealed to the Pharaoh in advance what he is about to do. The next 7 years will be a period of great prosperity throughout the land of Egypt, but afterwards there will be 7 years of famine so great that all the prosperity will be forgotten. In Egypt, famine will destroy the land. This famine will be so severe that even the memory of good years will be erased. As for having 2 similar dreams, it means that these events have been decreed by God, and he will soon make them happen. Therefore, Pharaoh should find an intelligent and wise man to put him in charge of the entire land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh should appoint supervisors over the land, and let them collect 1/5 of all the crops during 7 good years. Have them gather all the food produced in the good years that are just ahead and bring it to the Pharaoh's storehouses, store it away and guard it, so there will be food in the cities. That way there will be enough to eat when the 7 years of famine come to the land of Egypt. Otherwise, this famine will destroy the land. Joseph made ruler of Egypt. Joseph's suggestions were well received by Pharaoh and his officials. So Pharaoh asked his official, can we find anyone else like this man, so obviously filled with the Spirit of God? And Pharaoh said to Joseph, since God has revealed the meaning of the dreams to you clearly, no one else is as intelligent or wise as you are. You will be shy, my God, and all my people will take orders from you. Only I, sitting on the throne, will have a rank higher than yours. Pharaoh said to Joseph, I hereby put you in charge of the entire land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh removed a signet ring from his hand and placed it on Joseph's finger. He dressed him in fine linen clothing and hung a gold chain around his neck. Then he had Joseph ride in the chariot, reserved for his second in command, and whenever Joseph went, the command was shouted, "Kneel down." So Pharaoh put Joseph in charge of all Egypt, and Pharaoh said to him, "I am Pharaoh, but no one will lift a hand or foot in the entire land of Egypt without your approval." Then Pharaoh gave Joseph a new Egyptian name, Zaphnath-Paneah. He also gave him a wife, whose name was Asenath. She was daughter of Potiphar, the priest of On. So Joseph took charge of the entire land of Egypt. He was 35 years old when he began serving in the court of the Pharaoh, the king of Egypt. And when Joseph left Pharaoh's presence, he inspected the entire land of Egypt. As predicted, for 7 years, during the land produced bumper crops. During those years, Joseph gathered all the crops grown in Egypt and stored the grain from the surrounding fields in the cities, piled up huge amounts of grain like sand on the seashore. Finally, he stopped keeping records because there was too much to measure. During this time, before the first of the famine years, 2 sons were born to Joseph and his wife Asenath, the daughter of Potiphar, the priest of On. Joseph named his oldest son Manasseh, for he said, "God has made me forget all my troubles and everyone in my father's family." Joseph named his second son Ephraim, for he said, "God has made me fruitful in his place, land of grief." At last, the 7 years of bumper crops throughout the land of Egypt came to an end. Then the 7 years of famine began, just as Joseph had predicted. The famine also struck the surrounding countries, but throughout Egypt there was plenty of food. Eventually, however, the famine spread throughout the land of Egypt as well. When the people cried out to Pharaoh for food, he told them, "Go to Joseph and do whatever he tells you." So with severe famine everywhere, Joseph opened up the storehouses and distributed grain to the Egyptians, for the famine was severe throughout the land of Egypt. The people from all around came to Egypt to buy grain from Joseph, because the famine was severe throughout the world. Joseph's brothers go to Egypt. When Jacob heard that the grain was available in Egypt, he said to his sons, "Why are you standing around looking at one another? I have heard there is grain in Egypt. Go down there and buy enough grain to keep us alive, otherwise we will die." So Joseph's 10 older brothers went down to Egypt to buy grain, but Jacob wouldn't let Joseph's younger brother Benjamin go with him, for fear some harm might come to him. So Jacob's sons arrived in Egypt, along with others, to buy food, for the famine was in the Canaan as well. And since Joseph was the governor of all Egypt, and in charge of selling grain to all the people, it was him that his brothers came. When they arrived, they bowed before him with their faces to the ground. Joseph recognized his brothers instantly, but he pretended to be a stranger and spoke harshly to them. "Where are you from?" he demanded. "From the land of Canaan," they replied. "We have come to buy food." Although Joseph recognized his brothers, they didn't recognize him, and he remembered the dreams he had about how many years before he said to them, "You are spies, and you would come to see how vulnerable our land has become." "No, my lord," they exclaimed. "Your servants have simply come to buy food. We are all brothers, a member of the same family. We are honest men, sir. We are not spies." "Yes, you are," Joseph insisted. "We have come to see how vulnerable our land has become." "Sir," they said, "there are actually 12 of us. We, your servants, are all brothers, sons of man living in the land of the Canaan. Our youngest brother is back there with our father right now, and one of our brothers is no longer with us." But Joseph insisted, "As they said you were spies, this is how I will test your story. I swear by the life of Pharaoh that you will never leave Egypt unless your youngest brother comes here. One of you must go and get your brother. I'll keep the rest of you here in prison, and we'll find out whether or not your story is true. For the life of Pharaoh, if it turns out that if you don't have a younger brother, then I'll know that you are spies." So Joseph put them all in prison for 3 days. On the 3rd day, Joseph said to them, "I am a God-fearing man. If you do as I say, you will live. If you really are honest men, choose one of your brothers to remain in prison. The rest of you may go home with grain for your starving families, but you must bring what your youngest brother back to me. This will prove that you are telling the truth, and you will not die." To this they agreed. Speaking among themselves, they said clearly, "We are helping being punished because of what we did to Joseph long ago. We saw his anguish when he pleaded for his life, but we wouldn't listen. That's why we're in this trouble." "Didn't I tell you not to sin against the boy?" Reuben asked. "But you wouldn't listen, and now we have to answer for his blood." Of course, they didn't know that Joseph understood them, for he had been speaking to them through an interpreter. Now he turned away from them and began to weep. When he regained his composure, he spoke to them again. Then he chose Simeon from among them and had him tied up right before their eyes. Joseph then ordered his servants to kill the men's sacks with grain, but also gave secret instructions to return each brother's payment at the top of his sack. He also gave them supplies for their journey home. So the brothers loaded up their donkeys with the grain and headed for home. But when they stopped for the night, and one of them opened his sack to get grain for his donkey, he found money in the top of his sack. "Look," he exclaimed to his brothers, "my money has been returned. It's here in my sack." Then their hearts sank, trembling. They said to each other, "What has God done to us?" When the brothers came to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan, they told him everything that had happened to them. The man who was governor of the land spoke very harshly to us. They told him, "He accused us of being spies, scouting the lands," but we said, "We were honest men, not spies. We are 12 brothers, sons of one father. One brother is no longer with us. The youngest is at home with our father in the land of Canaan." Then the man who is the governor of the land told us, "This is how I will find out if you are honest men. Leave one of your brothers here with me, and we will take grain for your starving families and go on home. But you must bring your youngest brother back to me. And then I will know who you are, an honest man, not spies. Then I will give you back your brother, and you may trade freely in this land." As they emptied out their sacks, there in each man's sacks was a bag of money he had paid for the grain. The brothers and their father were terrified when they saw the bags of money. Jacob exclaimed, "You are robbing me of my children. Joseph is gone, Simone is gone. Now you want to take Benjamin too? Everything is going against me." Then Reuben said to his father, "You may kill my two sons if I don't bring Benjamin back to you. I'll be responsible for him, and I promise to bring him back." But Jacob replied, "My son will not go down with you. His brother Joseph is dead, and he is all I have left. If anything should happen to him on your journey, you would send this grieving white-haired man to his grave." The brothers returned to Egypt. But the famine continued to ravage the land of Canaan. When the grain they had brought from Egypt was almost gone, Jacob said to his sons, "Go back and buy a little more food." But Judah said, "The man was serious when he warned us. You won't see my face again unless your brother is with you. If you send Benjamin with us, we will go down and buy more food. But if you don't let Benjamin go, we won't go either." Remember, the man said, "You won't see my face again unless your brother is with you." "Why, were you so cruel to me?" Jacob moaned. "Why did you tell him you had an older brother?" The man kept asking us questions about a family, they replied. He asked, "Is your father still alive? Do you have another brother?" So we answered his questions. How could we know he would say, "Bring your brother here"? Judah said to his father, "Send the boy with me, and we'll be on our way. Otherwise, we will all die of starvation. And not only we, but our little ones. I personally guarantee his safety. You may hold me responsible if I don't bring him back to you, and let me bear the blame forever." If we hadn't wasted all this time, we could have returned twice by now. So their father Jacob finally said to them, "If it can't be avoided, then at least do this. Pack your bags with the best products of this land. Take them down to the man's gifts, balm, honeycomb, aromatic resin, pistachio nuts, and almonds. Also take double the money that was put back in the sacks. It's probably someone's mistake. Then take your brother and go back to the man. May God Almighty give you mercy as you go before the man, so that he will release Simone and let Benjamin return. But if I must lose my children, so be it." So the men packed Jacob's gifts and double the money and headed off with Benjamin. They arrived finally in Egypt and presented themselves to Joseph. When Joseph saw Benjamin with them, he said to the manager of his household, These men will eat with me this noon. Take them inside the palace, then go and slaughter an animal and prepare a big feast. So the man did as Joseph told him and took them into Joseph's palace. The brothers were terrified when they saw they were being taken into Joseph's house. Because of the money someone put in our sacks last time we were here, they said, he plans to pretend that we stole it, and then he will seize us, make us slaves, and take our donkeys. A feast at Joseph's palace. The brothers approached the manager of Joseph's household and spoke to him at the entrance of the palace. Sir, they said, we came to Egypt once before to buy food, but as we were returning home, we stopped for the night and opened our sacks. Then we discovered that each man's money, the exact amount paid, was on the top of his sack. Here it is. We have also brought it back with us. We also have additional money to buy more food. We have no idea to put our money in your racks. Relax, don't be afraid, the household manager told him. Your God, the God of our father, must have put this treasure into your sacks. I know I received your payment. Then he released Simon and brought him out to them. The manager then led the men into Joseph's palace. He gave them order to wash their feet and provided food for their donkeys, and they were told they would be eating there, so they prepared the gifts for Joseph's arrival at noon. When Joseph came home, they gave him the gifts they had brought him. They bowed low to the ground before they asked him, how is your father? The old man spoke about. Is he still alive? Yes, they replied, our father, your servant, is alive and well, and they bowed low again. Joseph looked at his brother Benjamin, the son of his own mother. Is this your youngest brother, the one you told me about? Joseph asked. May God be gracious to you, my son. And Joseph hurried from the room because he was overcome with emotion for his brother. He went into his private room, where he broke down and wept. After washing his face, he came back out, keeping himself under control. Then he ordered, bring out the food. The waiters served Joseph at his own table, and his brothers were served at a separate table. The Egyptians who ate with Joseph sat at their own table. Because the Egyptians despised Hebrews and refused to eat with them, Joseph told each of his brothers where to sit, and to their according amazement, he seated with them according to age, from oldest to youngest, and Joseph filled their plates with food from his own table, giving Benjamin 5 times as much as he gave the others, so they feasted and drank freely with him. Joseph's silver cup. When his brothers were ready to leave, Joseph gave these instructions to his palace manager. Fill each of their sacks with as much grain as they can carry. Put each man's money back into his sack, and put the personal silver cup at the top of the youngest brother's sack, along with the money for his grain. So the manager did as Joseph instructed him. The brothers were up at dawn, and they were sent on their journey with their loaded donkeys. But when they had gone only a short distance, they were barely out of the city. Joseph said to his palace manager, chase after them, stop them. When you catch up with them, ask them, why have you repaid my kindness with such evil? Why have you stolen my master's silver cup, which you used to predict the future? What a wicked thing you have done. When the palace manager caught up with the men, he spoke to them as he had been instructed. What are you talking about? The brothers responded. We are your servants, who would never do such a thing. Didn't we return the money we found in our sacks? We brought it back all the way from the land of Canaan. Why would we steal silver or gold from your master's house? If you find this cup with any one of us, let that man die, and all the rest of us, my lord, will be your slaves. That's fair, the man replied. But only the one who stole the cup will be my slave. The rest of you may go free. They all quickly took their sacks from the backs of the donkeys and opened brothers' sacks from the oldest to the youngest, and the cup was found in Benjamin's sack. When the brothers saw this, they tore their clothing in despair. Then they loaded the donkeys again and returned to the city. Joseph was still in his palace when Judah and his brothers arrived, and they fell to the ground before him. What have you done? Joseph demanded. Don't you know that a man like me can predict the future? Judah answered. Oh, my lord, what can we say to you? How can we explain this? How can we prove our innocence? God is punishing us for our sins. My lord, we have all returned to be your slaves. all of us, not just your brother who had your cap in his sack. No, Joseph said, I would never do such a thing. Only the man who stole the cup will be my slave. The rest of you may go back to your father in peace. Judah speaks for his brother. Then Judah stepped forward and said, Please, my lord, let your servant say just one word to you. Please do not be angry with me, even though you are as powerful as Pharaoh himself. My lord, previously you asked us, your servants, do you have a father or a brother? And we responded, Yes, my lord. We have a father who is an old man, and his youngest son is a child of his old age. His full brother is dead, and he alone is left of his mother's children, and his father loves him very much. And you said to us, Bring him here so I can see him with my own eyes. But we said to you, My lord, the boy cannot leave his father, for his father would die. But you told us, Unless your younger brother comes with you, you will never see my face again. So we returned to your servant, our father, and told him what you had said. And later when he said, Go back again to buy us more food, we replied, We can't go unless you let our youngest brother go back with us. We will never get to see the man's face unless your youngest brother is with us. Then my father said to us, As you know, my wife had 2 sons. One of them went away and never returned. Doubtless he was torn to pieces by some wild animal. I've never seen him since. Now, if you take his brother away from me, if any harm comes to him, you will send this grieving, white-haired man to his grave. And now, my lord, I cannot go back to my father without the boy. Our father's life is bound up in the boy's life. If he sees that the boy is not with us, our father will die. We, your servants, will indeed be responsible for sending that grieving, white-haired man to his grave. My lord, I guarantee my father, I told him, that I would take care of him and the boy, I told him. If I don't bring him back to you, he will bear the blame forever. So please, my lord, let me stay here as a slave instead of the boy, for let the boy return with his brothers. For how can I return to my father if the boy is not with me? I couldn't bear to see the anguish this would cause my father. Joseph could stand it no longer. There were many people in the room, and he said to his attendants, Out, all of you. So he was alone with his brothers, when he told them who he was. Then he broke down and wept. He wept so loudly, Egyptians could hear him. The word of it carried to the Pharaoh's palace. I am Joseph, he said to his brothers. Is my father still alive? But his brothers were speechless. They were stunned to realize that Joseph was standing there in front of them. Please come closer, he said to them. So they came closer, and he said again, I am Joseph, your brother, whom you sold into slavery in Egypt. But don't be upset, don't be angry with yourselves for selling me to this place. It was God who sent me here, ahead of you, to preserve your lives. This famine that has ravaged the land for 2 years will last 5 more years, and there will be neither plowing nor harvesting. God has sent me ahead of you to keep you and your families alive, and so to preserve many survivors. So it was God who sent me here, not you. And he is the one who made me an advisor to Pharaoh, the manager of his entire palace, and the governor of all Egypt. Now, hurry back to my father and tell him, This is what your son Joseph says. God has made me master over all the land of Egypt. So come down to me immediately. You can live in the region of Goshen, where you can be near me with all your children and grandchildren, your flocks and herds, everything you own. I will take care of you there, for there is still 5 years of famine ahead of us. Otherwise, you and your household and all your animals will starve. And Joseph added, Look, you can see for yourselves, and so can my brother Benjamin, that I really am Joseph. Go, tell my father of my dishonored position here in Egypt. Describe for him everything you have seen, and then bring my father here, quickly. Weeping with joy, he embraced Benjamin, and Benjamin did the same. Then Joseph kissed off his brothers and wept over them. And then, after they began talking freely with him, Pharaoh invites Jacob to Egypt. The news soon reached the Pharaoh's palace. Joseph's brother had arrived. Pharaoh and his officials were all delighted to hear this. Pharaoh said to Joseph, Tell your brothers, this is what you must do. Load your pack animals and hurry back to the land of Canaan, and get your father and all of your families and return here to me. I will give you the very best land in Egypt, and you will eat from the best that the land produces. Then the Pharaoh said to Joseph, tell your brothers to take wagons from the land of Egypt, to carry your little children and your wives, and bring your father here. Don't worry about your personal belongings, for the best of all land of Egypt is yours. So the sons of Jacob did as they were told. Joseph provided them with wagons, and Pharaoh had commanded, and he gave them supplies for their journey, and he gave each of them new clothes. But to Benjamin he gave 5 changes of clothes and 300 pieces of silver. He also sent his father 10 male donkeys loaded with the finest products of Egypt, and 10 female donkeys loaded with grain and bread and other supplies he would need on his journey. So Joseph sent his brothers off, and as they left, he called after them, don't quarrel about all of this along the way. And they left Egypt and returned to their father Jacob in the land of Canaan. Joseph is still alive, they told him, and he is the governor of all of the land of Egypt. Jacob was stunned at the news, he didn't believe it, but when they repeated to Jacob everything Joseph had told them, and when he saw the wagons Joseph had sent to carry him, their father's spirit is revived. Then Jacob exclaimed, it must be true. My son Joseph is alive. I must go and see him before I die. Jacob's journey to Egypt. So Jacob set out to Egypt with all of his possessions, and when he came to Beersheba, he offered sacrifices to the God of his father Isaac. During the night, God spoke to him in a vision. Jacob, he called. Here I am, Jacob replied. I am God, the God of your father. The voice said, do not be afraid to go to Egypt, for there I will make your family into a great nation. I will go with you down to Egypt, and I will bring you back again. You will die in Egypt, but Joseph will be with you if you close your eyes. So Jacob left Beersheba, and his sons took him to Egypt. They carried him and their little ones, and their wives, and the wagons of Pharaoh had provided for them. They also took all of their livestock and all of the personal belongings they had acquired in the land of Canaan. So Jacob and his entire family went to Egypt, sons and grandsons, daughters and granddaughters, and all his descendants. There, in the name of Israel, the sons of Jacob who went to Egypt. Reuben was Jacob's older son. The sons of Reuben were Hanoch, Paul, Hezron, and Carmi. The sons of Simon were Jemuel, Jamin, Ohad, Jachin, Zohar, and Shaul. Shaul's mother was a Canaanite woman. The sons of Levi were Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. The sons of Judah were Onan, Shelah, Perez, and Zerah. So and Onan had died in the land of Canaan. The sons of Perez were Hezron and Hamul. The sons of Isaac were Tola, Puzah, and Jashub, and Shimron. The sons of Zebulun were Sered, Elon, and Jahiel. These were the sons of Leah and Jacob, who were born in the Padan Aram. In addition to their daughter Dinah, the number of Jacob's descendants, male and female, though Leah was 33. The sons of Gad were Zephon, Hagi, Shawnee, Esbon, Erodi, and Areli. The sons of Ashar were Imnah, Ishva, Ishvi, and Beriah. Their sister was Sarah. Beriah's sons were Heber and Machil. These were the sons of Zilpah, the servant given to Leah by her father Laban. The number of Jacob's descendants through Zilpah was 16. The sons of Jacob's wife Rachel were Joseph and Benjamin. Joseph's sons born in the land of Egypt were Manasseh and Ephraim. Their mother was Asenath, daughter of Potipharah, the priest of On. Benjamin's sons were Bela, Becca, Ashbel, Gera, Nahaman, Yehi, Rosh, Huppim, and Ard. These were the sons of Rachel and Jacob. The number of Jacob's descendants through Rachel was 14. The son of Dan was Hashim. The son of Naphtali was Jaziel, Guni, Jaza, and Shalem. These were the sons of Bala, the servant given to Rachel by her father Laban. The number of Jacob's descendants through Bala was 7. The total number of Jacob's direct descendants who went with him to Egypt not counting his sons' wives, was 66. In addition, Joseph had 2 sons who were born in Egypt. So, altogether, there were 70 members of Jacob's family in the land of Egypt. Jacob's family arrives in Goshen. As they neared the destination, Jacob sent Judah ahead to meet Joseph and give directions to the region of Goshen. And when they finally arrived there, Joseph prepared his chariot and traveled to Goshen to meet his father Jacob. When Joseph arrived, he embraced his father and wept, holding him for a long time. Finally, Jacob said to Joseph, "Now I am ready to die. I have seen your face again and know that you are still alive." And Joseph said to his brothers and to his father's entire family, "I will go to Pharaoh and tell him, 'My brother and my father's entire family have come to me from the land of Canaan. These men are shepherds and they raise livestock. They have brought with them their flocks and herds and everything they own.'" Then he said, "When Pharaoh calls for you and asks about your occupation, you must tell him, 'We, your servants, have raised livestock all of our lives, as our ancestors have always done.' When you tell him this, he will let you live here in the region of Goshen, for the Egyptians despise shepherds." Jacob pleases Pharaoh. Then Joseph went to see Pharaoh and told him, "My father and my brothers have arrived from the land of Canaan. They have come with all of their flocks and herds and possessions, and they are now in the region of Goshen." Joseph took 5 of his brothers with him and presented them to Pharaoh. And Pharaoh asked the brothers, "What is your occupation?" They replied, "We, your servants, are shepherds, just like our ancestors. We have come to live here in Egypt for a while. There is no pasture for our flocks in Canaan. The famine is very severe there, so please, we request permission to live in the region of Goshen." Then the Pharaoh said to Joseph, "Now that your father and brothers have joined you here, choose any place in the entire land of Egypt for them to live. Give them the best land of Egypt, let them live in the region of Goshen, and if any of them have special skills, put them in charge of my livestock too." And Joseph brought his father Jacob and presented him to Pharaoh, and Jacob blessed Pharaoh. "How old are you?" Pharaoh asked him. Jacob replied, "I have traveled this earth for 130 years. But my life has been short compared to the lives of my ancestors." Then Jacob blessed the Pharaoh again before leaving his court. So Joseph assigned the best land of Egypt, the region of Ramses, to his father and his brothers, and settled them there, just as Pharaoh had commanded. And Joseph provided food for his father and his brother in amounts appropriate to the number of their dependents, included the smallest children. Joseph's leadership in the famine. Meanwhile, the famine became so severe that all the food was used up, and people were starving throughout the lands of Egypt and Canaan. By selling grain to the people, Joseph eventually collected all the money in Egypt and Canaan and put it in the money in the Pharaoh's treasury. When the people of Egypt and Canaan ran out of money, all the Egyptians came out to Joseph. "Our money is gone," they cried. "Please give us food or we will die before your very eyes." Joseph replied, "Since your money is gone, bring me your livestock. I will give you food in exchange for your livestock." So they brought all their livestock to Joseph in exchange for food, in exchange for their horses, flocks of sheep and goats, herds of cattle and donkeys. Joseph provided them with food for another year. But that year ended, and the next years they came again and said, "We cannot hide the truth from you, my lord. Our money is gone, all our livestock and cattle are yours. We have nothing left to give you but our bodies and our land. Why should we die before your very eyes? Buy us and our land in exchange for food. We offer our land and ourselves as slaves for the Pharaoh. Just give us grain so we may live and not die, and so other land does not become empty and desolate." So Joseph bought all the land of Egypt from Pharaohs. All the Egyptians sold him their fields because the famine was so severe, and soon all the land belonged to the Pharaoh. As far as the people, he made them all slaves. From one end of Egypt to the other, the only land he did not buy was the land belonging to the priests. They received an allotment of food directly from Pharaoh, so they didn't need to sell their land. Then Joseph said to the people, "Look, today I have bought your land for Pharaoh. I will provide you with seeds so you can plant your fields. Then you harvest it. 1/5 of your crop will belong to the Pharaoh. You may keep the remaining 4/5 as seed for your fields and as food for you, your households, and your little ones. You have saved our lives," they exclaimed. "May it please you, my lord, to let us be the Pharaoh's servant." Joseph then issued a decree still in effect in the land of Egypt that Pharaoh should receive 1/5 of all the crops grown in his land. Only the land belonging to the priests was not given to the Pharaoh. Meanwhile, the people of Israel settled in the region of Goshen in Egypt. There, they acquired property, and they were fruitful, and their population grew rapidly. Jacob lived for 17 years after his arrival in Egypt, so he lived for 147 years in all. As the time for his death drew near, Jacob called for his son Joseph and said to him, "Please do me this favor. Put your hand under my thigh and swear that you will treat me with unfailing love by honoring this last request. Do not bury me in Egypt when I die. Please take my body out of Egypt and bury me with my ancestors." So Joseph promised, "I will do as you ask. I swear that you will do it." Jacob insisted. So Joseph gave his oath, and Jacob bowed humbly at the head of his bed. Jacob blesses Manasseh and Ephraim. One day, not long after this, word came to Joseph, "Your father is failing rapidly." So Joseph went to visit his father and took with him his 2 sons, Manasseh and Ephraim. When Joseph arrived, Jacob was told, "Your son Joseph has to come and see you." So Jacob gathered his strength, sat up in his bed. Jacob said to Joseph, "God Almighty appeared to me at Luz in the land of Canaan and blessed me. He said to me, 'He will make you fruitful, and I will multiply your descendants.'" "I will make you a multitude of nations, and I will give you this land of Canaan to your descendants after you as an everlasting possession. Now I am claiming as my own sons these 2 boys of yours, Ephraim and Manasseh, who were born here in the land of Egypt before I arrived. They will be my sons, just as Reuben and Simon are here. But any children born to you in the future will be your own, and they will inherit land within territories of their brothers Ephraim and Manasseh. Long ago I was returning from Paddan Aram. Rachel died in the land of Canaan. We were still on the way, some distance from Ephrath, that is, Bethlehem. So, with great sorrow, I buried her there, beside the road to Ephrath. Then Jacob looked over at the 2 boys. "Are these your sons?" he asked. "Yes," Joseph told him. "These are the sons God has given me here in Egypt." And Jacob said, "Bring them closer to me, so I can bless them." Jacob was half blind because of his age and could hardly see. So Joseph brought the boys close to him, and Jacob kissed and embraced them. Then Jacob said to Joseph, "I never thought I would see your face again, but now God has let me see your children too." Joseph moved the boys, who were at their grandfather's knees, and he bowed with his face to the ground. Then he positioned the boys in front of Jacob. With his right hand, he directed Ephraim towards Jacob's left hand, and with his left hand, he put Manasseh at Jacob's right hand. But Jacob crossed his arms as he reached out to lay his hands on the boys' heads. He put his right hand on the head of Ephraim, though he was the younger boy, and his left hand on the head of Manasseh, though he was the firstborn. Then he blessed Joseph and said, "May the God before whom my grandfather Abraham and my father Isaac walked, the God who has been my shepherd all of my life to this very day, the angel who has redeemed me from all harm, may he bless these boys. May they preserve my name. And the names of Abraham and Isaac, and may their descendants multiply greatly throughout the earth." But Joseph was upset when he saw that his father placed his right hand on Ephraim's head. So Joseph lifted it to move it from Ephraim's head to Manasseh's head. "No, my father," he said, "this one is the firstborn. Put your right hand on his head." But his father refused. I know, my son, I know, he replied. Manasseh will also become a great people, but his younger brother will become even greater, and his descendants will become a multitude of nations. So Jacob blessed the boys that day with this blessing. The people of Israel will use your names when they give a blessing. They will say, May God make you as prosperous as Ephraim and Manasseh. In this way, Jacob put Ephraim ahead of Manasseh. Then Jacob said to Joseph, Look, I am about to die, but God will be with you and will take you back to Canaan, the land of your ancestors, and beyond what I have given to your brothers, I am giving to you an extra portion of the land that I took from the Amorites with my sword and bow. Jacob's last words to his sons. Then Jacob called together all of his sons and said, Gather round me, and I will tell you what will happen to each of you in the days to come. Come, listen to your sons of Jacob. Listen to Israel, your father. Reuben, you are my firstborn, my strength, the child of my vigorous youth. You are the first in rank and first in power. But you are as unruly as a flood, and you will be first no longer. For you went to bed with my wife, and you defiled my marriage couch. Simone and Levi are two of a kind. Their weapons are instruments of violence. May I never join in their meetings, may I never be a party to their plans, for in their anger they murdered men and crippled oxen just for sport. A curse on their anger, for it is fierce. A curse on their wrath, for it is cruel. I will scatter them among the descendants of Jacob. I will disperse them throughout Israel. Judah, your brothers will praise you. You will grasp your enemies by the neck. All your relatives will bow before you. Judah, my son, is a young lion that has finished eating its prey. Like a lion, it lies down, like a lioness who dares to rouse him. The scepter will not depart, nor the ruler's staff from his descendants, until the coming of the one to whom it belongs, the one whom all nations will honor. He ties his fowl to a grapevine, the colt of his donkey to a choice vine. He washes his clothes in wine, and his robes in the blood of grapes. His eyes are darker than wine, his teeth are whiter than milk. Zebulun, you will settle by the seashore, and will be a harbor for the ships. His borders will extend to Sidon. Issachar is a sturdy donkey, resting between two paddocks. When he sees how good the countryside is, how pleasant the land is, he will bend his shoulder to the load and submit himself to hard labor. Dan, you will govern his people like any other tribe in Israel. Dan will be a snake beside the road, a poisonous viper along the path that bites horses' hooves, so its rider is thrown off. I trust in you for salvation of the Lord. Gad will be attacked by marauding bands, but he will attack them when they retreat. Asher will dine on rich foods and produce foods fit for kings. Naphtali is a doe set free that bears beautiful fawns. Joseph is the foal of a wild donkey, the foal of a wild donkey at spring, one of the wild donkeys on the ridge. Archers attack him savagely. They shot at him and harassed him, but his bow remains taut. By the hands of the mighty one Jacob, by the shepherd, the rocks of Israel, may the God of your father help you. May the Almighty bless you with the blessings of the heavens above, and the blessings of the watery depths below, and blessings of the breast and womb. May my fatherly blessings on you surpass the blessings of my ancestors, reaching to the heights of eternal hills. May those blessings rest on the head of Joseph, who is a prince among his brothers. Benjamin is a ravenous wolf, devouring his enemies in the morning, and dividing his plunder in the evening. These are the 12 tribes of Israel. And this is what their father said as he told his sons goodbye. He blessed each one with an appropriate message. Then Jacob instructed them, Soon I will die and join my ancestors. Bury me with my father and grandfather in the cave in the field of Ephron and the Hittite. This is the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre in Canaan that Abraham bought from Elon in the Hittite as a permanent burial site. There Abraham and his wife Sarah are buried. There Isaac and his wife Rebekah are buried, and there are buried Leah. It is the plot of land and the cave from my grandfather Abraham bought from the Hittites. When Jacob had finished his charge to his sons, he drew his feet into the bed, breathed with his last, and joined his ancestors in death. Joseph threw himself on his father and wept over him and kissed him. Then Joseph told the physicians who served him to embalm his father's body. So Jacob was embalmed. The embalming process took the usual 40 days, and the Egyptians mourned his death for 70 days. When the period of mourning was over, Joseph approached Pharaoh's advisors and said, "Please do me this favor, and speak to the Pharaoh on my behalf. Tell him that my father made me swear an oath. He said to me, 'Listen, I am about to die. Take my body back to the island of Canaan. Bury me in the tomb I prepared for myself. So please allow me to go and bury my father. After this burial, I will return without delay." Pharaoh agreed to Joseph's request. "Go and bury your father, as he made you promise," he said. So Joseph went up to bury his father. He was accompanied by all of Pharaoh's officials, all of the senior members of Pharaoh's household, and all the senior officers of Egypt. Joseph also took his entire household and his brothers and their household, but they left their little children and flocks and herds in the land of Goshen. A great number of chariots and charioteers accompanied Joseph. When they arrived at threshing a flood of Atad near the river of Jordan, they held a very great and solemn memorial service with a 7-day period of mourning for Joseph's father. The local residents of the Canaanites watched them mourning and threshing the floor of Atad, and they renamed that place, which is said, "This is a place of deep mourning for those Egyptians, Abel Mizraim." So Jacob's son did as he had commanded them. They carried his body to the land of Canaan and buried him in the cave in the field of Machpelah near Mamre. This is the cave that Abraham had bought as a permanent burial site for Ephron the Hittite. Joseph reassures his brothers. After burying Jacob, Joseph returned to Egypt with his brothers and all who had accompanied him to his father's burial. But now that their father was dead, Joseph's brothers became fearful. Now Joseph will show his anger and pay us back for all the wrong we did to him, they said. So they sent this message to Joseph. "Before your father died, he instructed us to say to you, 'Please forgive your brothers for the great wrong they did to you, for their sin in treating you so cruelly. So we, the servants of God of your father, begin you to forgive our sin.'" So when Joseph received this message, he broke down and wept. Then his brothers came and threw themselves down before Joseph. "Look, we are your slaves," they said. But Joseph replied, "Don't be afraid of me. Am I God that I can punish you? You intended to harm me, but God intended it all for good. He brought me to this position so I could save the lives of many people. Don't be afraid. I will continue to take care of you and your children." So he reassured them by speaking kindly to them. Death of Joseph. So Joseph and his brothers and their families continued to live in Egypt. Joseph lived to the age of 110. He lived to see 3 generations of descendants, his son Ephraim, and he lived to see the birth of children of Manasseh's son, Machir, whom he claimed as his own. "Soon I will die," Joseph told his brothers, "but God will surely come to help you and lead you out of this land, which is Egypt. He will bring you back to the land solemnly promised he gave to Abraham and Isaac and to Jacob." Then Joseph made the sons of Israel swear an oath. And he said, "When God comes to help you and lead you back, you must take my bones with you." So Joseph died at the age of 110. The Egyptians embalmed him, and his body was placed in a coffin in Egypt. This is the book of Genesis. This is the book of Exodus, the Israelites in Egypt. These are the names of the son of Israel, that is Jacob, who moved to Egypt with their father, each with his family: Reuben, Simon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Benjamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, and Asher. In all, Jacob had 70 descendants in Egypt, including Joseph, who was already there. In time, Joseph and all his brothers died, ending that entire generation. But their descendants, the Israelites, had many children and grandchildren. In fact, they multiplied so greatly They became extremely powerful and filled the land. Eventually, a new king came to power in Egypt who knew nothing about Joseph or what he had done. He said to his people, "Look, the people of Israel now outnumber us and are stronger than we are. We must make a plan to keep them from going even more. If we don't, and if war breaks out, they will join our enemies and fight against us, and then they will escape from the country." So the Egyptians made the Israelites their slaves. They appointed brutal slave drivers over them, hoping to wear them down in crushing labor. They forced them to build the cities of Pithom and Ramses and supply centers for the king. But the more the Egyptians oppressed them, the more the Israelites multiplied and spread, and the more alarmed the Egyptians became. So the Egyptians worked the people of Israel without mercy. They made their lives better, forcing them to mix mortar and make bricks and do all the work in the fields. They were ruthless in all their demands. And Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, gave this order to the Hebrew midwives, Shif, Ra, and Phua. When you help the Hebrew women as they give birth, watch they deliver. If the baby is a boy, kill him. If it is a girl, leave her. But because the midwives fear God, they refused to obey the king's orders. They allowed the boys to live too. Soon the king of Egypt called for the midwives. "Why have you done this?" he demanded. "Why have you allowed the boys to live? The Hebrew women are not like the Egyptian women." The midwives replied, "They are more vigorous and have their babies so quickly that we cannot get there in time." So God was good to the midwives, and the Israelites continued to multiply and grow, growing more and more powerful. And because the midwives feared God and gave them families of their own, then Pharaoh gave this order to all his people: "Throw every newborn Hebrew boy into the river Nile, but you may let the girls live." The birth of Moses. About this time, a woman and a man from the tribe of Levi got married. The woman became pregnant and gave birth to a son. She saw that he was a special baby and kept him hidden for 3 months. But once she could no longer hide him, she got a basket made of papyrus reeds and waterproofed it with tar and pitch. She put the baby in the basket, laid it among the reeds along the bank of the river Nile. The baby's sister then stood at a distance, watched to see what would happen to him. Soon Pharaoh had heard what had happened, and he tried to kill Moses. But Moses fled from Pharaoh and went to live in the land of Midian. When Moses arrived in Midian, he sat down beside a well. Now the priest of Midian had 7 daughters who came as usual to draw water and fill the troughs for their father's flocks. But as soon as some other shepherds came and chased them away, so Moses jumped up and rescued the girls from the shepherds, and he drew the water from their flocks. When the girls returned to Reuel, their father had asked, "Why are you back so soon today?" "An Egyptian rescued us from the shepherds," they answered, "and then he drew water for us and watered our flocks." "Then where is he?" their father asked. "Why did you leave him there? Invite him to come and eat with us." Moses accepted the invitation, and he settled there with him in time. Reuel gave Moses his daughter Zipporah to be his wife. Later she gave birth to a son, and Moses named him Gershom. For he explained, "I have been a foreigner in a foreign land." Years passed, and the king of Egypt died, but the Israelites continued to groan under the burden of slavery. They cried out for help, and their cry rose up to God. God heard their moaning, and he remembered the covenant promised to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. He looked down on the people of Israel, and he knew it was time to act. Moses and the burning bush. One day, Moses was tending to the flock of his father-in-law Jethro, the priest of Midian. He led the flock far into the wilderness and came to Sinai, the mountain of God. There the angel of the Lord appeared to him in a blazing fire from the middle of the bush. Moses stared in amazement. Though the bush was engulfed in flames, it didn't even burn up. "This is amazing," Moses thought to himself. "Why isn't that bush burning up? I must go and see it." When the Lord saw Moses coming to take a closer look, God called to him from the middle of the bush, "Moses, Moses." "Here I am," Moses replied. "Do not come any closer," the Lord warned. "Take off your sandals, for you are standing on holy ground. I am the God, your father, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob." When Moses heard this, he covered his face because he was afraid to look at the God. Then the Lord told him, I have certainly seen this oppression of my people in Egypt. I have heard their cries of distress because of their harsh slave drivers. Yes, I am aware of their suffering, so I have come down to rescue them from the power of the Egyptians and lead them out of Egypt into their own fertile and spacious land. It is a land flowing with milk and honey, the land where the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites now live. Look, the cry of the people of Israel has reached me. I have now seen how harshly the Egyptians have abused them. Now go, for I am sending you to Pharaoh. You must lead my people Israel out of Egypt. But Moses protested to God, who am I to appear before the Pharaoh? Who am I to lead the people of Israel out of Egypt? God answered, I will be with you, and this is your sign that I am the one who has sent you. When you have brought the people out of Egypt, you will worship God at this very mountain. But Moses protested, if I go to the people of Israel and tell them, the God of your ancestors have sent me to you, they will ask me, what is his name? Then what should I tell them? God replied to Moses, I am who I am. Say this to the people of Israel, I am has sent you. God also said to Moses, say this to the people of Israel, Yahweh, the God of your ancestors, the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, the God of Jacob, has sent me to you. This is my eternal name, my name to remember for all generations. Now go and call together all the elders of Israel. Tell them, Yahweh, the God of your ancestors, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, has appeared to me. He told me I have been watching closely and see how the Egyptians are treating you. I have promised to rescue you from your oppression in Egypt. I will lead you to a hand flowing with milk and honey, the land where the Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Perizzites, Hivites, and Jebusites now live. The elders of Israel will accept your message. Then you and the elders must go to the king of Egypt and tell him, the Lord God of the Hebrews has met with us. So please take us a 3-day journey into the wilderness to offer sacrifices to our Lord God. But I know that the king of Egypt will not let you go unless a mighty hand forces him. So I will raise my hand and strike the Egyptians, performing all kinds of miracles among them. Then at least he will let you go. And I will cause the Egyptians to look favorably upon you. They will give you gifts when you go, so you will not leave empty-handed. Every Israelite woman will ask for articles of silver and gold, fine clothing from her Egyptian neighbors, and from the foreign women in their houses. You will dress your sons and daughters with these trimmings, the Egyptians of their wealth, signs of the Lord's power. But Moses protested again. What if they won't believe me or listen to me? What if they say, the Lord never appeared to you? Then the Lord asked him, what is that in your hand? It's a shepherd's staff, Moses replied. Throw it on the ground, the Lord told him. So Moses threw down the staff, and it turned into a snake. Moses jumped back. Then the Lord told him, reach out and grab its tail. So Moses reached out and grabbed it, and it turned back into a shepherd's staff in his hand. Perform this sign, the Lord told him. Then they will believe that the Lord God of their ancestors, the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, really has appeared to you. And the Lord said to Moses, now put your hand inside your cloak. So Moses put his hand inside the cloak. And when he took his hand again, his hand was as white as snow. It's a severe skin disease. Now put your hand back into your cloak, the Lord said. So Moses put his hand back in. When he took it out, it was healthy. The Lord said to Moses, if they do not believe you, and you are not convinced by the first miraculous sign, they will be convinced by the second. And if they don't believe you or listen to you even after these 2 signs, then take some water from the river Nile and pour it out onto the dry ground. When you do, the water from the Nile will turn to blood on the ground. But Moses pleaded with the Lord, oh Lord, I'm not very good with words. I never have been. I know not now, and even though you have spoken to me, I get tongue-tied and my words get tangled. Then the Lord asked Moses, who makes a person's mouth? Who decides whether people speak or do not speak, hear or do not hear, see or do not see? It is I, the Lord. Now go. I will be with you as you speak, and I will instruct in what you say. But Moses again pleaded, Lord, please send anyone else. Then the Lord became angry with Moses. "All right," he said. "What about your brother, Aaron the Levite? I know he speaks well. I know, and look, he is on his way to meet you now. He will be delighted to see you. Talk to him and put the words in his mouth, and I will be with both of you as you speak, and I will instruct you in what to do. Aaron will be your spokesperson to the people. He will be your mouthpiece, and you will stand in the place of God for him telling you what to say, and take your shepherd's staff with you and use it to perform the miraculous signs I have shown you." Moses returns to Egypt. So Moses went back home to Jethro, his father-in-law. "Please let me return to my relatives in Egypt," Moses said. "I don't even know if they're still alive." "Go in peace," Jethro replied. Before Moses left Midian, the Lord said to him, "Return to Egypt, for all those who wanted to kill you have died." So Moses took his wife and sons, put them on a donkey, and headed back to the land of Egypt. In his hand he carried the staff of God, and the Lord told Moses, "When you arrive back in Egypt, go to the Pharaoh, perform all the miracles I have empowered you to do, but I will harden his heart, so he will refuse to let the people go. Then you will tell him, 'This is what the Lord says, Israel is my firstborn son. I commanded you, let my son go, so he can worship me, and since you have refused, I will now kill your firstborn son.'" On the way to Egypt, a place where Moses and his family had stopped for the night, the Lord confronted him and was about to kill him. But Moses' wife, Zipporah, took a flint knife and circumcised her son. She touched his feet with the foreskin, and now you are a bridegroom of blood to me. When she said a bridegroom of blood, she was referring to the circumcision. After that, the Lord left him alone. Now the Lord had said to Aaron, "Go out into the wilderness to meet Moses." So Aaron went and met Moses at the mountain of God, and he embraced him. Moses then told Aaron everything the Lord had commanded him to say, and told him about the miraculous signs of the Lord had commanded him to perform. Then Moses and Aaron returned to Egypt and called on the elders of Israel together. Aaron told them everything, and the Lord had told Moses performed the miraculous sign as they watched, and the people of Israel were convinced that the Lord had sent Moses and Aaron. When they heard that the Lord was concerned about them and had seen their misery, they bowed down and worshipped. After this presentation to Israel leaders, Moses and Aaron went and spoke to the Pharaoh. They told him, "This is what the Lord, the God of Israel, says. Let my people go, so they may hold a festival in my honor in the wilderness." "Is that so?" retorted the Pharaoh. "And who is the Lord? Why should I listen to him and let Israel go? I don't know the Lord, and I will not let Israel go." But Aaron and Moses persisted. "The God of the Hebrews has met with us," they declared. "Let us take a 3-day journey into the wilderness so we can offer sacrifices to the Lord our God. If we don't, he will kill us with a plague or with the sword." Pharaoh replied, "Moses and Aaron, why are you distracting the people from their tasks? Get back to work. Look, there are many of your people in the land, and you are stopping them from their work." That same day, Pharaoh sent his order to Egyptian slave drivers and the Israelite foremen. "Do not supply any more straw making for bricks, but the people to get it themselves, but still require them to make the same number of bricks as before. Don't reduce the quota. They are lazy, that's why they are carrying out. Let us go and offer sacrifices to our God. Load them down with more work, make them sweat. This will teach them to listen to lies." So the slave drivers and foremen went out and told the people, "This is what the Pharaoh says. I will not provide any more straw for you. Go and get it yourselves. Find it wherever you can, but you must produce just as many bricks as before." So the people scattered throughout the land of Egypt and searched for straw to use as straw. Meanwhile, the Egyptian slave drivers continued to push hard. "Meet your daily quota of bricks, just as you did when we provided you with the straw." Then they whipped the Israelite foremen they had put in charge of the work crews. "Why haven't you met your quotas either? Yesterday or today," they demanded. So the Israelite foreman went to the Pharaoh and pleaded with him, "Please don't treat your servants like this," said Dahl. "We are given no straw, but the slave drivers still demand we make bricks. We are being beaten, but it isn't our fault. Our own people are to blame." But Pharaoh shouted, "You are just lazy. That's why you're saying, 'Let us go and offer sacrifices to the Lord.' Now get back to work. No straw will be given to you, but you must still produce the full quota of bricks." The Israelite foremen could see that they were in serious trouble, and they were told, "You must not reduce the number of bricks you make each day," and they left Pharaoh's court. They confronted Moses and Aaron, who were waiting outside for them. The foreman said to them, "May the Lord judge and punish you for making a stick before Pharaoh and his officials. You have put a sword into their hands, an excuse to kill us." Then Moses went back to the Lord and protested, "Why have you brought all this trouble on your own people, Lord? Why did you send me? Ever since I came to Pharaoh as your spokesman, he has been even more brutal to your people, and you have done nothing to rescue them." The promises of deliverance. Then the Lord told Moses, "Now you will see what I will do to Pharaoh when he feels the force of my strong hand. He will let the people go. In fact, he will force them to leave his land." And God said to Moses, "I am Yahweh. I appeared to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, God Almighty, but did not reveal my name, Yahweh, to them. And I reaffirmed my covenant with them under its terms. I promised to give them the land of Canaan, where they were living as foreigners. You can be sure that I have heard the groans of the people of Israel, who are now slaves to the Egyptians, and I am well aware of my covenant with them. Therefore I say to the people of Israel, I am the Lord, and I will free you from your oppression, and I will rescue you from your slavery in Egypt. I will redeem you with a powerful arm and great acts of judgment. It will claim you as my own people, and I will be your God, and then you will know that I am the Lord, your God, who has freed you from your oppression in Egypt. I will bring you into the land I swore to give Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. I will give it to you as your very own possession. I am the Lord." So Moses told the people of Israel that the Lord had said, but they had refused to trust him and listen anymore. They had become too discouraged by the brutality of their slavery. The Lord said to Moses, "Go back to the Pharaoh the king and tell him to let the people of Israel leave his country." But Lord, Moses objected, "My own people won't listen to me anymore. How can I expect a Pharaoh to listen? I'm such a clumsy speaker." But the Lord spoke to Moses and Aaron and gave them orders for the Israelites and the Pharaoh and the king in Egypt. The Lord commanded Moses and Aaron to lead the people of Israel out of Egypt. These ancestors of Moses and Aaron. These are the ancestors of some of the clans of Israel. Here we go. The sons of Reuben, Israel's oldest son, were Hanok, Palu, Hezron, and Carmi. Their descendants became the clans of Reuben. The sons of Simon were Jemuel, Jamin, Hoahad, Jachan, Zohar, and Shahul. Shahul's mother was a Canaanite. Their descendants became the clans of Simon. These are descendants of Levi, as listed in the family records. The son of Levi were Gershon, Kohath, and Merari. Levi lived to be 137 years old. The descendants of Gershon included Libni and Shimei, each of whom became the ancestor of a clan. The descendants of Kohath included Amram, Izhar, Hebron, and Uziel. Kohath lived to be 133 years old. The descendants of Merari included Mali and Mushi. These are the clans of the Levites as listed in their family records. Amram married his father's sister, Jochebed, and she gave birth to his son, Aaron and Moses. Amram lived to be 137 years old. The sons of Ishar were Korah, Nepheg, and Zikri. The sons of Uziel were Mishael, Elzaphan, and Sithri. Aaron married Elisheba, the daughter of Aminadab, and the sister of Nahshon, and she gave birth to his sons, Nadab, Abihu, Eleazar, and Ithamar. The sons of Korah were Asir, Elkanah, and Abiasaph. Their descendants became the clans of Korah. Eleazar, son of Aaron, married one of the daughters of Putiel, and she gave birth to his son, Phinehas. These are the ancestors of the Levite family, listed according to their clans. The Aaron and Moses named in this list are the same ones to whom the Lord said, "Lead the people of Israel out of the land of Egypt like an army." It was Moses and Aaron who spoke to Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, about leading the people of Israel out of Egypt. When the Lord spoke to Moses in the land of Egypt, he said to him, "I am the Lord. Tell Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, everything I am telling you." And Moses argued with the Lord, saying, "I can't do it. I'm such a clumsy speaker. Why should the Pharaoh listen to me?" Then the Lord said to Moses, "Pay close attention to this. I will make you seem like a god to the Pharaoh, and your brother Aaron will be your prophet. Tell Aaron everything I command you, and Aaron must command Pharaoh to let the people of Israel leave his country. But I will make Pharaoh's heart stubborn, so I can multiply my miraculous signs, wonder in the land of Egypt. Even then the Pharaoh will refuse to listen to you, so I will bring down my fist on Egypt. Then I will rescue my forces, my people the Israelites, from the land of Egypt with great acts of judgment. When I raise my powerful hand and bring out the Israelites, and the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord." So Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord commanded them. Moses was 80 years old, and Aaron was 83, when they made their demands to Pharaoh. Then the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Pharaoh will demand, 'Show me a miracle.' When he does this, say to Aaron, 'Take your staff and throw it in front of the Pharaoh, and it will become a serpent.'" So Moses and Aaron went to Pharaoh and did what the Lord had commanded. Aaron threw down the staff before the Pharaoh and the officials, and it became a serpent. Then Pharaoh called in an old wise men and sorcerers, and these Egyptian magicians did the same thing with their magic. They threw down their staffs, which also became serpents. Then Aaron's staff swallowed up their staffs. Pharaoh's heart, however, remained hard. He still refused to listen. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Pharaoh's heart is stubborn, and he still refuses to let the people go. So go to the Pharaoh in the morning. As he goes down to the river, stand on the bank of the Nile, meet him there. Be sure to take along that staff that turned into a snake, and announce to him, 'The Lord of the God of Hebrews has sent me to tell you, let my people go so they can worship me in the wilderness. Until now, you have refused to listen to him, so this is what the Lord said. I will show you that I am the Lord. Look, I will strike the water of the Nile with this staff in my hand, and the river will turn into blood. The fish in it will die, and the river will stink. The Egyptians will not be able to drink any water from the Nile.' Then the Lord said to Moses, 'Tell Aaron, take your staff, and raise your hand over the waters of Egypt, all its rivers, canals, ponds, and all the reservations. Turn all the water to blood. Everywhere in Egypt the water will turn to blood, even the water stored in wooden bowls.' So Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord commanded them. And Pharaoh, all of his officials watched. Aaron raised his staff and struck the whole water of the Nile. Suddenly the whole river turned to blood. The fish in the river died, and the water became so foul that the Egyptians couldn't drink it. There was blood everywhere, throughout the land of Egypt. But again, the magicians of Egypt used their magics, and they too turned water into blood. So Pharaoh's heart remained hard. He refused to listen to Moses and Aaron. Just as the Lord had predicted, Pharaoh returned to his palace and put the whole thing out of his mind. Then all the Egyptians dug along the river bank to find drinking water, so they couldn't drink the water from the Nile. 7 days passed, as from the time the Lord struck the Nile. A plague of frogs. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Go back to Pharaoh and announce to him, 'This is what the Lord says. Let my people go so they can worship me. If you refuse to let them go, I will send a plague of frogs across your entire land. The river Nile will swarm with frogs. They will come up out of the river and into your palace, even into your bedroom and onto your bed. They will enter the houses of your office officials and your people. They will even jump into your ovens and your kneading bowls. Frogs will jump on you, your people, and your officials." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Tell Aaron, raise the staff in your hand to all the rivers, canals, and ponds of Egypt, and bring all the frogs over the land." So Aaron raised his hand over the waters of Egypt, and frogs came and covered the whole land. But the magicians were able to do the same thing with their magic. They too caused frogs to come up in the land of Egypt. Then Pharaoh summoned Moses and Aaron and begged, "Plead with the Lord to take the frogs away from me and my people. I will let your people go, so they can offer sacrifices to the Lord." "You set the time," Moses replied. "Tell me when you want me to pray for you, your officials, and your people. Then you and your houses will be rid of the frogs. They will remain only in the river Nile." "Do it tomorrow," Pharaoh said. "All right," Moses replied. "It will be as you have said." Then you will know that there is no one like the Lord our God. The frogs will leave you in your houses, your officials and your people. They will remain only in the river Nile. So Moses and Aaron left Pharaoh's palace, and Moses cried out to the Lord about the frogs he had inflicted on Pharaoh. And the Lord did just what Moses had predicted. The frogs in the houses, the courtyards, and the fields all died. The Egyptians piled in them into great heaps, and a terrible stench filled the land. But even when Pharaoh saw that relief had come, he became stubborn. He refused to listen to Moses and Aaron, just as the Lord predicted. A plague of giant gnats. So the Lord said to Moses, "Tell Aaron, raise your staff and strike the ground. The dust will turn into swarms of gnats throughout the land of Egypt." So Moses and Aaron did just as the Lord commanded them. When Aaron raised his hand and struck the ground with his staff, gnats infested their entire land. And covering the Egyptians and their animals, all the dust in the land of Egypt turned into gnats. Pharaoh's magicians tried to do the same thing with secret arts, but this time they failed. And the gnats covered everyone, people and animals alike. "This is the finger of God," the magicians exclaimed to Pharaoh, but the Pharaoh's heart remained hard. He wouldn't listen, just as the Lord had predicted. A plague of flies. "Get up early in the morning and stand in Pharaoh's way as he goes down to the river. Say this to him, 'Let my people go so they can worship me.' If you refuse, then I will send swarms of flies on you, your officials, your people, and all of their houses. The Egyptians' home will be filled with flies, and the ground will be covered with them. But this time I will spare the region of Goshen, where my people live. No flies will be found there. Then you will know that I am the Lord, and I am present even in the heart of your land. I will make a clear distinction between my and your people. This miraculous sign will happen tomorrow." And the Lord did just as he said. A thick swarm of flies filled the Pharaoh's place and the houses of his officials. The whole land of Egypt was thrown into chaos by the flies. Pharaoh called for Moses and Aaron. "All right, go ahead and offer your sacrifices to your God," he said, "but do it here, in this land." Moses replied, "That wouldn't be right. The Egyptians detest the sacrifices that we offer to the Lord, our God. Look, if we offer our sacrifices here, where the Egyptians can see us, they will stone us. We must make a 3-day trip into the wilderness to offer sacrifices to the Lord, just as he has commanded." "All right, go ahead," Pharaoh replied. "I will let you go into the wilderness to offer sacrifices to the Lord. Don't go too far away. Now hurry and pray for me." Moses answered, "As soon as I leave you, I will pray to the Lord, and tomorrow the swarms of flies will disappear to you and your officials and all your people. But I'm warning you, Pharaoh, don't lie to us again and refuse to let the people go to sacrifice the Lord." So Moses left, and the Lord did as Moses asked and caused the swarms of flies to disappear. From Pharaoh, his officials and people, not a single fly remained. But Pharaoh again became stubborn and refused to let the people go. "Go back to Pharaoh," the Lord commanded. "Tell him, this is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews, says. Let my people go so that they can worship me. Continue to hold them, to refuse to let them go. The hand of the Lord will strike all of your livestock, your horses, donkeys, camels, cattle, sheep, and goats with a deadly plague. But the Lord will make a distinction between the livestock of the Israelites and the Egyptians. Not a single one of Israel's animals will die. The Lord has already set the time for the plague to begin. He has declared that it will strike tomorrow." The next morning, all the livestock of the Egyptians died, but the Israelites didn't lose a single animal. Pharaoh sent his officials to investigate, and they discovered that the Israelites had not lost a single animal. But even so, Pharaoh's heart remained stubborn. Then the Lord said to Moses and Aaron, "Take handfuls of soot from a brick kiln, and have Moses toss it into the air while the Pharaoh watches. The ashes will spread like fine dust over the whole land of Egypt, causing festering boils to break out on people and animals throughout the land." So they took the stick from the brick kiln, went and stood before the Pharaoh watched. Moses threw this into the air, and boils broke out on people and animals. Even the magicians weren't able to stand before Moses, because the boils had broken out of them and all the Egyptians. But the Lord hardened, and just as Pharaoh's heart hardened, and just as the Lord had predicted to Moses, Pharaoh refused to listen. A plague of hail. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Get up early in the morning, stand before the Pharaoh. Tell him, this is what the Lord, the God of the Hebrews says, if you don't, I will send more plagues on you and your officials and your people. Then you will know there is no one like me in all this earth. By now, I could have lifted my hand and struck you and your people with a plague to wipe you off the face of the earth, but I have spared you for a purpose, to show you my power, to spread fame throughout the earth. But you still lord it over my people and refuse to let them go. So tomorrow, at this time, I will send a hailstorm, more devastating than any in all of history of Egypt. Quick, order your livestock in order to come in from the fields to find shelter. Any person or animal left outside will die when the hail falls. Some Pharaoh's officials were afraid because of what the Lord said. They quickly brought their servants and livestock in from the field. But those who paid no attention to the word of the Lord left theirs out in the open. And the Lord said to Moses, lift your hand towards the sky so hail may fall upon the people, the livestock, and all the plants throughout the land of Egypt. So Moses lifted his staff towards the sky. The Lord sent thunder and hail, lightning flashes towards the earth. The Lord sent a tremendous hailstorm against the land. Never in all the history of Egypt had there ever been a storm like that. Such devastating hail, continuous lightning, that left all of Egypt in ruins. The hail struck down every animal, everything in the open fields, peoples, animals, and plants alike. Even the trees were destroyed. The only place without hail was the region of Goshen, where the people of Israel lived. Pharaoh quickly summoned Moses and Aaron. This time I have sinned, he confessed. The Lord is righteous one, and my people are wrong. Please beg the Lord to end this terrifically thunder and bail. I've had enough. All right, as soon as I leave the city, I will pray that the thunder and hail will stop. But I know that your officials do not fear the Lord God. All the flax and barley were ruined by the hail, because the barley had formed heads and the flax was budding. But the wheat and the emmer wheat was spared, because they had not yet sprouted from the ground. So Moses left Pharaoh's court and went out of the city. When he lifted his hand to the Lord, the thunder and hail stopped. And when the Pharaoh saw that the rain, hail, and thunder stopped, the Pharaoh again became stubborn, because his heart was hard. Pharaoh refused to let the people leave, just as the Lord predicted through Moses. A plague of locusts. Then the Lord said to Moses, return to the Pharaoh, make your demands again. I have made him and his officials stubborn, so I can display my miraculous signs. I have also done this so you can tell your children and grandchildren about how I made a mockery of the Egyptians, about the signs I displayed among them, and so you will know that I am the Lord. This is what the Lord of the God of the Hebrews says. How long will you refuse to submit to me? Let my people go so they can worship me. If you refuse to watch out, for tomorrow I will bring a swarm of locusts on your country that will cover your land so that you won't be able to see the ground. They will devour the little left crops after the hailstorm, and including all the trees growing in the fields, they will overrun your palaces and the homes of your officials. Never in the history of Egypt have your ancestors seen a plague like this one. And with that, Moses turned and left. Pharaoh officials now came to the Pharaoh. They appealed to him. How long will you let this man hold us hostage? Let men go to worship the Lord their God. Don't you realize that Egypt lies in ruins? So Moses went back to the Pharaoh. All right, he told them. Go and worship your Lord, but who exactly will be going with you? Moses replied, we will go, young and old, sons and daughters, and our flocks and herds. We must all join together in celebrating a festival to the Lord. Pharaoh retorted, the Lord will certainly need to be with you if you take your little ones. I can see through your evil plan. Never. Only the men may go and worship the Lord, since that is what you requested. And Pharaoh threw them out of the palace. Then the Lord said to Moses, raise your hand over the land of Egypt, bring on the locusts, let them cover the land and devour every plant they survive the hailstorms. So Moses raised his staff over Egypt, and the Lord caused an east-west to blow wind over the land all day and through the night. And when morning arrived, winter had brought out the locusts, and the locusts swarmed over the whole land of Egypt, sitting in dense swarms from one end of the country to the other. It was the worst locust plague in Egyptian history. There has never been anything or another one like it. For the locusts covered in the whole country and darkened the land. They devoured every plant in the fields and all the fruit on the trees. They had survived the hailstorm. Not a single leaf was left on the trees, the plants throughout the land of Egypt. Pharaoh quickly summoned Moses and Aaron. I sinned against the Lord your God, and against you. He confessed, "Forgive my sin. I am just this once, and plead with the Lord your God to take away this death from me." So Moses left the Pharaoh's court and pleaded with the Lord. The Lord responded by shifting the wind and the strong west wind blew the locusts into the Red Sea. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Lift your hand to the heaven, and the land of Egypt will be covered in darkness, so thick you can feel it." So Moses lifted his hand to the sky, and a deep darkness covered the entire land of Egypt for 3 days. During all that time, the people could not see each other. No one moved, but there was light as usual, and the people of Israel lived. Finally, Pharaoh called for Moses, "Go and worship the Lord, but leave your flocks and herds here. You may even take your little ones." "No," Moses said, "you must provide us with animals for sacrifices and burning offerings, and to the Lord all the livestock must go with us too, and a hoof can be left behind. We must choose our sacrifices for the Lord our God from among these animals, and we won't know how we are to worship the Lord until we get there." But the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart once more, and he would not let them go. "Get out of here," Pharaoh shouted at Moses. "I'm warning you, never come back to see me again. The day you see my face, you will die." "Very well." And the Lord said to Moses, "I will strike Pharaoh and the land, the Egypt, with one more blow. After that, Pharaoh will let you leave his country. He will be so good to get rid of you that he will force you to leave. Tell all the Israelite men and women to ask their Egyptian neighbor for articles of silver and gold." Now the Lord had caused Egyptians to look favorably on the people of Israel, and Moses was considered a very great man in the land of Egypt, respected by Pharaoh's officials and the Egyptians people alike. Moses had announced to Pharaoh, "This is what the Lord says. Midnight tonight it will pass through the heart of Egypt. All the firstborn sons will die in every family in Egypt, from the oldest son of the Pharaoh who sits in his throne to the oldest son of his lowliest servant girl who climbs the floor. Even the firstborn of all the livestock will die, and a large wail will rise throughout the land of Egypt. A wail like no one has ever heard before will be heard again. But among the Israelites it will be so peaceful that not even a dog bark, and you will know that the Lord makes a distinction between Egyptians and Israelites. All the officials of Egypt will run to meet and fall to the ground before me. Please leave, they will beg. Hurry, take all your foes with you. Only then will they go." Then, burning with anger, Moses left the Pharaoh. Now the Lord had told Moses earlier, "Pharaoh will not listen to you. Then I will do even more mighty miracles in the land of Egypt." Moses and Aaron performed these miracles in Pharaoh's presence, but the Lord hardened Pharaoh's heart, and he wouldn't let the Israelites leave the country. The first Passover. While the Israelites were still in the land of Egypt, the Lord gave them the following instructions to Moses and Aaron. "From now on, this month will be the first month of the year for you. Announce to the whole community of Israel that on the 10th day of this community month, each family must choose a lamb or a young goat for a sacrifice, one animal for each household. If a family is too small to eat a whole animal, let them share with another family in that neighborhood. Divide the animal accordingly to size of each family and how much they can eat. The animal you select must be 1 year old male, either a sheep or a goat with no defects. Take special care of this chosen animal until the evening of the 14th day of the first month. Then the whole assembly of the community of Israel must slaughter their lamb or young goat at twilight. They are to take some of the blood and smear it on the sides and the top of the door frames of their houses where they eat the animal. That same night, they must roast the meat over a fire and eat it along with a bit of salad, greens, and bread made out of yeast. Do not eat it with any meat, raw or boiled, in water. The whole animal, including its heads, legs, and internal organs, must be roasted over a fire. Do not leave any of it until the next morning. Burn whatever is not eaten before the next morning. These are your instructions for eating this meal. On that night, I will pass through the land of Egypt. I will execute judgment against all the gods of Egypt, for I am the Lord. But the blood on your doorsteps will serve as a sign, marking the houses where you are staying. When I see the blood, I will pass over. This plague of death will not touch. And when I strike the land of Egypt, this is a day to remember. Each year, from generation to generation, you must celebrate it as a special festival. This is the law for all time. For 7 days, the bread you must must be made without yeast. The first day of the festival, remove every trace of yeast from your homes. Anyone who eats bread and is sure the festival will be cut off from the community of Israel. On the first day of the festival, and again on the seventh day, all of the people must observe an official day for holy assembly. No work of any kind must be done on these days except in the preparation of food. Celebrate this festival of unleavened bread, for it will remind you that I brought your forces out to the land of Egypt, and that on this very day, this festival will be a permanent rule for you. Celebrate this day from generation to generation. This bread you eat must be made without yeast from the evening of the 14th day, the first month, until the evening of the 20th day of the month. During those 7 days, there must be no trace of yeast in your homes. Anyone who eats anything made with yeast during this week will be cut off from the community of Israel. These regulations apply both to the foreigners living among you and to the native-born Israelites. During those days, you must not eat anything made with yeast. Wherever you live, eat only the bread made without yeast. Then Moses called all the elders of Israel together and said to them, Go pick out a lamb or young goat for each of your families and slaughter this Passover animal. Drain the blood into a basin, then take the bundle of hyssop branches and dip it into the blood. Brush the hyssop across the top and sides of your door of your house, and no one may go out through the door until morning. For the Lord will pass through the land to strike down the Egyptians. When he sees the blood on the top and sides of the door frame, the Lord will pass over your home, and he will not permit his death angel to enter your house and strike you down. Remember, these instructions are a permanent law that you and your descendants must observe forever. When you enter the land the Lord has promised to give you, you will continue to observe the ceremony, and your children will ask, What does this ceremony mean? And you will reply, It is the Passover sacrifice to the Lord, for he passed over the houses of the Israelites in Egypt. And though he struck the Egyptians, he spared our families. When Moses had finished speaking, all the people bowed down to the ground and worshipped. So the people of Israel did just as the Lord commanded through Moses and Aaron. And that night at midnight, the Lord struck down all the firstborn sons of the land of Egypt, from the firstborn son of the Pharaoh, who sat on his throne, to the firstborn son of the prisoner in the dungeon. Even the firstborn of that livestock were killed. Pharaoh and all of his officials and all the people of Egypt woke up during the night. The loud wailing was heard throughout the land of Egypt. There was not a single house where someone had not died. Pharaoh sent for Moses and Aaron during the night. Get out, he ordered. Leave my people. Take the rest of the Israelites with you. Go and worship your Lord. Take your flocks and herds as you said to be gone. But bless me as you leave. All the Egyptians urged the peoples of Israel to get in the land as quickly as possible, for they thought we were entire. The Israelites took their bread dough before yeast was added. They wrapped their kneading boards in their cloaks and carried them on their shoulders. And the people of Israel did as Moses had instructed. They asked the Egyptians for clothing and articles of silver and gold. The Lord caused the Egyptians to look favorably on the Israelites, and they gave the Israelites whatever they asked for. So they stripped the Egyptians of their wealth. That night, the people of Israel left Ramses and started for Succoth. There were about 60,000 men, plus all the women and children. A rabble of non-Israelites went with them, along with the bread baked flat cakes from dough without yeast that they had brought from Egypt. It was made without yeast because the people were driven out of Egypt in such a hurry that they had no time to prepare the bread or other food. The people of Israel had lived in Egypt for over 430 years. In fact, it was on the last day of the 430th year that all the Lord's forces left the land. And this night, the Lord kept his promise to bring his people out of the land of Egypt So this night belongs to him, and it must be commemorated every year by all the Israelites from generation to generations. Instructions for the Passover. Then the Lord said to Moses, "These are the instructions for the festival of Passover. No outsiders are allowed to eat a Passover meal, but any slave who has been purchased may eat it, if he has been circumcised. Temporary residents and hired servants may not eat it. Each Passover lamb must be eaten in one house. Do not carry any of its meat outside, and do not break any of its bones. The whole community of Israel must celebrate this Passover festival. If there are foreigners living among you who want to celebrate the Lord's Passover, let all their males be circumcised. Only then they may celebrate the Passover with you like any native-born Israelite. But no uncircumcised male may ever eat at the Passover meal. This instruction applies to everyone, whether a native-born Israelite or a foreigner living amongst you." So all the people of Israel followed all the Lord's commands to Moses and Aaron, and on that very day the Lord brought the people out of Israel, out of the land of Egypt, like an army. Then the Lord said to Moses, "Dedicate to me every firstborn among the Israelites. The first offspring to be born of both humans and animals belongs to me." So Moses said to the people, "This is a day to remember forever, the day you left Egypt, the place of your slavery. Today the Lord has brought you out by the power of his mighty hand. Remember, eat no food containing yeast on this day in the early spring in the month of Abib. You have been set free. You must celebrate this event in this month each year after the Lord brings you into the land of Canaanites, Hittites, Amorites, Hivites, and Jebusites. He swore to your ancestors that he would give you this land, a land flowing with milk and honey, for 7 days. The bread you must eat, made without yeast. Then on the 7th day, celebrate a feast to the Lord. Eat bread without yeast during those 7 days. In fact, there must be no yeast or bread, or any yeast at all, found within the borders of your land during this time. On the 7th day you must explain to your children, I am celebrating what the Lord did for me when I left Egypt. This annual festival will be a visible sign to you, like a mark branded on your hand or your forehead. Let it remind you always to recite the teaching of the Lord from Egypt. So observe the decree of this festival, the appointed time each year. This is what you must do when the Lord fulfills the promise he swore to you and to your ancestors, when he gives you the land where the Canaanites now live. You must present all firstborn sons and firstborn male animals to the Lord, for they belong to him. A firstborn donkey may be brought back from the Lord by presenting a lamb or a young goat in its place, but if you do not buy it back, you must break its neck. However, you must buy back every firstborn son. And in the future, your children will ask you, what does all this mean? And you will tell them, with the powerful hand of the mighty Lord brought us out of Egypt, the place of slavery. Pharaoh stubbornly refused to let go, so the Lord killed all the firstborn males and throughout the land of Egypt, both people and animals. That is why I now sacrifice all of the firstborn males to the Lord, except that the firstborn sons are always brought back. This ceremony will be like a mark branded on your hand or on your forehead, and it's a reminder the powers of the Lord's mighty hand and throughout and brought us out of Egypt. When Pharaoh finally let the people go, God did not lead them along the main road that runs through Philistine territory. Even though that was the shortest route to the promised land, I would say that if the people are faced with battle, they might change their minds and return to Egypt. So God led them in a roundabout way through the wilderness towards the Red Sea. Thus the Israelites left Egypt like an army ready for battle. Moses took the bones of Joseph with him, for Joseph had made the sons of Israel swear to do this. He said, God will certainly come to help you when he does. You must take my bones with you from this place. The Israelites left Succoth and camped to Etham, and on the edge of the wilderness, the Lord went ahead of them. He guided them during the day with a pillar of cloud And he provided light at night with a pillar of fire. This allowed them to travel by day or by night. And the Lord did not remove the pillar of cloud, the pillar of fire, from its place in front of the people. And the Lord gave these instructions to Moses: order the Israelites to turn back and camp by Pi Hahiroth between Migdal and the sea, camp there along the shore, and cross the Baal Zephon. There Pharaoh will think the Israelites are confused. They are trapped in the wilderness, and once again I will harden Pharaoh's heart, and he will chase after you. I have planned this in order to display my glory through Pharaoh and his whole army. After this, the Egyptians will know that I am the Lord. So the Israelites camped there as they were told. The Egyptians pursue Israel. When word reached the king of Egypt that the Israelites had fled, Pharaoh and his officials changed their minds. What have we done, letting all those Israelite slaves get away? They asked. So Pharaoh harnessed his chariots and called up his troops. He took with him 600 of Egypt's best chariots, along with the rest of the chariots of Egypt, each with its commander. The Lord hardened the heart of Pharaoh, the king of Egypt, so he chased after the people of Israel, who had left with fists raised in defiance. The Egyptians chased them with all the forces in Pharaoh's army, all his horses and chariots. The Egyptians caught up with the people of Israel as they were camped beside the shore near Pi-Hahiroth, across the Baal Zephon. As Pharaoh approached, the people of Israel looked up and panicked, and they saw the Egyptians overtaking them. They cried out to the Lord, and they said to Moses, "Why did you bring us out here to die in the wilderness? Why aren't there enough graves for us in Egypt? What have you done to us? Why did you make us leave Egypt? Didn't we tell you this would happen while we were still in Egypt? Leave us alone. Let us be slaves to the Egyptians. It's better to be a slave in Egypt than a corpse in the wilderness." But Moses told the people, "Do not be afraid. Just stand still and watch the Lord rescue you today. The Egyptians you see will never be seen again. The Lord himself will fight for you. Just stay calm." Then the Lord said to Moses, "Why are you crying out to me? Tell those people to get moving. Pick up your staff and raise your hand over the sea. Divide the water so the Israelites can walk through the middle on the sea and dry ground, and I will harden the hearts of the Egyptians. They will charge in after the Israelites, and my great glory will be displayed through Pharaoh and his troops, his chariots and charioteers. When my glory is displayed through them, all Egypt will see my glory, and they will know that I am the Lord." Then the angel of God, who had been leading the people of Israel, moved to the rear camp. The pillar of cloud also moved from the front, and stood behind them. Cloud settled between the Egyptian and Israelite camps. As darkness fell, the cloud turned to fire, lighting up the night. But the Egyptians and the Israelites did not approach each other all night. And Moses raised his hand over the sea, and the Lord opened up a path through water with a strong east wind. The wind blew all that night, turning the scattered dry land, so the people of Israel walked through the middle of the sea and on dry ground, with walls of water on each side. Then the Egyptians, all of Pharaoh's chariots and charioteers, chased them into the middle of the sea. But just before the dawn, the Lord looked down on the Egyptian army from the pillar of fire and cloud, and he threw their forces, total confusion. He twisted their chariot wheels, making their chariots difficult to drive. "Let's get out of here, away from these Israelites," the Egyptians shouted. "The Lord is fighting for them against Egypt." When all of the Israelites had reached the other side, the Lord said to Moses, "Raise your hand over the sea again. Then the waters will rush back and cover the Egyptians and their chariots and charioteers." So the sun began to rise. Moses raised his hand over the sea, and the water rushed back to its usual place. The Egyptians tried to escape, but the Lord shot them into the sea. Then the waters returned and covered all the chariots and charioteers, the entire army of Pharaoh, all of the Egyptians who had chased the Israelites into the sea. Not a single one survived. But the people of Israel had walked through the middle of the sea on dry ground, as the water stood up like a wall on both sides. That is how the Lord rescued Israel from the hand of the Egyptians that day. And the Israelites saw the bodies of the Egyptians washed up on the seashore. When the people of Israel saw the mighty power that the Lord had unleashed against the Egyptians, they were filled with awe before him. They put their faith in the Lord and in his servant Moses. Then Moses and the people of Israel sang this song to the Lord. I will sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. He has hurled both horse and rider into the sea. The Lord is my strength and my song. He has given me victory. This is my God, and I will praise him, my father's God, and I will exalt him. The Lord is a warrior. Yahweh is his name. Pharaoh's chariots and army he has hurled into the sea. The finest of Pharaoh's officers are drowned in the Red Sea. Deep waters gushed over them. They sank to the bottom like stone. Your right hand, O Lord, is glorious in power. Your right hand, O Lord, smashes the enemy. In the greatness of your majesty, you overthrow those who rise against you. You unleash your blazing fury. It consumes them like straw. At the blast of your breath, the waters piled up. The surging waters stood straight like a wall. In the heart of the sea, the deep waters became hard. The enemy boasted, I will chase them and catch up with them. I will plunder them and consume them. I will flash my sword. My powerful hand will destroy them. But you blew with your breath, and the sea covered them. They sank like lead in the mighty waters. Who is like you among the gods, O Lord? Glorious in holiness, awesome in splendor, performing great wonders. You raised your right hand, and the earth swallowed your enemies. With your unfailing love, you lead the people you have redeemed. In your might, you guide them to your sacred home. The peoples hear and tremble. Anguish grips those who live in Philistia. The leaders of Edom are terrible. The nobles of Moab tremble. All who live in Canaan melt away. Terror and dread fall upon them. The power of your arm makes them as lifeless as stone. Until your people pass by, O Lord, until the people you purchase pass by, you will bring them in on the plant on your own mountain, place, O Lord, reserved for your own dwelling. A sanctuary, O Lord, that you have established, the Lord will reign forever and ever. When Pharaoh's horses, chariots, and charioteers rushed into the sea, the Lord brought the water crashing down on them, but the people of Israel had walked through the middle of the sea on dry ground. Then Miriam the prophet, Aaron's sister, took a tambourine and led all the women as they played the tambourines and danced. And Miriam sang this song, Sing to the Lord, for he has triumphed gloriously. He has hurled both horse and rider into the sea. Then Moses led the people of Israel away from the Red Sea, and they moved down to the desert of Shur. They traveled in this desert for 3 days without finding any water. When they came to the oasis of Marah, and when it was too bitter to drink, they called to the place of Marah, which means bitter. Then the people complained and turned against Moses. What are we going to drink? They demanded. So Moses cried out to the Lord for help, and the Lord showed him a piece of wood. Moses threw it into the water, and this made the water good to drink. It was there at Marah that the Lord set before them the following decree, as a standard to test their faithfulness to him. He said, If you will listen carefully to the voice of the Lord, your God, and do what is right in the sight, obeying his commands and keeping all his decrees, then I will not make you suffer any of the diseases I sent on the Egyptians, for I am the Lord who heals you. After leaving Marah, the Israelites traveled on to the oasis of Elon, where they found 12 springs and 70 palm trees. They camped there beside the water. Then the whole community of Israel set out from Elim and journeyed into the wilderness of Sin. Between Elim and Mount Sinai, they arrived there on the 15th day of the second month, 1 month after leaving the land of Egypt. There too, the whole community of Israel, accompanied by Moses and Aaron. If only the Lord had killed us back in Egypt, they moaned. There we sat around, pots filled with meat and ate all the bread we wanted. But now you have brought us into this wilderness to starve us all to death. And the Lord said to Moses, Look, I'm going to rain down food from heaven for you. Each day, people can go out and pick up as much food as they need for that day. I will test them in this to see whether or not they will follow my instructions. On the sixth day, they will gather food, and when they prepare it, there will be twice as much as usual. So Moses and Aaron said to all the people of Israel, by evening you will realize it was the Lord who brought you out of the land of Egypt. In the morning you will see the glory of the Lord, because he has heard your complaints, which are against him, not against us. What have we done that you should complain about us? Then Moses added, the Lord will give you meat to eat in the evening, and bread to satisfy you in the morning. He has heard all of your complaints against him. What have we done? Yes, your complaints are against the Lord, not against us. Then Moses said to Aaron, announce this to the entire community of Israel. Present yourself before the Lord, for he has heard your complaining. And as Aaron spoke to the whole community of Israel, they looked out towards the wilderness. There they could see the awesome glory of the Lord in the cloud. Then the Lord said to Moses, I've heard the Israelites' complaints. Tell them, in the evening you will have meat, in the morning you will have all the bread you want. Then you will know I am the Lord your God. That evening, vast numbers of cloud flew in, covered the camp. And the next morning the area around the camp was wet with dew. When the dew evaporated, a flaky substance as fine as frost blanket on the ground, the Israelites were puzzled when this were. What is it? They asked each other. They had no idea what it was, and Moses told them, it is the food that the Lord has given you to eat. These are the Lord's instructions. Each household should gather as much as it needs, pick up 2 liters for each person in your tent. So the people of Israel did as they were told. Some that gathered there a lot, some only a little, but when they measured it out, everyone had just enough. Those who gathered a lot had nothing left over, and those who gathered only a little had nothing left over. Each family had just what it needed. Then Moses told them, do not keep any of it until morning. But some of them didn't listen and kept some of it until morning. But then it was full of maggots and had a terrible smell. Moses was very angry with them. After this, people gathered the food morning by morning, each family according to its needs. And as the sun became hot and the flakes they had not picked up melted, it disappeared. On the sixth day, gathered twice as much as usual, 4 liters for each person instead of 2. Then all the leaders of the community came and asked Moses for an explanation. He told them, this is what the Lord commanded. Tomorrow will be a day of complete rest, a holy Sabbath day, set apart for the Lord. Bake or boil as much as you want today and set aside what is left for tomorrow. So put some aside until morning, just as Moses had commanded. And in the morning the leftover food was wholesome and good, without maggots or an unpleasant smell. Moses said, eat this food today. Today is a Sabbath day, dedicated to the Lord. There will be no food on the ground today. You may gather the food for 6 days, but the 7th day is the Sabbath day. There will be no food on the ground for that day. Some of the people went out anyway on the 7th day, but they found no food. The Lord asked Moses, how long will these people refuse to obey my commands and instructions? They must realize that the Sabbath is the Lord's gift to you. That is why he gives you a 2-day supply on the 6 days, so there will be enough for 2 days. On the Sabbath day, you must each stay in your place, not go out and pick up food on the 7th day. So the people did not gather any more food on the 7th day. The Israelites called the food manna. It was a white like coriander seed, and it tasted like honey wafers. Then Moses said, this is what the Lord has commanded. Fill a 2-liter container with manna to preserve it for your descendants. Then later generations will be able to see the food I give you in the wilderness when I set you free from Egypt. Moses said to Aaron, get a jar and fill it with 2 liters of manna. Then put it in a sacred place before the Lord to preserve it for all future generations. Aaron did just as the Lord had commanded Moses. He eventually placed it in the Ark of the Covenant in front of the stone tablets inscribed with the terms of the covenant. And so the people of Israel ate manna for 40 years until they arrived at the land where they would settle. They ate manna until they came to the border of the land of Canaan. The container used to measure the manna was an omer, which was 1/10 of an ephah. It held about 2 liters. At the Lord's command, the whole community of Israel left the wilderness of Sin and moved from place to place. Eventually they camped at Rephidim, but there was no water there for the people to drink. So once more, the people complained against Moses, "Give us water to drink." "But quiet," Moses replied. "Why are you complaining against me? And why are you testing the Lord?" Tormented by thirst, they continued to argue with Moses. "Why didn't you bring us out of Egypt? Are you trying to kill us, our children and livestock with thirst?" Then Moses cried out to the Lord, "What should I do with these people? They are ready to stone me." The Lord said to Moses, "Walk out in front of the people. Take your staff, the one you used when you struck the water Nile, and call some of the elders of Israel to join you. I will stand before you on the rock at Mount Sinai. Strike the rock, and the water will come gushing out. Then the people will be able to drink it." So Moses struck the rock as he was told, and water gushed out as the elders looked on. Moses named the place Massah, which means test, and Meribah, which means arguing, because the people of Israel argued with Moses and tested the Lord by saying, "Is the Lord here with us or not?" While the people of Israel were still at Rephidim, the warriors of Amalek attacked them. Moses commanded Joshua, "Some men to go out and fight the army of Amalek for us. Tomorrow I will stand at the top of the hill, holding the staff with God in my hand." So Joshua did what Moses had commanded, and fought the army of Amalek. Meanwhile, Moses, Aaron, and Hur climbed to the top of a nearby hill. As long as Moses held up the staff in his hand, the Israelites had the advantage. But whenever he dropped his hand, the Amalekites gained the advantage. Moses' arms soon became so tired he could no longer hold them up. So Aaron and Hur found a stone for him to sit on. Then they stood on each other on the side of Moses, holding up his hands, so his hands were held steady until sunset. As a result, Joshua overwhelmed the army of Amalek in battle. After the victory, the Lord instructed Moses, "Write down this scroll as a permanent reminder and read it out loud to Joshua. I will erase the memory of Amalek from under heaven." Moses built an altar there and named it Yahweh Nissi, which means "the Lord is my banner." He said, "They have raised their first fist against the Lord's throne, so now the Lord will be at war with the Amalek generation after generation." Jethro's visit to Moses. Moses' father-in-law Jethro, the priest of Midian, heard about everything God had done for Moses and his people and the Israelites. He heard especially about how the Lord had rescued them from Egypt. Earlier, Moses had sent his wife Zipporah and his 2 sons back to Jethro, who had taken them in. Moses' first son was named Gershom, for Moses had said when the boy was born, "I have been a foreigner in a foreign land." His second son was named Eliezer, for Moses had said, "The God of my ancestors was my helper. He rescued me from the sword of Pharaoh." Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, now came to visit Moses in the wilderness. He brought Moses' wife and 2 sons with him, and they arrived while Moses and the people were camped near the mountain of God. Jethro had sent you a message to Moses, saying, "I, Jethro, your father-in-law, am coming to see you with your wife and your 2 sons." So Moses went out to meet his father-in-law. He bowed low, kissed him. They asked about each other's welfare, and then went into Moses' tent. Moses told his father-in-law everything the Lord had done in Pharaoh and Egypt on behalf of Israel. He also told about all of the hardships they had experienced along the way, and how the Lord had rescued his people from all of their troubles. Jethro was delighted when he heard about all the good things the Lord had done for the Israelites as he rescued them from the hands of the Egyptians. "Praise the Lord," Jethro said, "for he has rescued you from the Egyptians and from Pharaoh. Yes, he has rescued Israel from the powerful hand of the Egypt. I know that the Lord is greater than all of the other gods, because he rescued his people from the oppression of the proud Egyptians." Then Jethro, Moses' father-in-law, brought a burnt offering and sacrificed to God. Aaron and all the elders of Israel came out and joined him in the sacrificial meal in God's presence. Jethro's wise advice. The next day, Moses took his seat to hear the people's disputes against each other. They waited before him from morning till evening. When Moses' father-in-law saw all that Moses was doing for the people, he asked, "What are you really trying to accomplish here? Why are you trying to do all of this alone while everyone still stands around you from morning till evening?" Moses replied, "Because people come to me to get ruling from God. When a dispute arises, they come to me. I am the one who settles the case between quarreling parties. I inform the people of God's decrees and give them the instructions." "This is not good," Moses' father-in-law exclaimed. "You're going to wear yourself out, and the people too. This job is too heavy a burden for you to handle all by yourself. Now listen to me. Let me give you a word of advice, and may God be with you. You should continue to be the people's representative before God, bringing their disputes. Teach them God's decrees and give them His instructions. Show them how to conduct their lives, but select from all the people some capable, honest men who fear God and hate bribes. Appoint them as leaders over groups of 1,150. They should always be available to solve the people's common disputes, but have them bring the major cases to you. Let the leaders decide the smaller matters themselves. They will help you carry the load, making the task easier for you. If you follow this advice, and if God commands you to do so, then you will be able to endure the pressures, and all these people will go home in peace." Moses listened to his father-in-law's advice and followed his suggestions. He chose capable men from all over Israel and appointed them as leaders over the people, and put them in charge of groups of 1,150. These men were always available to solve the people's common disputes. They brought the major cases back to Moses, but they took care of the smaller matters themselves. Soon after this, Moses said goodbye to his father-in-law and returned to his own land. The Lord revealed himself at Sinai. Exactly 2 months after the Israelites left Egypt, they arrived in the wilderness of Sinai. After breaking camp at Rephidim, they came to the wilderness of Sinai and set up camp there at the base of Mount Sinai. Then Moses climbed the mountain to appear before God. The Lord called to him from the mountain and said, "Give these instructions to the family of Jacob. You announce it to the descendants of Israel. You have seen what I did to the Egyptians. You know how I carried you on eagle's wings and brought you to myself. Now if you will obey me and keep my covenant, you will be my own special treasure from among all the peoples on earth, for all the earth belongs to me, and you will be my kingdom of priests and my holy nation. And this is the message you must give to the people of Israel." So Moses returned from the mountain, called together the elders of the people, and told them everything the Lord had commanded them. And all the people responded together, "We will do everything the Lord has commanded." So Moses brought the people's answer back to the Lord. And the Lord said to Moses, "I will come to you in a thick cloud, Moses, so the people themselves can hear me when I speak to you. Then they will always trust you." Moses told the Lord what the people had said. Then the Lord told Moses, "Go down and prepare the people for my arrival. Consecrate them today and tomorrow, and have them wash their clothing. Be sure they are ready on the third day. From that day, the Lord will come down now on Mount Sinai, and all the people watch. Mark off a boundary all around the mountain. Warn the people, be careful, do not go up on the mountain, or even touch it. Its boundaries. Anyone who touches the mountain will certainly be put to death. No hand may touch the person or animal that crosses the boundary. Instead, stone them, shoot them with arrows. They must be put to death. However, when the ram's horn sounds a long blast, then the people may go up the mountain." So Moses went down to the people and consecrated for worship. And they washed their clothes. He told them to get ready for the third day, and until then abstain from having sexual intercourse. On the morning of the third day, thunder roared and lightning flashed, and a dense cloud came down on the mountain. There was a long, loud blast from the ram's horn, and all the people trembled. Moses led them out from the camp to meet with God, and they stood at the foot of the mountain. All of Mount Sinai was covered with smoke, because the Lord had descended on it in the form of fire. The smoke billowed into the sky like smoke from a brick kiln, and the whole mountain shook violently as the blast of the ram's horn grew louder and louder. Moses spoke, and God thundered his reply. The Lord came down on the top of Mount Sinai and called Moses to the top of the mountain. So Moses climbed the mountain. Then the Lord told Moses, "Go back down and warn the people not to break through the boundaries to see the Lord, or they will die. Even the priests who regularly come near the Lord must purify themselves so that the Lord does not break out and destroy them." "But Lord," Moses protested, "people cannot come up to Mount Sinai. You've already warned us. You told me, mark up a boundary all around the mountain and set it apart as holy." The Lord said, "Go down and bring Aaron back up with you. In the meantime, do not let the priests or the people break through to approach the Lord, or he will break out and destroy them." So Moses went down to the people and told them what the Lord had said. Ten Commandments for the covenant community. Then God gave the people all these instructions. "I am your Lord, your God, who rescued you from the land of Egypt, the place of your slavery. You must not have any other God but me. You must not make yourself an idol, or of any kind, or an image of anything in the heavens, or on earth, or in the sea. You must not bow down to them or worship them, for I, the Lord your God, am a jealous God, who will not tolerate your affection for any other gods. I lay the sins of the parents upon their children. Their entire family is affected, even children in the third and fourth generations of those who reject me. But I lavish unfailing love for 1,000 generations on those who love me and obey my commands. You must not misuse the name of the Lord and your God. The Lord will not let you go unpunished if you misuse his name. Remember to observe the Sabbath day by keeping it holy. You have 6 days each week for your ordinary work, but the seventh day is the Sabbath day of rest, dedicated to your Lord, your God. On that day, no one in your household may do any work. This includes your sons, your daughters, your male and female servants, your livestock, and any foreigners living among you. For in 6 days the Lord made the heavens and the earth and the sea, and everyone in them. But on the seventh day he rested. That is why the Lord blessed the Sabbath day and set it apart as holy. Honor your father and mother, then you will live a long, full life in the land your Lord, your God, is giving you. You must not murder. You must not commit adultery. You must not steal. You must not testify falsely against your neighbor. And you must not covet your neighbor's house. You must not covet your neighbor's wife, male or female, servant, ox or donkey, or anything else that belongs to your neighbor. When the people heard the thunder and the loud blast of the ram's horn, when they saw the flashes of lightning, the smoke billowing from the mountain, they stood at a distance, trembling with fear, and they said to Moses, "You speak to us and we will listen, but don't let God speak directly to us or we will die." "Don't be afraid," Moses answered to them, "for God has come in this way to test you, and so that your fear of him will keep you from sinning." As the people stood in the distance, Moses approached the dark cloud where God was. Proper use of altars. And the Lord said to Moses, "Say this to the people of Israel. You saw for yourselves that I spoke to you from heaven. Remember, you must not make any idols of silver or gold that rival me. Build for me an altar made of the earth, and offer your sacrifices to me, your burnt offerings and peace offerings, your sheep and goats, and your cattle. Build my altar wherever I cause my name to be remembered, and I will come to you and bless you. If you use stones to build my altar, use only natural uncut stones. Do not shape the stones with a tool, for that would make the altar unfit for holy use. And do not approach my altar by going up steps. If you do, someone might look up under your clothing and see your nakedness. These are the regulations you must present to Israel. If you buy a Hebrew slave, he may serve for no more than 6 years. Set him free in the 7th year, and he will owe you nothing for his freedom. If he was single when he became your slave, he shall leave single. But if he was married before he became your slave, then his wife must be freed with him. If his master gave him a wife while he was a slave, and they had sons or daughters, then only the man will be free in the 7th year, but his children will still belong to his master. But the slave may declare, I love my master, my wife, and my children. I don't want to go free. If he does this, the master must present him before God. Then his master must take him to the door or doorpost and publicly pierce his ear with an awl. After that, the slave will serve his master for life. When a man sells his daughter as a slave, she will not be free at the end of 6 years as the men are. If she does not satisfy her owner, he must allow her to be bought back again. But he is not allowed to sell her to foreigners, since he is the one who broke the contract with her. But if the slave's owner arranges for her to marry his son, he may no longer treat her as a slave, but as a daughter. If a man who has married a slave wife takes another wife for himself, he must not neglect the rights of the first wife to food, clothing, and sexual intimacy. If he fails in any of these 3 obligations, she may leave as a free woman without making any payment. Anyone who assaults and kills another person must be put to death. But if it was simply an accident permitted by God, I will appoint a place of refugee where the slayer can run for safety. However, if someone deliberately kills another person, then the slayer must be dragged even from my altar and put to death. Anyone who strikes father or mother must be put to death. Kidnappers must be put to death, whether they are caught in possession of their victims or have already sold them as slaves. Anyone who dishonors a father and mother must be put to death. Now suppose 2 men quarrel and one hits the other with a stone or a fist. The injured person does not die, but is confined to bed. If he is later able to walk outside again, even with a crutch, the assailant will not be punished, but must compensate his victim for lost wages and provide for his full recovery. If a man beats his male or female slave with a club, and the slave dies as a result, the owner must be punished. But if the slave recovers within a day or 2, then the owner shall not be punished, since the slave is his property. Now, suppose 2 men are fighting, and in the process, they accidentally strike a pregnant woman, so she gives birth prematurely. If no further injury results, the man who struck the woman must pay the amount of compensation the woman's husband demands, and the judges approve. But if there is further injury, the punishment must match the injury. A life for a life, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, a hand for a hand, a foot for a foot, a burn for a burn, a wound for a wound, a bruise for a bruise. If a man hits his male or female slave in the eye, and the eye is blinded, he must let the slave go free to compensate for the eye. If a man knocks out the tooth of his male or female slave, he must let the slave go free to compensate for the tooth. If an ox gores a man or a woman to death, the ox must be stoned, and his flesh may not be eaten. In such case, however, the owner will not be held liable. But suppose the ox had a reputation for gorging, and the owner had been informed about and failed to keep it under control. If the ox then kills someone, it must be stoned, and the owner must also be put to death. However, the dead person's relative may accept payment to compensate for the loss of life. The owner of ox may redeem the life by paying whatever is demanded. The same regulation applies if the ox gores a boy or a girl, but if the ox gores a slave, either male or female, the animal's owner must pay the slave's owner 30 silver coins, and the ox must be stoned. Suppose someone digs or uncovers a pit and fails to uncover it, and then an ox or donkey falls into it. The owner of the pit must pay full compensation to the owner of the animal, but then he gets to keep the dead animal. If someone's ox injures a neighbor's ox and the injured ox dies, then the 2 owners must sell the live ox, divide the price equally between them, and they must also divide the dead animal. But if the ox had a reputation for goring, yet its owner failed to keep it under control, he must pay full compensation. A live ox for the dead one, but he may keep the dead one. If someone steals an ox or sheep and then kills or sells it, the thief must pay back 5 oxen for each ox stolen and 4 sheep for each sheep stolen. If a thief is caught in the act of breaking into a house and is struck and killed in the process, the person who killed the thief is not guilty of murder, but if it happens in daylight, the one who killed the thief is guilty of murder. The thief who is caught must pay in full for everything he stole. If he cannot pay, he must be sold as a slave to pay for his theft. If someone steals an ox or a donkey or a sheep and it is found in the thief's possession, and the thief must pay double the value of the stolen animal. If an animal is grazing in a field or vineyard, and the owner let it stray into someone else's field to graze, then the animal's owner must pay compensation from the best of his own grapes. If you were burning thorn bushes and the fire gets out of control and spreads into another person's field, or destroying the sheaves or uncut grain of the whole crop, the one who started the fire must pay for the lost crop. Suppose someone leaves money or goods with a neighbor for safekeeping, and they are stolen from the neighbor's house. If the thief is caught, the compensation is double the value of what was stolen. But if the thief is not caught, the neighbor must appear before God, who will determine if he stole the property. Suppose there is a dispute between 2 people who both claim to own a particular ox, donkey, sheep, article of clothing, or any lost property. Both parties must come before God, and the person whom God declares guilty must pay double compensation to the other. Now, suppose someone leaves a donation, donkey, ox, sheep, or any other animal with a neighbor for safekeeping, but it dies or is injured or is taken away, and no one sees what happened. The neighbor must then take an oath in the presence of the Lord. If the Lord confirms that the neighbor did not steal the property, the owner must accept the verdict, but no payment will be required. But if the animal was indeed stolen, the guilty person must pay the compensation to the owner. If it was torn to pieces by a wild animal, the remains of the carcass must be shown as evidence, and no compensation will be required. If someone borrows an animal from a neighbor and it is injured or dies when the owner is absent, the person who borrowed it must pay full compensation. But if the owner was present, no compensation is required, and no compensation is required if the animal was rented, for the loss is covered by the rental fee. If a man seduces a virgin who is not engaged to anyone and has sex with her, he must pay the customary bride price and marry her. But if her father refuses to let him marry her, the man must still pay him an amount equal to the bride price of a virgin. You must not allow a sorceress to live. Anyone who has sexual relations with an animal must certainly be put to death. Anyone who sacrifices to any god other than the Lord must be destroyed. You must not mistreat or oppress foreigners in any way. Remember, you yourselves were once foreigners in the land of Egypt. You must not exploit a widow or an orphan. If you exploit them in any way and they cry out to me, then I will certainly hear their cry. My anger will blaze against you, and I will kill you with the sword. Then your wives will be widows and your children fatherless. If you lend money to any of my people who are in need and do not charge interest as a moneylender would, if you take your neighbor's cloak as a security for a loan, you must return it before the sunset. This coat may be the only blanket your neighbor has. How can a person sleep without it? If you do not return it, and your neighbor cries out to me for help, then I will hear it, for I am merciful. You must not dishonor God or curse any of your rulers. You must not hold anything back when you give me offerings from your crops and your wine. You must give me your firstborn sons. You must also give me the firstborn of your cattle, sheep, and goats, but leave the newborn animal with its mother for 7 days, and then give it to me on the 8th day. You must be my holy people. Therefore, do not eat any animal that has been torn up and killed by wild animals. Throw it to the dogs. Call for justice. You must not give false rumors. You must not cooperate with devils, evil people by lying on the witness stand. You must not follow the crowd in doing wrong when you are called to testify in a dispute. Do not be swayed by the crowd to twist justice, and do not slant your testimony in favor of a person just because that person is poor. If you come upon your enemy's ox or donkey that has strayed away, take it back to its owner. If you see that the donkey of someone who hates you has collapsed under its load, do not walk by. Instead, stop and help. In a lawsuit, you must not deny justice to the poor. Be sure to never charge anyone falsely with evil. Never sentence an innocent or blameless person to death, for I never declare against a person to be innocent. Take no bribes, for a bribe makes you ignore something that you can clearly see. A bribe makes even a righteous person twist the truth. You must not oppress foreigners. You know what it's like to be a foreigner, for you yourselves were once foreigners in the land of Egypt. Plant and harvest your crops for 6 years, but let the land be renewed and lie uncultivated during the 7th year. Then let the poor among you harvest whatever grows on its own. Leave the rest for wild animals to eat. The same applies for your vineyards and olive groves. You have 6 days each week for your ordinary work, but on the 7th day you must stop working. This gives your ox and your donkey a chance to rest. It also allows your slaves and the foreigners living among you to be refreshed. Pay close attention to all of my instructions. You must not call on the name of any other gods. Do not even speak their names. Each year you must celebrate 3 festivals in my honor. Firstly, celebrate the festival of the unleavened bread. For 7 days with the bread you eat must be made without yeast, just as I commanded you. Celebrate this festival annually, and at the appointed time in early spring, in the month of Abib, for that is the anniversary of your departure from Egypt. No one may appear before me without making an offer. Second, celebrate the festival of harvest when you bring me the first crops of your harvest. At the end of the harvest season, when you have harvested all the crops from your fields, at these 3 times each year, every man in Israel must appear before the sovereign, the Lord. You must not offer the blood, my sacrificial offerings, together with any baked goods containing yeast, and do not leave the fat from the festival offerings until the next morning. As you harvest your crops, bring the very best of the first harvest to the house of the Lord your God. You must not cook a young goat in its mother's milk. A promise of the Lord's presence. See, I am sending an angel before you to protect you on your journey and lead you safely to the place I have prepared for you. Pay close attention to him and obey this instruction. Do not rebel against him, for he is my representative, and he will not forgive your rebellion. But if you are careful to obey him, following all my instructions, then I will be an enemy to your enemy, and I will oppose those who oppose you. For my angel will go before you and bring you into the land of the Amorites, Hittites, Perizzites, Canaanites, Hivites, and Jebusites, so you may live there, and I will destroy them completely. You must not worship the gods of these nations, or serve them in any way, or imitate their evil practices. Instead, you must utterly destroy them and smash their sacred pillars. You must serve only the Lord your God. If you do, I will bless you with food and water, and I will protect you from illness. There will be no miscarriages or infertility in your land, and I will give you long, full lives. I will send my terror ahead of you and create panic among all the people whose land you invade. I will make all of your enemies turn and run. I will send terror ahead of you and drive out the Hivites, Canaanites, and Hittites, but I will not drive them out in a single year, because the land would become desolate, and the wild animals would multiply and threaten you. I will drive them out as a little at a time until your population has increased enough to take possession of the land. and I will fix your boundaries from the Red Sea to the Mediterranean Sea, and from the eastern wilderness to the river Euphrates. I will hand over to you the people now living in the land, and you will drive them out ahead of you. Make no treaties with them or their gods. They must not live in your land. They will cause you to sin against me. If you serve their gods, you will be caught in the trap of idolatry. Israel accepts the Lord's covenant. Then the Lord instructed Moses, come up here to me and bring along Aaron, Nadab, Abihu, and 70 of Israel's other soldiers. Only Moses is allowed to come near the Lord. The others must not come near, and the other people are allowed to climb up the mountain with him. All right, guys, it's a 5-minute break, and that is 6 hours of the Bible done as voted on. We're going to be switching to a different stream after the next 3 hours. And thank you, everybody, for your support. It's been a nice short night. Alright, after reading the Bible, I think it's all downhill from here. Don't forget, like, share, and subscribe. Let's try and raise some money for a good cause. We're almost at 24 hours. Havoc 06, a combat controller on operations by Troy Knight with Brooke Strachan. Foreword by Murray Turner. It was at the beginning of 2010 when I first met Troy Knight. Troy belonged to a unit that was raised to support 2nd Commando Regiment, or 2 Commando, when conducting operations in Afghanistan. During all our deployments to the Middle East, if we had to have air support, assist support was an integral part of our offensive operations. Having the ability to call in close air support, CAS, was critical to disrupting the enemy, shaping the enemy's behavior, and essentially killing the enemy. Apart from this, also having the ability to relay valuable information to the insertion and extraction aircraft, as well as chatting with the UAV operators, was essential. Special Forces soldiers all have the capability to call in an airstrike on extremists, call and direct, insert and extract helicopters, helos, and more importantly, have the confidence and knowledge to direct medical extraction assets. These skills are taught to every operator in the unit, but of course, these skills have limitations and regulations. Therefore, having a dedicated JTAC attached to your platoon is an unparalleled luxury that is almost beyond words, because on top of providing an unparalleled level of offensive air capability, having a dedicated JTAC also frees up an operator to conduct room clearances with his team. Having a CQB selection qualified JTAC has the added advantage of being able to utilize the JTAC for room entries, assist building explosive entry charges, and all other aspects of soldiering if required. Most importantly, it allows him to dedicate his time to planning complex air missions and developing insert and extract plans unhindered. Meeting Troy for the first time, I could tell that he was an easygoing guy with plenty of experience. He was confident and yet had a relaxed nature that I knew would be important for him to integrate into Delta Company. Delta had spent the whole of 2009 on domestic counter-terrorism response and was now building up to a mid-2010 deployment back to Taran Kelt for another 6-month rotation. We were fully manned, company and our skills were immaculate form, but from being on short notice response for any DCT incidents. During our training over the previous year, we had been tested again and again on every eventuality that could potentially happen on Australian soil. Should an incident be a bus, train, aircraft, or any other land-based target, or any maritime target. In addition, we had Navy support from Navy clearance divers that were designed to 2 Commando Troy and other JTACs were going to join Delta Company. Knowing full well that we had just completed an intense, rigorous, and very rewarding year, honing all of our roping, CQB, explosive, night vision, and driving skills, amongst many others. And to say he needed to hit the ground running was an understatement. But Troy didn't disappoint. Statistically, out of a course of 130 candidates that start, 40 will make it to the start of the reinforcement courses, and of these, 25 or so will complete the courses and become badged with the coveted Sherwood Green Beret. A combat controller will complete these gates as well, giving them seamless integration with the men from 2nd Commando Regiment. Consequently, meeting Troy and introducing him to the platoon, getting him embedded and operational, was a key milestone during early 2010. We had dates for our build-up and consolidation activity, which was in May, based out of Giltana, South Australia. The training and validation activity went off extremely well, and when we left, there was a sense of relief and pride that we were expertly set up for a great tour, as we had really tested all of our enablers. We had an awesome platoon headquarter element, including our captain, platoon sergeant, and our attachments like Troy, our medic, communication specialists, and others. When the shit hits the fan, as they say, having the ability to apply advanced medical care, call in bombs, and communicate with higher is second to none, and these three guys were the best at it. We hit the ground running during summer in late June, and it was in the middle of fighting season. Following a successful handover from Alpha Company, indicating key hotspots, mid and high value targets, and what remained of low key individuals, we started our planning cycles and started to integrate with our designated air packet that would be assigned to Task Force 66. I was the lead team commander for this rotation, and therefore responsible for the ground assault plan for any missions, meaning that I would designate what teams were doing what. This planning would take place with our platoon commander, who would give tactical and operational guidance and objectives finalized through Troy, who would communicate and relay the mission requirements to our air packet. He was our go-to guy in the team to get helicopters, Black Hawks, and Chinooks, and close air support, whether the rotary wing or fixed wing, Apaches, and or F-15s, etc. Troy worked hard throughout the planning days to ensure we had every available asset we could get for our missions. He coordinated troop transport, CAS, and UAV assets through their different headquarter elements. And let me tell you, synchronizing all of these into a combat mission is a mind-boggling skill. I'm so glad we had a guy like Troy that could talk the talk and get things done. This is the story of a journey into an unknown destination, that Troy Knight had no idea where the terminus was, or perhaps that there was one at all. It's typical of guys who find themselves in the unique force that is a combat controller. Combat controllers, known universally by the acronym CCT, exist in a state of near invisibility in the public sphere and even across the ADF. There are advantages to such a low organizational profile, as it sometimes affords a freedom of maneuver whilst deployed in foreign countries, and even within a large bureaucracy such as the ADF. The downside comes when lone combat controllers show up at a unit they're attached to who have no idea what he is or grasp his diverse skills. Compounding the challenge is of integrating into someone else's culture and mission is the guilty by association perception of being an Air Force puke or RAFI. Norms. As we all know, Troy here in the States, journey is a parallel evolution of the man and that of Australians' CCTs, both of which came at a fortuitous time in Australia's history, joining as they did America's foray into Afghanistan and Iraq. These battlefields provided opportunities for the SASR and two commando forces to get wet in combat after the many decades of no warfare following America's Second Indochina War in Vietnam. The irony, what would become Australia's own CCT, was that SAS and two commando troopers were used to being supported exclusively by US CCT in Afghanistan and Iraq, and were less than enthusiastic about the prospects of an Australian version. However, back down under, wise and prescient members of the RAF recognized the country's need to have its own force to deliver precision air power. Entry into contested or denied geography of value to the nation, as often happens in history, when presented with the opportunity to establish something groundbreaking of great value for those leaders who inevitably rise up to the top of peacetime military service, or no need to create what didn't already exist in their understanding of how wars should be fought. You could have asked any Navy leader in the First World War what the value of the airplane would be to combat, and without exception, the notion would be that it had peripheral value at best, if the concept was not dismissed outright. Never underestimate the ability of a handful of highly motivated and capable humans. However, Norm, along with a few key leaders and fellow NCOs, would not accept the status quo, and the past dozen years built, arguably, the most versatile force to enter the ADF in a century. This will prove to be of great value in the coming decades of near-peer competition, China, and the increase in small regional crises within Australia's sphere of influence. For no force can more rapidly introduce military capability into an arena than a combat controller. This is perhaps exemplified by the US CCT leading the world's humanitarian response in 2010 when the nation of Haiti literally collapsed and international aid was required within hours to stave off extensive loss of life. Building and then fielding such a lethal and simultaneous humanitarian special operations capability does not happen in a vacuum. The price to the individual, to the lone final authority, to drop bombs on other humans while performing at a level commensurate with such legendary operators as SASR troopers, exacts an unavoidable and extremely high price. Broken marriages, survivor's guilt, alcohol and drug dependencies, as coping mechanisms for the former and the ultimate loss, suicide are all too common for men in this career. Norm is no exception, as his story attests. What I can say with some authority is that the very spirit, determination, and as we say here in the States, true grit that allowed such men to rise to the top of a profession could ever attempt, let alone master, is that it also provides the very resilience necessary for them to return from combat and killing and somehow find their way back to humanity. I hope that all of them make the journey home. What is important for you as a reader is to know that such dedicated professionals exist and that should Australia ever face another existential threat like that of the looming Japanese invasion of World War II, and that so closely aligns with the lucky country with that of my own homeland is to this day, Aussie combat controllers will be there to deliver death to her enemies, relief to those in need, and rapid response to crises yet not to be imagined. On that day, Australia's combat controllers will be the first there. Author's note by Brooke Strahan. In all honesty, I've known Troy for less than a year from the time of writing this book. However, he's a person that I've felt like I've known for years. It's not because I've co-authored his autobiography. Troy and I are very similar in a lot of ways. Like me, he has a strong work ethic, a desire to prove to himself, and can be slightly manipulative and sneaky. Yep, I can definitely be manipulative and sneaky. But I'm probably more conniving and selfish than Troy could ever be. There's also a very good chance that I stole Troy's place at Army recruiting training, hence his being able to tell his story as one of the Australia's first RAF combat controllers. Troy would do anything for his mates and his children. You will see this because of the multiple times he has risked his life for others. Troy is an underdog. He looks harmless and unassuming, and is often the class clown. In saying this, however, Troy usually wins. Things work out in his favour. And when he's F them up, Effery is Troy's middle name. He's really good at it. I even suggested giving this book the title, Effery, the Troy Knight Story. But for some reason, that didn't go down well. At times, during writing of the book, I've come down on Troy harder than a regimental sergeant major. He has put up with my unfiltered feedback, constant demands, crazy suggestions, and salty moods. I've been the equivalent to the nagging wife without the benefits. After reading my two fiction novels, The Subject and Subject 2, Fade, Troy contacted me and asked if I would co-author his military biography. Troy was honest and humble enough to recognize he needed some assistance in telling his story. I jumped on the opportunity to be a part of something bigger than myself. Troy's story was one that hadn't before been told. There are plenty of Australian Special Forces autobiographies out there, but none that tell the story of the Australian combat controller. I knew it was a very important story to tell. Plus, Troy had a backstory that also needed to put into words, and more importantly, Troy himself and his own mental health. Writing is cathartic. That's one of the main reasons why I do it, and I encourage others to. The majority of veterans suffer some type of mental health issue, and putting the pen to paper or fingers to keyboard allows them to let it out. Writing about the issues that veterans face opens up the conversation around mental health. It is so prevalent in ex-servicemen, and none more so than those involved in the special forces and elite combat roles. For me, this was such an important part of Troy's stories. his personal mental health, and the toll his job had had on it needed to be spoken about. It's important for me for a partly selfish reason. Through the telling of choice stories, it helped me further my own understanding of where a Special Forces soldier's head is at following time in combat. I say this because two of my greatest loves were both the Australian commandos, both stole my heart and then broke it. I understand this was not done intentionally, but it has taken me actually getting inside Troy's head, someone who has been there and done that, for me to get some of my own personal closure so many years later. Though Troy is no longer serving, he goes to war every day, battling the demons that try to break him, but he has shown time and time again that he is strong and courageous and will not be broken by anything or anyone. Everyone who knows me can vouch for my ability to tell a story at an event, party, or bar. The idea to write a book was never mine. It was suggested on several occasions to me, as I have had an eventful life, and people laugh with true life stories. Seeing people smile as I told them about the time I landed in a chip pen from the sky, I realized it was joyful to give joy to others. If it were the medieval times, I may have well been considered the court jester, or in my own eyes, the village idiot. The idea of writing Havoc 06 started to gain momentum inside me, and I grew in confidence the more seriously I took it. Havoc 06 was my call sign. After pausing for 2 years of training, I was awarded a coveted beret on the wings of an Australian combat controller. I was the sixth one to do so, hence the call sign Havoc 06. I began to jot down notes on possible anecdotes, and I started to openly chat to combat controllers and operators from my 2nd Commando Regiment about the writing journey I was starting to embark upon. Telling the guys I used to work with that I was going to be writing a military autobiography was not easy. We are brought up to be in the shadows, and as the silent professionals, when we are no longer in this fighting role, I think it's important to tell the stories and professionalism of these men in comparison to the US Navy SEALs or Australian Own Special Air Service Regiment. Combat control is a relatively new capability, and much like 2nd Commando Regiment, it has been left in the background with the stories of their exploits. I never intended to write the book as a 100% war-fighting Wild West gunslinging type of story. I wanted to capture the Australian larrikinism, the camaraderie, the emotions, and the struggles that go into working and deploying within the Australian Defence Force. Upon leaving the Defence Force, I finally decided to write the book and actually committed to it. There was a problem though. I had no idea how things worked in the publishing industry. One person changed that for me and began the ball rolling, that person being JJ Hackett. Using his connection, JJ reached out to people within days. I had phone calls from the likes of publishing military authors such as Mark Donaldson, VC, Matt Hall, and other former F-18 pilots who goes by the pseudonym Mac Surge Tucker. Along with this, I had interviews with some of Australia's leading publishing houses, encouraging me to pitch them a synopsis. With JJ's help, the synopsis was written and pitched. I was lucky enough to be picked up by a very reputable and well-known publishing house. Again, in this life, it is who you know, not what you know. As I began to put words to paper, it became apparent that I needed significant help with my writing. JJ was busy, and so the search began. It was like the clouds parted and this ray of shining light beamed through. Enter Brooke Strachan. First met Brooke through the power of social media. She illustrated a piece of artwork for a friend, and the unique style of the piece captured my attention. I messaged her and sent a few pictures I wanted her to illustrate for me, realizing she was already a published author and always looking to expand my knowledge. I may have accidentally let slip that I was writing an autobiography. Oh, I have a few books, fictional ones published. I'll flick you through some e-copies for a gander, came her response. As our friendship grew after reading her 2 books, I could easily see the passion she had for not only her illustrations, but for her writing. Not being a massive fiction fan myself, I read her books for research. I wanted my story to be explained correctly. The thing about Brooke was that she understood. She got me. I discovered the types of things she did in her spare time, such as helping and supporting not-for-profit organizations and promoting positivity and an outdoor lifestyle. As I read her fiction series, I was enthralled by the way she explained her 2 lead characters, and it was like I was there sharing the journey. She made her characters come to life, and they captivated me. Critics always say when watching a movie, if You become the character or become a part of the movie, then it has achieved its purpose. It's the same thing happened when I read her books. After meeting with Brooke and her amazing husband, the choice was simple. Brooke keeps true to herself, which is an outstanding quality, because not only does she have a background in the Defence Force, but also with security, other government agencies, and as a professional writer. I asked her if she would be interested in co-authoring my book, and Brooke responded with her usual big smile and an even bigger yes. Brooke and I talk or FaceTime most days, bouncing ideas off each other. Again, I thank his husband for his patience because I am often like an emotionally needing child. I tend to have this need for guidance and would find myself thinking, is there anything this woman could not do? We all know there's one kid growing up that excelled at everything, but in my case, that kid is a 6-foot blonde woman. Brooke has been my muse throughout this journey and inspiring my writing, pushing me to deadlines, and educating me, which has decidedly improved my writing. Hell, I even proofread my work these days. Well, sometimes. Brooke, words cannot thank you enough. To my children, one early morning after training the previous night, I was suddenly awoken by a work colleague. Still groggy from a lack of sleep, I heard him telling me to turn on the television. I switched on the box to be confronted by the television of one of New York's twin towers on fire and watched the commercial airliner flew into the second tower. At the point in time, I didn't realize how that moment would influence my life. The life-changing event saw me deploy for the better part of 2 decades, and as a result, suffer from not bonding with my children, and also failed relationships because of my jobs. When I was not deployed, I was training to be deployed. I was always training for the next contingency, training to push and develop to new defense capability. To my children, I'm sorry for all you have endured and suffered, but now I look forward to our future. I write this book for you as much as for myself. To my fallen mates, your stories will always be told, never forgotten. To the operators of Delta and Bravo Commando Company, groups that I did my special operation task group rotations with within Afghan and Iraq, I thank you for the good times and the seamless integration and acceptance. I don't care what the Army's policy is on death symbols. You guys will always be the punishers and the convicts to me. To my fellow combat controllers who made everything possible, I thank you, keep fighting the good fight, and most of all, the men and women of 4 Squadron. Keep pushing the limits. Introduction. Norm, but different. Cleared hot, I transmitted. One away was the calm reply on my headset. You beauty, I thought, my first release. Still, I was shitting myself, hoping like all hell that I'd provided the correct data to the aircrew. It's the GPS bomb. Once it's off the rails, you've bought it, and nothing can stop its now inexorable flight to its destination. As I sat there, waiting for the SWAC, I wondered how I had ever come to be in this position. My name's Troy. My mates know me as Norm, TK, and if they want to wind me up, the North Innisfail champ. I was born in Brisbane, Queensland in 1977 to a single mother, Shirley Knight. My biological father disappeared when he found out Mum was pregnant. I never knew his name. Luckily for me, Mum met a lovely young man who accepted the package deal. Terry's the only man that I've ever known as a dad, and he and Mum went on to give me a brother and a sister. I grew up your typical Queensland boy, surfing, playing rugby league, generally looking for mischief. In primary school, I was a near straight-A student and the captain of a few sporting teams. During my teen years, I started to take a downhill slide. If you ask them, my parents will tell you I went a little wild. I ditched school, discovered alcohol, got into fights, drove fast cars and found women. There may have even been the odd run-in with the Queensland police. The boys I knocked around with then and now fathers too. But when we sit around a fire and look back on it, we wouldn't change a thing. The boundary pushing and risk-taking fueled my thirst for adventure. It is a part of my nature that saw me subsequently travel to Afghanistan, Iraq, and beyond all that, at the behest of the Australian government. Mum and Dad worked long hours to pay for our sport and to make ends meet, so I naturally spent a lot of time with my grandparents from a young age. Both my grandparents played a major role in shaping the man I was to become. Mervyn, the hard-as-nails boxer from the Jimmy Sharman circuit, who later worked for the railways, inspired me with his firm work ethic and tenacity. In the face of his adversity, Mervyn the bushman taught me to shoot. He and his brothers were crack shots and would often tell me so. My first handling of a rifle would see me shaking and shedding a tear or two. I'd been on a few shooting trips with him, but was never allowed to shoot. This was about to change. Calling me over, he said, "It is time, Troy. Time we teach you how to shoot." He handed me a 22 caliber semi-automatic rifle. It was just after my 10th birthday. I was keen as mustard, or so I thought. Once I had the rifle in my hands, I started to tremble. To this day, I don't know why I was overcome with emotion and began to cry. Pop didn't understand. "What's wrong, Troy? You've been pestering me about shooting, and now you're going to cry about it?" He gruffly said. "Just aim it like I showed you and pull the trigger," he proclaimed. I finally summoned up enough courage to pull the trigger, and to even pull the trigger, I'm not even sure that I aimed. After the initial shot, I grew in confidence and began emptying the 10-round magazine into the tree which served as a target. Towards the end of the magazine, I even hit the tree a couple of times. I finished the magazine, unloaded and reloaded with another. I was growing in confidence. I wiped the tears away, and now I had my big boy pants on. The second magazine went a lot smoother than the first from memory. I hit the target with every shot. Petey the Mantra did not follow me to Afghanistan. I may have hit a few more bad guys. Dave, my other grandfather, was a carpenter who had fought in New Guinea during World War II, and would regale me with stories of battle, fighting the Japanese. My bedtime stories were about him fighting the Japanese in the jungles of Papua. Even from that early age, I remember him talking about how crafty, cunning, and ruthless the Japanese imperial forces were. To me, it was all a wild adventure, and where my early childhood fantasy of military life began. When Dave passed away, I was given all of his personal military trinkets and his small yet valuable collection of Japanese war treasure. Both grandfathers, without realizing it, lit the fire that led me unerringly to the military. In September 1999, having just completed my butcher's apprenticeship, the East Timor crisis kicked off. With excitement at the thought of going to war, I rushed to the Australian Defence Force recruiting office in Townsville. I scored quite well in many of my tests and was offered several jobs, including the one I coveted as an Army rifleman. Unfortunately, Army recruit training was bottlenecked for 8 months, and that was just too long for me to wait. Dismayed and nearly out the door, I was stopped by an Air Force sergeant who asked me if I knew about the Airfield Defence Guards. I did not, but when I said I could start in February and that the Aggies were already deployed to Timor, I seized the opportunity and jumped in, boots and all. Ironically, by the time I graduated from basic training and started my first posting to the RAF base, Ambley, unit had already redeployed home, while the Army infantry battalions kept up their rotations for many years to come. Disappointed, but undeterred, I applied myself to my new trade, hoping it would eventually get my chance at my dream combat operation. Chapter 1: A Dirty Raffy. After 10 weeks of being treated like a kid during Air Force recruit training, I was now enjoying being treated like a little bit more like an adult. The previous 10 weeks at the RAF base at Edinburgh could not have gone quick enough, but now at Amberley, I'd begun my initial employment training for my RAF mustering in the Airfield Defence Guard. The ADT basic course was certainly a change of pace compared to the recruit training. There was physical training, PT, in the morning and most afternoons, and a lot more time at bush, which I enjoyed. There were, however, theory lessons in which I struggled to stay awake, often finding myself staring out into space, thinking about how long it had been since I had seen my beautiful wife. Having passed out of basic training, I was afforded luxuries such as time off base and at least one day off on weekends. However, it was not all beer and skittles, and I was about to get a big thing of tasty comes. Our first big challenge came in the form of a food and sleep deprivation weekend. This alleged downtime involved carrying heavy things, pushing transport, and should have been towed or driven, and digging defensive pits throughout the night. While digging, I deliberately on how I should have been getting my much-needed beauty sleep. "Get on the bus if you want," shouted the instructors. They continued, "It is comfortable and heated." I watched throughout the weekend as the broken and weak climbed on the bus. Stuffed if I'm getting on that bus, I thought to myself, adjusting my pack for the millionth time. I was far from leading the group, but I wasn't giving up now. I had already come too far to let weakness win. Weakness didn't win, and I managed to push through the activity and not get on the coach that was following us around. For me, this activity opened my eyes to what resilience, toughness, and fortitude is, and how they are similar but very different traits that one needs to develop. This activity has also set the standard for my military career, but every training activity always ended with me doing something stupid. A number of weeks had been spent teaching and honing our skills in the field. A big standout for me was learning foreign movement. Foreign movement is the basis of keeping yourself alive or getting shot at. In theory, it would allow one to survive a contact, but as I later found out in life, it is purely the geometry of chance. Sometimes you survive, sometimes you do not. Initially, I enjoyed throwing myself onto the hard ground and the requirement of fire and movement. Now the sands of time have changed my body, like so many other veterans, and swearing at me for it. The field training exercise, which had been built purely around this fire and movement skill, had come to an end. It was at this time when those on the course were introduced to, let's call it, an end-of-the-month-based drinks and raffles night. This was run by the mess and quite often raised much-needed charity for local organisations or for charity. After cleaning weapons and equipment, we were given the standard what is and what is not brief by our instructors. Part of this brief pertained to the no-go zone for us to run in on-base entertainment. What the? I thought when we were informed to not attend the fundraiser, well, so be it, I said to myself. So it should have been, but I decided to attend the evening, dragging a fair few of my mates along with me. A few hours into the night, we were all having a good time, and we had managed to hide in the crowd, avoiding detection. And was until we were spotted by two of our instructors. Now, what were you told, lads? Came a slightly inebriated voice from behind us, and jumped up and froze. Luckily, one of the boys replied before I could get in with my usual smart-ass remark. Unfortunately, his reply to the instructor wasn't much better than mine would have been. There ensued a few choice words from our party-pooping friends. Get the F out was one of the less offensive phrases that I remember before we had to leave. It somehow nearly escalated into fisticuffs. Naturally, by this stage, I was like, stuff it, I'm all in here. In all fairness, I had caused the whole thing, but we must have made quite the spectacle, because the crowd of onlookers grew, and a few of them came over and diffused the situation. With the situation diffused, we did as ordered and returned to our lines. Angry and alcohol affected, I announced to the boys, stuff this, I'm going back. No, you're not, Nighty, my more sensible mates retorted. I didn't listen and started to walk away, then bam, I was crash tackled to the ground. One of the guys was a gun rugby player, and he had put me straight into the ground with one of the best hits I'd ever seen on or off the field. While getting held down, it was decided that the best way to restrain me was to hog tie my hands and feet with zip ties. Just great, I thought, as everyone came out to observe the ruckus. That was me being entertained for my own good. The onlookers seemed to take great pleasure in watching it all. You were all very lucky to be remaining in the course, the boss informed us after giving us a good dressing down. I stood there, trying to look serious and sorry, thinking how maybe I should try not to look for mischief and obey a simple rule order for once. Then the interrogation began with the boss, asking who the instructors were. I played dumb, and so did the others. None of us were about to rat out the guys who taught us and had our respect. I mean, you don't know shit in your own backyard. Realizing they were not going to get the required information from us, the bosses gave up. We got sent away with a warning. Keep your heads down and out of trouble. Good work, lads, my section commander said, pulling us troublemakers aside. He had a wry smirk on his face. He continued, keep your mouth shut. It goes a long way with trust. Surprisingly, I did pull my head in for the rest of the course and managed to graduate unscathed. It was my grandfather Dave there to watch my graduation parade. I was very proud and chuffed to have the World War II veteran on my support team. After the graduation parade, my grandfather congratulated me, shaking my hand, and then turned and said, I'm proud of you, Troy, but you were still a dirty Raffy. The whole reason I joined the Royal Australian Air Force and gone into the ADG mustering was to be deployed to Timor. Upon graduating, I was given our squadron posting and I was posted to Air Defence Squadron. It was at this same time I received news that the squadron would be returning to East Timor and not be replaced. I screamed out loud. I was gutted. It was like my whole purpose in life had just been thrown out the window. I'd just gone through all that training crap to walk around base and look at aircraft. I thought to myself, shattered. Life continued on and I tried to find purpose in other activities. The disappointment of missing out on the deployment would be one I would become familiar with, as it would not be the first or last deployment that I missed out on. I have lost track of how many deployments I've been stood to at short notice to move on to sitting at air movements. After a short bus ride, we arrived at Greenbank training area for the start of my arrivals course. This course was a conversion course into squadron tactics, techniques, and procedures. We were ushered into World War II style huts as the lead instructor informed us in cool and calm voice instead of the usual yelling I had become accustomed to, where to place our gear and next timings. This is a pleasant change, I thought, being treated like an adult. Pleasant change, however, was short-lived. Jube was the nickname for us, new guys, or inexperienced airmen. Due to failing to follow simple instructions, another Jube, not me for once, turned what I thought was going to be a camp holiday into an effing royal suckfest. I should have had more foresight, because in reality, it was always going to happen. During the 5 days at Suckfest 2000, we were introduced to patrol level tactics, and as opposed to section level and 80G patrol level comprised of 4 to 6 people, half section if you will, there was constant shooting from all ranges and a variety of weapons. The beauty of Airfield Defence Squadron is that for a week we had the allocation of ammunition equivalent to the amount an infantry battalion had in a month, but only a quarter of the people to use it. There are multiple navigation exercises and a lot of physical stuff. The instructors seemed to enjoy the most. After being in the squadron for a couple of months, I started hearing rumors about the Jube Olympics. It must be another pre-selection course, I thought. To my surprise, it was something different. It was something actually fun, and purely for humour. For once, no one was being made to do anything they did not want to do. As part of the military training, we do a run, dodge, jump. It's a military-orientated obstacle course, and the Jube Olympics had us competing in this RDJ, but with a twist. The twist was that every obstacle had a challenge apart from the challenge that was the actual obstacle. The challenge came in the form of dry Weet-Bix, warm beer, and various other concoctions that not even Harry Potter would conjure up. Needless to say, I made it to the finish, and I felt terrible for days after. The witch's potions had indeed worked their magic at what I thought was the end of the Jube Olympics. It was announced that there was one activity left for us Jubes to survive in order to be successfully initiated. This activity was Jube boxing. In the upcoming weeks, we were to square off against each other for the sole amusement of the squadron. If there was a grudge match or someone you wanted to square up against you, you were free to organise it. Place your names on the board, we were told. I get along with most people, so I had no one who I particularly wanted to beat the shit out of, or at least try, so I just got paired up with someone. This someone was a heavy-set guy who chalked himself up constantly and underperformed. Let's call him Fish Fingers. As the weeks went by, so did the Jube boxing matches, until it was finally my time in the mill. I say mill because most of the guys had no boxing experience and used to just punch on. I had no real plan going into my fight. I just wanted to knock him down or out. Most of us on the course had disliked him for his constant shit stories, lies, and laziness. The referee signaled to fight, and there was no bell. The round started as slow as I was just jabbing my way in and moving around, looking like I knew what I was doing. Schwack. Suddenly came the sound of Fish Finger's haymaker that clocked me fair in the temple. The hit buckled me, and I saw stars. My heart rate going up, I struggled not to panic as more punches rained down on my way. I managed to move. Okay, I ran away to the other side of the ring to regain my composure. Luckily for me, the referee signaled at the end of the round. Thank you, baby Jesus, I thought. Funny story about my corn man. He could box. He had knocked out 3 guys in one afternoon of Jube boxing. I was subsequently banned from partaking in it again. I played at the top level of rugby league in the country and went on to serve in another special forces unit. Small round top guy. And he was now in my corner giving me hot tips for round 2. It was nearing the end of my round 2 when I caught the opponent with a body grip. He must have done some damage, and he crumpled onto his side and winced. Sensing something was up, and with little to no fight IQ, I went in and rained punches down on my old mate Fish Fingers. It was not pretty, but it worked. The referee jumped in and stopped the fight, declaring me the winner. I wasn't exactly proud, as in all honesty, I had just been lucky. Sore and spent, I was glad the whole thing was over. It was autumn 2004, and we had been humping heavy weights around Canungra training area for a couple of days. I was back, baby, back at Canungra for the illustrious military skills competition that combined recon, sniper team, I had been part of and had won only the previous year. I was, however, not back in quite the same capacity. I had been given the distinguished opportunity to be the section commander for my combined team, and I used the word distinguished well facetiously. I did not want to be their leader. While I had no problem with motivating people to perform their roles, I severely lacked experience in leadership, and I had avoided doing the section commander course as though it were the plague. So I avoided my section leader course because that would see me get promoted and moved out of recon snipers into the rifle flights. Recon snipers was where it was at, and it was determined not to move on. My team this year was mostly certainly combined. There were a couple of us recon and sniper types, but I had some assault pioneers and a clerk and a couple of guys who were semi-busted. As this military skills competition progressed, it went the way you might expect. The week fell away, and my leadership tactics, lack thereof, absolutely sucked. Though this year's competition was nowhere near as physically exhausting as the previous year, in the early mornings of day 4, it became apparent that one of the guys was carrying an injury. I spoke to him, and he reassured me that he could go on. He was a recon guy, so I did not know if it was my stern words that kept him pushing or his own willpower. That was something that I would find out later. My team kept pushing hard, though into the night, before finding our bed-down location for the evening. It was a non-tactical rest, meaning we did not have to rotate someone on the picket or a guard. Not long after dozing off, I was abruptly awakened by a deep, dull moaning. What the hell was that? I asked myself. As we all were closely situated, I sat up to investigate the noise. Who is that? I asked in a comfy tone, unhappy to have been woken from my precious beauty sleep. Nighty, it's OB. OB was the recon guy who had pushed on with his injury from this morning. Discovered later in pain. What is it, OB? I asked, not overly concerned. I'm stuffed, mate. My stomach is killing me. OB clutching for his midsection. Being the great leader I was, I retorted, shut up and get some sleep, mate. You'll be right. After dozing off, I was alerted again by OB's dull yet eerie moans. OB, what's up? I asked again, not impressed at being woken up. It is getting worse. OB could barely stand up. JB, I shouted at my two. I said, go check him out. JB did as instructed, as I rolled over on my side and closed my eyes. JB was similar to myself and did not want to be promoted. He wanted to stay in recon his whole life, but like myself, we both got volunteered for the duties of section commander and second in charge. After returning to OB, JB returned to my side and spoke, Marty, yeah mate, this isn't good. There's something seriously wrong. I radioed through to the CP, and they immediately medevaced OB to the hospital. It turned out that OB had a hernia, and he carried all that equipment with it. No wonder the bloke was in so much pain. My team finished in the military skills competition with less than half our combined section and placed third, separating first place from third place. It was only a matter of 3 points. Though we lost, I was happy to place third, behind 2 seasoned section commanders with their dedicated sections. I was not happy with my leadership. I failed OB. I seriously lacked empathy in the pursuit of winning. A lot of people will say mission and self. That is true, but it's circumstantial. This event was just a military skills competition for God's sake, and it did not take the health and welfare of my men seriously. Leadership-wise, I did learn a lot from that activity. For me, I was just lucky. OB was a hard dude, or I could have been injured, and an outstanding airman for nothing. Big lesson learned. A lot of people ask me if I regret joining the RAF Edge mustering rather than Army infantry. My answer is never. I had 3 deployments and attended multiple courses that I would not have had the opportunity to do in the infantry battalion. I've made mates that I'm still close with after 20 plus years, and several of them have let me be their groomsmen. One can never regret such close bonds of mateship and camaraderie. We may have been just dirty roughies, but we were good ones. I never wanted out of the recon and sniper flight. Early in my career, I had decided to go down the reconnaissance and eventually the sniper route. Recon and sniper sounds cool, doesn't it? I mean, that's the type of guy that every other guy wants to be and every girl wants to date. Or so I thought. I already had a crack at a 6RL1 sniper course early in the year and failed miserably. Apparently, it turned out that I have buttons for eyes and I could barely see any of the military items placed out in the bush. At the time, I was devastated because there's nothing cooler than being a rock star sniper, but now I can laugh and say, should have gone to spec service. The basic sniper course had multiple components to it. Contrary to popular belief, there was a lot more to it than shooting a rifle. The test I failed was static observation line. This particular test is conducted by laying on the ground with binoculars and a spotting scope. You have a time placed on you, which adds extra time pressure. I had to lay down and sketch the surrounding area. The idea is to commence finding military items amongst these surrounds. This was the time that I almost certainly found out that my eyesight was up shit creek, but so was my artistic talent. I sucked at sketching. 90. I've seen better sketches completed by my 4-year-old, one of the instructors informed me. Great, I thought. Now I'll never be one of those soldiers turned artists. This sudden realization that I was completely lacking in sketching ability added more pressure, and needless to say, I had failed my observation. If my memory serves me correctly, you have about 8 practice attempts before going into the badge test. I'm fairly sure I failed all of them. This was definitely a highlight for my career for all the wrong reasons. I remember feeling so pissed off and frustrated at myself for failing. For a long time after this, I continually questioned myself. What was I doing wrong? Why would I not see the items in the bush? Had I applied all the techniques I was taught? If I was framing the bush using the correct methodology, then why had this failed me? I had failed, and hence I was a failure. When you have already reached such a level in your career, it's hard to just let something like this go. I would say it is built into military rockstar DNA, or maybe I was just being too hard on myself. 6 months and some extra training later, I was given the second crack at the sniper course. This particular course was the joint 2 AFTS and 6 OA course, located in sunny Queensland and being run at the Wide Bay training area, located just north of beautiful Noosa on the Sunshine Coast. Excited, everybody on the course trotted down to the Q store to start the rigmarole of signing out all the logistical items. This excitement quickly turned to the mundane, as the rest of the morning was used to sign out our rifles, ammunition, get the required orders. One of the sets of orders read was the convoy orders. The convoy orders were the most convoluted piece of dribble I'd ever heard. Word of advice, if you ever have trouble sleeping at night, get your hands on a set of convoy orders and read them. Much better than any sleeping pill. The sniper course is a massive undertaking, as are most courses in the military. On the course, it's not just the wannabe snipers like myself. There are more support personnel than snipers. Of course, there are the instructors, but there's also the cooks, logistics staff, and admin staff, and signal operators, or as I like to call them, the radio nerds. One of the radio nerds was named Matt. He was a good mate of mine, and we had completed recruit training and our ADG basic course together. He was an ADG, but he wanted to specialize in the radios because of his last name being Martin. He was known as Marty, an original. I know. As part of those boring convoy orders, we were allocated a seat on the vehicle, which I copped a shit seat on this 6-wheeled hunk of crap. This type of thing was a common occurrence for me, as I like to gob off a fair bit, being a smartass, or a little cheeky as I prefer to call it. The 6-wheeled hunk of crap that I refer to is an off-road vehicle made by Land Rover. In all fairness, this vehicle is hardy and has a role to play. However, when riding in one of the back of these contraptions, you are sitting sideways in the back of it and exposed to the wind. The whole thing sucks. Depending on who you talk to, the vehicle, a Land Rover 110, was a better deal, and my mate Marty had gotten this better deal being placed in the non-sucky Land Rover. Marty was the type of guy who would give you the shirt off his back. Me, on the other hand, not that type of guy. I'm the type that will keep my own shirt and try to take yours, so I didn't freeze to death. With Marty being so nice and me not so nice, I thought I might be able to take advantage of this. I tried to deal with Marty to swap seat. Come on, mate, I said, if you take my seat, I'll buy you a box of Mars bars. Marty, who usually loved trap food, wasn't being quite as nice as usual. No, he replied with a smirk in his face. I heard the convoy drivers start up their engine, so I decided to give up and take my assigned seat in this piece of crap. That Land Rover has gone off the road, one of the lads yelled. The sentence immediately woke me up from my sleep, caused by the convoy orders. The convoy stopped immediately. We jumped out of the piece of shit, running back towards the Land Rover 110. As we approached, we could see the vehicle had gone off a 5-minute embankment and into some very thick lantana. While running, I remember joking with the lads about shit driving. I was very naive about the brutality of cars. I was first or second to reach the vehicle, and what I saw I can't unsee. The scene was utter carnage. The vehicle had torn into 2 pieces. We found the cook first, and he was severed in 2. The body was completely separated from the waist up. The sight of the dismembered body immediately put me into a state of shock. I can only describe this feeling as like being in a dream. Everything became foggy, and I started walking around in a daze. Any training going out of the window, I was suddenly grabbed by one of the 6 RAR snipers who took me back to my senses and into the reality of the situation in front of me. The sniper and I went looking for Marty. We found he was motionless and began to assess his injuries. Marty was non-responsive. Stuff it, I thought to myself as we took further assessment of the situation. Saw that Marty's neck was almost completely severed. Marty was dead. Still in shock, doing what I needed to be done, I helped clean up the area as much as I could and cover the bodies of the deceased. As advised, we moved back to the top of the road and waited for the emergency services to arrive. I wanted to cry, but I would not let it out in front of my mates. I should have. It's what we needed, but I didn't. No one cried. It's funny, the military teaches you to look after your mates, but not how to look after yourself. Maybe that's just human nature. We as individuals always seem to emotionally look after our friends before we look after ourselves. Zero self-care. The emergency services arrived and surveyed and assessed the crash site. It took some time for the members to retrieve the bodies. The radio batteries were causing a safety hazard. Due to the accident, the batteries had begun to leak gas. Most military batteries contain lithium, and the gas is carcinogenic. The gas was present when I ran initially to the crash site, so who knows if I might end up with cancer down the track. Because of the hazardous material, we had to wait for the specialist chemicals team from QFAS to arrive. As EO of our unit was advised and the order was given for the majority of the guys to return to base where the CO had recalled the unit to tell them the news. The problem was, none of us wanted to leave our mates behind. Arguments that nearly led to fisticuffs started to happen. I realise now this was just part of our grief, and the anger primarily covered our sadness. A good mate of mine, Schultze, stepped in and stated he would say, with one other person was not me, and we were told not to mention this to anyone, as the families of the deceased were yet to be informed. We all nodded in agreement to this order as we mounted the truck and turned off our phones. The drive back to base was a somber one. I was numbed and emotionless, not feel like talking, and all I wanted was to get back to see my own beautiful children. It had dawned on me that if I had swapped seats with Marty, it could have been me. If I had been more persuasive with my bargaining, and if Marty had been more of his usual selfless self, it would have been me that would be dead. But I wasn't dead, and I had 1,000,000 questions in my head. My head banged with what ifs. My heart raced. It took me a few days to shake the head banging and heart palpitations. I knew that you couldn't dwell on what ifs in life in those sliding door moments. On arrival to the unit, I was greeted by my family, my wife and friends, and Marty's wife, so she had already heard the tragic news. My unit had recalled the whole squadron, and the boys were told to have their families with them. A support team was brought in, consisting of a chaplain, psychologist, and very early to assist in group counselling. Us guys from the crash site were whisked off to receive counsel straight away. This angered me for some reason. I didn't want to talk to someone stranger about my feelings. All I wanted was to be surrounded by my family and my mates. Protocol is, however, protocol, and so I was made to try and talk. I understand it was a hard job for the counsellors, as none of us wanted to talk to anyone or share our emotions. It was definitely a brief meeting for us in there. After this initial counselling session, we joined the rest of our mates, where we exposed some more counselling group sessions and told the usual. We're here to talk if needed, and this is what we offer. The chaplain did his thing with a quick speech, which was more like a sermon. Staff may have thought religion was the last thing I needed or wanted. What I need and what I want is a drink. Well, if there is a God, he heard me, because they opened the boozer and we were allowed a beer for an early send-off. The irony of this was that Marty didn't even drink. Only drank half my beer, and I remember thinking there had to be a first for everything. The reality was I just wanted to get home and spend this time with my family. Yet when I got home, I knew I was angry and unsettled. I spoke to my wife about what I had seen and my actions at the crash site. She tried her best to understand and support me, but I really was still struggling with my emotions or lack thereof. I felt really helpless at the sight. I kept remembering how froze I was in the moment. Stuff you, Troy, I thought. You want combat and you can't even operate at a crash site. How are you going to act in operations? The voice of my inner critic had become loud and clear, slowly nibbling away at my self-confidence and sense of self. I'd never seen anything like that before. It wasn't the first time I'd had friends die on me. Growing up, Tim was my best mate, and I lost him to cancer. I cried and sobbed over him for days, allowing myself to naturally grieve, but for some reason, I would not let myself grieve now. The military was already starting to change me. The camaraderie of the lads, the heroic nature of the job would not let me. This was the first of many testing moments, the chemos, and it would surely not be the last. Marty's send-off was legendary. The wake was a big event, and they even named the bar after him, which again was ironic. because as I mentioned, he was a non-drinker. I'm not sure if the bar is still named after him. Hope it is. Following the accident, the Queensland police carried out the investigation, and I believe the RAF police carried out theirs. We were all interviewed. The inquest came back inconclusive. There was a lack of sufficient evidence to know exactly why the vehicle had swerved from the road. Did the driver fall asleep? Was there something he'd had to swerve for, such as an object or animal? The Land Rover was fitted and decked out with a mobile telecommunications hub. It was known to be notoriously heavy. The military convoy speed is, however, limited. To this day, Marty's family and I don't know the cause of the accident. Sniper course got canned. None of us were keen to attend after such a tragic event. This gave me some much needed extra time to face my nemesis, the static observation activity. It's funny how certain things can trigger particular memories. Unsurprisingly, writing about Marty triggers many fond memories of him and the time we spent together. But the smell of lantana triggers my memories too. One memory is of a hot day in Ipswich summer. Then we were conducting fire and movement attacks. And movement is the way the military ground force assaults an enemy objective. It's a hard work on its own, without the adding environmental factors. Basically, throw yourself to the ground and crawl on the ground and shoot and get back to your feet. Run towards the enemy and repeat. It's not a fun activity. I will be honest, it's probably the reason I joined combat control, because I got to swan around in 4-star hotels with the aircrew. This particular hot Ipswich day was not a good one for Marty. The machine gun, heavier weapon that he can basically shoot into shit-ton more bullets at a higher rapid-fire rate than a rifle. It's an absolute pig of a thing to operate. My God, the look on Marty's face. My friend was not known for his superior fitness, that's for sure. Mid-contact, I burst out laughing at how much he was obviously hurting. See, I told her I wasn't that much of a nice person. I wasn't the only one berating him though. He had a course instructor making his life harder than it already was. Suddenly it was my turn getting hammered on the course as his attention had turned to me following my outburst. Just another instance of where my mouth got me into trouble. After knocking off but still smelling of sweat, dirt and lantana, Marty said to me, "Thanks, mate." I looked at him and asked, "Before getting the instructor off my ass," Marty replied. We both laughed together. 3. Nitro Circus, Iraq. A military skills competition. Doesn't sound that hard. Sounds more like a chance of blokes to run around showing off how good they are. Well, you can stuff that idea right off. The military skills competition was the most physically and mentally grueling activity I had undertaken in my life up to that point. The competition was conducted at the notorious Camelleri training area, only 30 minutes inland from the beautiful GC. Though the beaches, nightclubs, and bikini-clad meter maids were within arm's reach, I might as well have been a million miles away. Canungra is fabled in the ADF for its treacherous jungle-cloaked mountains and poisonous snakes, enormous spiders, and being the hunting ground of the most daunting of predators, the Warrant Officer Class 1. For the competition, I was part of a 5-man combined reconnaissance sniper team. We'd humped heavy stuff for 5 long hot days, all while dodging snakes with minimal food, next to no sleep. It was a struggle to remember, let alone perform basic military field skills. After living out the hashtag the struggle is real, the competition was done, and so we were. Exhausted, we waited for the results, despite the fact we were spent. We still displayed the usual recon super cockiness, spilled over into hubris, and we were certain we had nailed it, or at least pulled a Bradbury. When our team was awarded first place, we were understandably stoked and ready to celebrate our win, along with the Gold Coast Miners. However, the CO had other plans. Hurry up and get changed, clean your weapons, get back to base, the CO ordered, immediately after congratulating our win. What the? We collectively responded. The CO cut short, saying we would be briefed upon when we returned to base. Well, I'm sure you can imagine the conversation that ensued between the boys during that 90-minute drive back to the base, and the words Iraq and deployments were going back and forth like a tennis ball. It was 2003. We'd all been following the Iraq war on the news. However, the only ADF personnel getting a crack at it were the Jets and the Special Forces guys. Imagine my surprise when, during the brief on base, I was told I would be deploying to Iraq. I personally thought I had won an all-expenses-paid trip to the Whitsundays. Yeah, baby, it's on, I convinced myself. Landing at a Baghdad International Airport, I was still on a high. Despite the logistics of getting there, I truly was convinced I had won the military version of the lottery. Just after Anzac Day, and not long after the US Army's 3rd Infantry Division had wiped out all resistance, with no time to settle in. Instead, we got to work straight away. At first, the US combat controllers, many of whom were still my friends, relinquished control of the airfield to our RAF air traffic controllers, so there was definitely no time for Kit Kats. The first month in the country passed in a blur. We constructed living accommodation from the ground up, provided security for the detachment in what was still a somewhat hostile environment, and helped wherever we could. The business that first month, however, was short-lived. Having been on the receiving end of only one of the odd rockets and a mortar attack, I realized I would not see any real combat. Under-resourcing a managerial risk aversion meant that me and the boys weren't even allowed at the front gates. So what did we do? We did what all good airmen do. We sought adventure and mischief. Around the 2-month mark, the bosses decided to give us a mule all-terrain vehicle, or as it's known in the US, a Gator. Unarmored, looking like something straight off a John Deere showroom floor, the mule drew derision from our US counterparts who were blocking armor even inside the wire. Naturally, this vehicle had zero tactical application and was intended to be used by the security teams on their patrols, but we had other ideas. Much of the planning and employing all we knew of the military tactics was instigating the first and, to my knowledge, the only nitro circus of Iraq. We had a US mechanic trick up the mule a touch and shed some of its weight with a gas axe. In its secluded area, away from the base, from the prying eyes of the hierarchy, we built a racetrack incorporating berms, chicanes, and even a rhythm section. Time trials were on, but to make things more interesting, we decided to have a buy-in. The original buy-in amount was a conservative $10 US. That quickly leapt up to $100 as egos intervened and the winner takes all stakes. The rules of the competition were simple. Multiple attempts were allowed up until the end of your deployment. You had to have one other person in the mule with you. Times required verification, an independent member of another team, and drawing from the movie Fight Club. You did not talk about mule racing. Then we discovered jumping. By jumping, I mean we could try to jump that mule over anything. The guys even started taking shovels with them on patrols in order to build their own ramps. While patrolling one shift, my section commander James and I discovered a perfect natural jump over an aqueduct. We stopped the mule, dismounted, and scoped out the Mother Nature's answer to the boredom that she had gifted us. After much discussion involving complex trigonometry and speed-to-weight calculations, we nervously decided to give the jump a go. Lap belts on, check. Helmets and straps on tight, check. Weapons secured and ready at hand, because after all, we were professionals. Check. I told James he could drive, as he was the more aggressive of us, and James said confidently that he was willing to. Drive it like I stole it. This was an attitude the mule responded favorably to. Oh well, too late to pull out now, I said as the mule left the ground at what felt like the speed of warp factor 6. I don't recall much of the jump itself, only the weightlessness before gravity pulled us back to Earth. What I do remember, though, is the interface between the sky and the ground. Snap was the sound of my seatbelt breaking, hence launching me skywards. Luckily, my second landing was better executed than the initial one. I managed to roll off the residual speed, with only sustaining no more than some superficial scratches and bruises. Naughty, you okay, man? James yelled, running over to me where I lay prostrate in the dirt. James thought he'd killed me for sure. I played dead for a moment, but I couldn't help pissing myself laughing. James joined in, reveals that he hadn't killed his mate, but probably more relieved he didn't have to complete the paperwork required if I'd been dead. The mule, however, hadn't shaped up as well as me. He never ran the same again, made strange clunking noises whenever we pushed it beyond walking speed. It had, though, given me some excitement on what was shaping up to be an underwhelming deployment. After 4 months, our rotation was up and we were heading home. Apart from having been deployed with a great bunch of people and the hijinks typical of underutilized troops in a war zone, I was starting to understand what little hope I had of seeing true combat operations if I remained as an airfield defense guard. However, a chance meeting with some private security contractors working in Iraq, alongside with the chat with their compound, would change the direction of things to come for me. 4. Schultze. Get in your bubble, Nighty, my sniper supervisor calmly but firmly instructed me. Bubble was a term used in our sniper section at 2 FDS. 2B in one's bubble meant to phase out all surrounding influence and noise and concentrate solely on the task at hand. I looked over at him. He had his usual cheeky grin, which could only be described as amused. I knew there was something else about to be said, and so I waited. Don't F this up, or you will be making muffins. There it was, the comment I knew was coming. At the end of all our shoots, there was always a competition, and of course, in typical Aussie male style, we made it interesting by having a bet. In our case, we had muffins as a wager. Loser of the competition had to bake muffins for the whole recon/sniper section. On this day, we were shooting on ranges of up to 1,000 meters. I was the spotter and the sniper team were behind the rifles. Normally, I would be on the rifle as I had the least experience. It was, however, decided that we, the newer guys, were going to get some time in spotting, as the spotter should be responsible for calling the range, making wind calculations, and spotting swirl. As the round leaves the barrel, it displaces the air in a vortex, and shooting across valleys or from elevated positions. Spotting is an important skill. Some days it can be easy, other days hard. Light conditions, temperature, and humidity are all Mother Nature's way of affecting observation. In my case, I was inexperienced, and frankly, I was just plain shit. I'd missed seeing the swell in the past 2 shots. We needed 3 out of the next 5 to hit the steel target. Standing out at 800 meters, or I was getting my Martha Stewart on. On a flat range, this generally shouldn't be too hard with a rifle that basically shoots itself. Today, however, we were on a field firing range and shooting from a firing position where our rounds traveled across 2 re-entrants before reaching the target. The wind was crossing in a different directory to its trajectory. I made a different correction from the last missed shot. In fact, I guessed, but I did not let anyone know that, and the shot was fired. On my call, as I saw the round hit the steel target, waiting for the familiar team, I jagged out. I thought to myself, the shot was a little high, so I advised a small correction. I called for the next 4 shots. Ha, you got lucky, the sniper supervisor chuckled. Nah, Sarge, never a problem. It was in the bag. I was just building suspense. I answered. Truth be told, I did not see a lick of swell. I just did get lucky. No one ever knew that. My sniper supervisor was a man named Wayne Schultz, and I first met him in 2000. He came across as a stoic, no-nonsense basic course instructor. His reputation preceded him, as he was at the time the only qualified sniper within the Agi ranks. However, as time grew, I got to know him as someone who enjoyed a laugh, had a cheeky sense of humor. He became my mentor, confidant, and most importantly, my trusted friend. I have a lot of trouble writing this chapter because Schultz meant the world to me. I would not have got to where I did in the military without his influence and guidance. I spent countless hours trying to capture my raw emotions into words. Numerous phone calls had been made to the old recon boys and the infantry snipers who knew the man and held him in very high regard. I even had a former sniper reach out to me from the UK. During these conversations, we discussed the importance of passing on stories and remembering the fallen. We discussed at length the good times, the bad times, the memories, and the associated emotions. The verbalization had been cathartic. What would Jesus do? Well, I don't usually ask myself that, but I do ask myself, what would Schultz do? You know someone has really influenced you, and still after 16 years since their passing, you find yourself asking what would they do if they were in your shoes. Wayne was a mentor, friend, and surrogate father. For some reason, he didn't really like the name Wayne, so he just called himself John. Not that it mattered much, because he usually called himself Sarge, Schultz, or Boss Hog. I wish I knew who'd come up with the nickname Boss Hog. We didn't call him Boss Hog because he was a reflection of the namesake character from the TV series Dukes of Hazzard. No, it's quite the opposite. A type of authoritative figure, and one to be unconditionally respected. Someone who was a true leader, a man who inspired and encouraged, and maybe because he might have carried just a tiny bit more weight than he needed to. I guess it was the backhanded compliments, synonymous with good mateships. But there was never any doubt who was in charge, that's for sure. He was a strong and confident person, and you couldn't help but listen. I wasn't alone in having this sort of relationship with John. He had similar relationships with so many of his protégés, subordinates, peers, and mates, whatever you want to call them, which, on reflection, must have been all-consuming, especially as he also had to balance his family life just like the rest of us. Despite his hectic schedule, he always managed to give everyone the attention, encouragement, and discipline they needed. With Schultz, a spade was a spade. He didn't pull any punches, and it was tough love or no love. Me, however, had a way of speaking to you where it never felt like criticism. You always knew where you stood. He never stopped me and all his other proteges trying to make him proud. Compliments didn't come all that often, but when they did, you know it counted. At home, I remembered him as an incredibly loving and doting father, and where there was no defences or walls up when he had his daughters around him. For a young man, this helped shape me, learning that I didn't have to put walls up at home, and I'm sure I'm a better father for it, given that I didn't really have a benchmark until then. I believe Schultz was only the third qualified sniper ADG of the mustering. However, it must have been many years between these qualifications, and the mustering as a whole was never a C-pass qualifications as a glory course qual. This said, as the mustering moved away from the hardened tugging defensive positions and in the perimeter patrols, the benefits snipers could bring were starting to be recognized. This recognition of the late 1990s is how I believe Schultz found himself on the basic sniper course at Royale. Airfields aren't small. 2,000-meter runway with associated airfield infrastructure and assets means on asset can be vulnerable over an expansive area. With all this space, airfields become highly susceptible to close target reconnaissance, observation and pathfinding if not properly defended. Schultz was able to convince the chain of command that it simply made sense to qualify more snipers who in pairs could observe and cover the same area as a 9-man section with less the firepower which is substituted for each in early morning. Furthermore, the close target reconnaissance or observation was likely to be carried out by enemy snipers or trained recon elements, and when dealing with these enemy elements, unless you get lucky, you need a sniper to catch a sniper. This wouldn't have been an easy sell, but he did it, and from the rank of corporal. Schultz was also a passionate ADG believer, and for him, snipers have the mustering credibility amongst the wider ADF. Where the AGs and RAF in general were often used as a punching bag by the army to make themselves feel better for their own shortcomings. Ironically, this criticism never seemed to come from the infantry. It was usually non-combat corps that felt they needed to emasculate themselves. This was in no small part thanks to Schultz, who was well respected and admired within the close-knit community of army snipers. I can honestly never recall anyone talking about Schultz in a negative fashion, such as his professionalism and personality. Not ever, although I'm sure he had the higher-ups pulling their hair out occasionally as his advocacy for soldiers was second to none. It was a 3-year slog, but in 2002, one sniper had been turned into 9. While ADG snipers do still exist, the traditional sniper cell seems to have faded. Regardless of the new ADG structure, the RAF should be thankful to Schultz for making snipers a plausible, viable, and integral in airfield defense. Standing up for the section, he had his own unique way of doing things. Things that did not always make sense, however, Schultz always had a solid explanation. He would advocate that the number 2 sniper should be the shooter, and that the more experienced number 1 could spot the better control the mission and its execution. I'm sure he'd have wanted glory like the rest of us, but the mission came first. I preferred a beret over a bush hat, and the uniform was always pressed and immaculate, which in turn meant ours had to be too. He was the only bloke in the squadron to spit polish his boots, but he changed them before going out bush. Below is a series of quotes from former recon boys from about 14. I didn't have a father, and without Schultz, I wouldn't be the secure, capable, and confident person I am today. I owe him a debt, and I will never be able to repay, and I'm sure I'm not the only one. The fact a man in the 8 years your senior can become a father figure speaks volume about this incredible bloke. I still keep his number and email on my phone. I just can't bring myself to delete them. On one occasion, I wrote him an email that he'll never forget. He called his busted out Gemini. That was Cynthia, Schultz's wife's first car, I believe, the big block. I always found that a laugh. So also hilarious watching this mammoth of a man squeeze himself into that thing. He having loved cake almost as much as he liked Jenna Jameson, which bordered on obsessive. I remember him loading up with cash to buy as many VHS movies as far as I could on a trip to the ACT one year. He was one of the most solid snipers I knew. He was intelligent and honest. I don't know why he never tried selection, but I suspect he didn't want to risk failure. It's probably the only real chink he may have had in his armor. Fear of failure. Couldn't understand that. Guess when everyone expects you to be the best, that's a fair bit of pressure. when SF courses have such a high failure rate. They were up all night. On the day he died, from about 5 minutes after I got off the phone with Nathan, I couldn't control it. I was so sick, to the point that I had nothing left to vomit, but the convulsions just kept coming for 8 hours straight. I wrote him an open letter on a form after he died, which still had for you. It's probably some memory joggers in there too. His death may have saved my own. 1 week after he died, I got offered a job with Armour Group. Maybe he's doing convoys in Iraq. He helped me with my CV and organised the interview. Ironically, I didn't take it because he wasn't around to tell me, don't be stupid. The risk hasn't changed just because I got hit. You want this? And just go and do it. I miss not having him around to help with that decision in many sense. I also turned down a job at Dahl Court because of his death. But that job was guarding the new police academy in Kandahar, and that one probably would have gotten me killed. In 2003, the Recon Sniper team won the military skills competition at Canberra. As a reward for dominating the rest of the sections, they were awarded the first ADG rotation to Iraq. For some reason, unbeknownst to us all, Schultz was overlooked as a sergeant's position, and now his boys were deploying without him. Utterly dejected and feeling betrayed, Schultz decided to leave the airfield defence world. He applied for the Queensland Police Force and was accepted. After finishing his cadet training, he was posted to a station in Cairns in far north Queensland. Still wanting something more, he decided to apply for a contracting job in the ever-booming private world of contracting. Due to his work ethic and substantial resume, it was not hard for Schultz to pick up work and commence contracts with the now debunked UK Armour Group. Wayne was tragically killed in Iraq by a roadside bomb, known as an IED. I'd spoken to Schultz not long before the mission. He had expressed concern about how the company he was working for, putting them on the road too early before the US military had done their route clearances with explosive ordnance teams and vehicles. He was running convoys at the time. I was lucky and only did the security detail work, but escorting 50 to 100 slow-moving trucks providing logistics to the US bases was dangerous work. Convoy teams were getting hit at an alarming rate. I can't help but think where he might be now if he hadn't felt the need to leave. He definitely wasn't pushed out by the time he left. I think he felt undervalued, and he probably was. Hopefully, now 16 years on, his daughters can read this about his father. Chapter 5. Ripping the handbrake on and doing a 180 with the steering wheel. This car has spun. I was not in Matt Damon movie, but on the illustrious Australian Military Police Coast Protection course. There's something cool about driving cars at max speed. We're driving them like we stole them. The CPP course ran for about 6 weeks out of Sydney's Holsworthy Barracks. The course taught a variety of skills from low-profile bodyguard work to high-risk protection. But my favourite part of the course was the driving component. I stood there in my Gucci suit, laughing hard as I watched a guy sliding off the skid pan into the abyss. Don't worry, he was alright. In reality, we were taught safety first, and how to look the part. I've always enjoyed the chance to wear nice clothes. This course saw us ditch our uniforms, and instead don our suits and dark glasses. Cue the men in black. I was not wearing my Gucci suit. I wasn't even wearing one from politics. My tight ass was in the suit and nose, and I still thought I was the bomb. Unfortunately, the course content meant that I couldn't always get around Will Smith style. I had the high-risk military side to learn as well. Similar drills, but with a lot of higher profile standing. I was gunned up with helmet and body armor, reversed back to 4 weeks earlier, and I was getting flogged on pre-selection course. Finally, I've worked without everything in life, and it's a selection process. Whether you join the military or have personal issues, you are continually going through a selection process. There's no growth without suffering. For me, at this time in my life, the suffering was physical, bloody physical. We ran the gas mask 2.4. In other words, we ran the stock standard ADG fitness test, but all in the service gas mask known as the S10 respirator. 10 minutes was a cutoff. Of course, only 1 or 2 of us made it, and I definitely was not one of them. Failing did not matter on this occasion. This exercise was there just to test us once again, replicating most things in life. The final mission, test of objectives, for the course involved 3 days of providing protection for an honorary colonel for the military police. There were overnight stays in various locations, planning routes and liaising with different companies and agencies about the requirements of our principal or the person we were providing protection for. The principal would often go out to lunch or dinner, so it was the responsibility of the team to plan with the restaurant managers about having a VIP inbound. The problem was that our client was not exactly important. Using a lot of exaggeration and military ID, we had to tell tall stories to these managers in order to obtain priority entry seating. This skill would be highly valuable later in life when I worked for a high-profile Hollywood couple. One of the tested objectives for the final exercise was for the bodyguard and security team to remain low profile and blend in with the crowd. In the fancy Sydney restaurant and bars, this was quite easy to do, as most people were wrapped up in their own world of high dining, talking about themselves, being a part of the protective team. I sat down to eat my meal with NJ, who was a part of the protective team and the only woman on the course. The team leader paying for us to work together, because nothing blends in and does not raise suspicion than having a man and a woman eating a meal together. We were situated closest to the principal, and were primary to extracting the urgent client. The only problem was that the pretend principal was so chuffed at having a protective team, he would tell anyone who would listen. F me, I thought, shut up. With the eagle-eyed instructors watching and assessing us from all angles, this was not good, because we all wanted to pass. After finishing his meal, he was off to the bar area, where he was impressing his newly found female friends with the story of all of his bodyguards. The shit that was dribbling out of his mouth had me in stitches, but it seemed to be working on his female friend. Several top-shelf scotches later, we were informed that we would suddenly be going to a chick Rose Bay bar in Sydney. Shit, a fastball, I said to NJ. A fastball is an unplanned move. We rushed like crazy and managed to get the advanced team to approve the route and talk, or should I say, bullshit, to the management about the usual request. No issue arose, and our client and his new friend were ushered into a special entrance and given the preferential treatment. The female friend was certainly looking impressed by all of this. Damn, I thought, we're helping this guy pick up. Will I be dropping you back at home tonight, or will you be catching a cab? The primary bodyguard asked our principal friend. She's coming home with me, matey, and was the reply by the principal. The bodyguard put the call over the radio, giving us the heads up, move time, in order to get the vehicle ready. F me, I said, shaking my head. I looked over to one of the other protective teams and we just pissed ourselves laughing. Oh well, I'm sure the instructors will pull this up if needed, I thought. No, go with the scenario unfolding was the call. With this, we made the move back to our accommodation and handed two loved up people to the astonished residential team. And enjoy, boys, I said, as I did my hand over to the residential team. My duty was done, and I was off to get my beauty sleep. The unspoken number one rule of being part of a CPP team is pretty much the same as the number one rule of Special Forces. Look good. The following morning, I rotated onto the advanced team, as they still needed to be assessed. It was the last morning, of course, so we proceeded back to the military police barracks at Holsworthy. True to form, he was on. I, like other advanced team members, were automatically taken out. My main test was for the protective team and bodyguard. After the shootout, I noticed the slightly hungover principal chatting to the members of the protective team. The principal looked as though he had not had much sleep. Old dog, sly fox, I thought to myself, shaking my head. This course went on to serve well, not only just myself, but many others. This qualification is held in high esteem for the future employment, as many of its students have moved on to conduct bodyguard work in Iraq and Afghanistan. Others went on to join the Australian Special Forces, or become combat controllers like myself. NJ was contracted in Iraq and was one of the few male bodyguards and is now a published author. It was Boxing Day, and I was on the cans with my AG mate, Darren Hall. When the call came in, there goes the cricket, I said to Darren after receiving orders down the line. A magnitude 9 earthquake had struck the Indian Ocean, causing a 30-metre high tsunami that had wreaked havoc on the shorelines of the surrounding countries. To this day, it's still considered one of the deadliest natural disasters on record. Banda Aceh, the capital of Aceh province in Sumatra, was closest to the epicenter and sustained the most damage, with over 60,000 fatalities and many more people severely injured. As part of the Australian government's contribution to humanitarian aid and disaster relief, a tri-service ADF detachment was promptly put forward, and hence I was about to be deployed to Banda Aceh. This unexpected recall saw me quickly sober up, prepare my pack and radio and batteries for the C-130 Hercules flight to Darwin the very next day. From Darwin, I then flew to Medan, the capital of North Sumatra. 12 hours were spent in Medan before boarding another C-130 for the night move into Banda Aceh. During this time, we had been watching the local news and had seen the sheer devastation caused by both the earthquake and the tsunami. We realized how underprepared we were for the task at hand. The advance force was already established when we arrived, and the tasked us with providing aeromedical evacuation services at the airport, since the group was mainly comprised of medical staff. The Army engineers that had also been on the fight were sent to the city to establish a fresh water supply for the locals. Unarmed and 8 other Aggies were tasked with the physical security of the airport. He also performed the other ancillary tasks, such as loading patients onto aircraft, unloading medical supplies and food, as well as assisting the doctors and nurses who worked tirelessly around the clock, treating patient after patient. The engineers had established a clean water supply in town, so the boss decided to send a few Aggies to help. What I thought would just be handing out some water bottles became one of the most humbling experiences of my life. I didn't just hand out water bottles. I assisted in the field hospital. The pall of death was barely masked by the sharp tang of disinfectant. The Achinese patients, shockingly injured with amputations, burns, and fractures, managed to maintain the uncommon humour and joy, even when presented with the loss of loved ones. In the midst of such carnage, I witnessed one of the bravest acts I've ever seen. Knowing that anesthetic and pain medication were low, an Achinesian man volunteered to have his own irrevocably infected fingers amputated with no anesthetic. Seeing an act like this made me question the medal that were often awarded after our deployments. Hi, apa kabar, an informal Indonesian greeting for how are you? I asked the friendly locals as they looked at Epps and I. Bak saja, good, they replied, smiling their large toothy smiles. I was on a brief respite from the job, so Epps, another Aggie, and I had decided to hire some mopeds to investigate further inland, running southwest, away from the devastated city, and into the breathtaking cloud-crested mountains of the Sumatran countryside. We unexpectedly met Ben. Ben was a US F-18 Hornet pilot whose wings had been temporarily clipped, and so, like us, was out exploring the island. Ben had been tasked with coordinating the disaster relief effort of the USS Abraham Lincoln. However, as a massive aircraft carrier was anchored in Indonesian waters, the Indonesian government prohibited him from flying. Ben must have taken a liking to Epps and I, because not long after exchanging pleasantries and some deployment stories, us dirty and undoubtedly smelling Aussie Aggies got invited to spend the night on the mighty USS Abraham Lincoln. Completely out of character, I actually asked for permission from the boss before accepting Ben's kind gesture. Ben allowed me to use his satellite phone, and to my amazement and delight, the boss said yes. After spending weeks sleeping on the ground in the flimsy mosquito nets, Epps and I were keen as, have we still had to return the bikes? No problem, Ben said casually. I will just send a chopper for you. Epps and I couldn't hightail back fast enough to return the bikes, and right on cue, a US Seahawk helicopter materialized from the heavens and set itself on the airfield, and just for us. Epps and I started over, reveling in our moment of supreme importance, while the green hue of envy settled over the gobsmacked detachment. It was a short flight to the carrier, and there was a disconcertingly bouncing landing, followed by an even more disconcerting reattempt. We disembarked the chopper, and memory of the landing was quickly forgotten. We had found ourselves in the land of milk and honey. Milk and honey there was, but we smelled exactly like you would expect two men that hadn't showered in 2 weeks to smell. But now, surrounded by inspection level everything, there was an obvious and very stark contrast. How about we get you boys a shower? Offered our new US mate, poorly concealing a smirk. That's long, hot, steamy drenching was better than sex. Yep, I said it, and I don't take it back. Epps agreed with me on that one, and no, we didn't shower together, just in case anyone needed that clarification. Now, smelling like milk and honey, after our orgasmic ablutions, Ben presented Epps and I with flying suits to wear. The flying suits came complete, with his squadron's designation and with patches with our names sewn on them. Epps and I looked at each other, both wondering how the hell he had managed to miraculously make this happen. Up until that point, during the deployment, I had only been eating ration packs, so, as you can imagine, right alike when Epps and I were whisked off to the kitchen to have a meal specially made for us. Once again, the delight of sex is debatable against how good the meal tasted. Our boss had approved no more than 24 hours absence, but reverting to my more instinctive modus operandi, visa forgiveness and permission, and the next 2 days are soaking up every minute. while being treated like royalty on a cruise. It was indeed a very pleasant cruise. I got to sit in the captain's chair, making the words to the Casey Tamper song, "I'll be the captain and you'll be no one." I sang to myself, thinking of the boys back on land. Ben made sure we returned to the Bender Akka detachment in style, just to help us rub it in a little bit more. We got to ride in the carrier onboard delivery quad aircraft, a transport supply plane launched using the very same catapult stream as the jets. This was a big deal. The takeoff was exhilarating and made even more pleasurable, given the fact that only a handful of Australian pilots have experienced such a takeoff. Now, after such a pleasurable experience, I fully understood the term pleasure cruise. Fuck it, I said to myself. I'm going to apply for a contracting job in Iraq and leave the military. It was late 2004 when I made this decision. The decision wasn't made in haste. Ever since the first meeting with private security contractors in 2003 on my initial deployment in Iraq, I had seriously considered leaving the Air Force and applying for a job. The fact that I had been provided with a tasty breakfast at their mess facility had pretty much sealed the deal right there and then. I knew I had a good chance of getting picked up by one of the private security companies, given my training and experience. I had previously attended the coveted military police, close personal protection course, and which the private security companies looked very favorably on. For a little over a week, we were given the pleasure of relearning how to drive, and I had previously attended the coveted military police close personal protection course, and which the private security companies looked very favorably upon. For a little over a week, we were given the pleasure of relearning how to drive, and at times drive extremely fast. This was all monitored and instructed by highly skilled individuals, some of who were former race car drivers, and it took place in Canberra at a private company establishment complete with racetrack, skid pan, and a variety of other obstacles, all coming together to make one very cool course. Immediately after I made the decision to give contracting a go, I managed to get some names and details of private security companies from my mate who was already working in the field. I dusted off the old resume and I sent out some email just prior to Christmas. I received an email back from a British-owned company offering me a job. Well, this is easy, I thought to myself. The kicker would be that I would be one of their new hires, as they referred to us, and hence I would not be hired until the new year. I was thrilled to get offered a lucrative position straight up, and the fact that I had to wait until the new year didn't worry me, as it meant I would be home for Christmas and my family. Speaking of my family, I may have made the decision to take on a whole new job in the Middle Eastern country, with the potential to get myself killed and no military payout if I ever did, or without consulting my wife. In all fairness, I had mentioned it the year before. That counts, right? Surprisingly, when I did finally tell her, she was cool with it. The money I would earn would allow her to be a stay-at-home mum and relocate her home to North Queensland. Christmas came and so did Boxing Day and the New Year, with the latter two spent in Eka for the humanitarian mission Tsunami Assist. Upon returning from the unexpected Eka deployment, I immediately began my paperwork to discharge. In the Air Force, it's a 3-month process. I figured the contracting hiring would be around that time, so best make haste. Shit, I said, as I ended the phone call from the security company. That was to be my new employer. They had given me my departure date to leave Australia, and it was within my discharge date, which meant I was still employed by the ADF. Luckily for me, I had annual leave up my sleeve, so I threw in my leave application, and with the intention of never returning back for my holiday. The new position required me to fly into Heathrow and stay a few days in London for the contract signing. I made the most of it and did a little touristy stuff. By day 4, I was over sightseeing and more castles, chapels and churches. I just wanted to get to Iraq to commence my new employment. After connecting flights, I landed in Kuwait. I was met by security staff there who whisked me away to an American base onto a C-130 Hercules aircraft. I headed for Baghdad International Airport. Man, it's hot, I thought to myself as I disembarked from the aircraft. I then laughed, thinking, of course it's hot, it's Iraq. I was suddenly taken aback at how much it had changed. It was bustling metropolis of US and coalition camps. Iraqis had set up businesses everywhere, and it was a hive of activity. We met by the company's protective airport team. This airport team, we stayed at the airport and took care of the movement of clients and protective team members flying in or out of the country. I was to be working out of the green zone compound with most of the clients. The green zone was a safe zone in the dead center of the city, heavily fortified. It had been set up by the Americans for their headquarters. From there, they would run a war along with their diplomatic embassy and military units. To get to the green zone from the airport, you had to travel down the dreaded route Irish, which didn't, however, have the luck of the Irish. It was heavily laden with IEDs, vehicle-borne IEDs. It had a plethora of locations to site ambushes from. The road had taken many Iraqis and Iraqi and coalition lives, both military and contractor. A member of the airport protective team handed me some body armor, which looked remarkably similar to the eBay purchased version of the reporter from the HBO miniseries Generation Kill. Any weapons? I asked. You have me, laddie, come the reply in thick British accent as the contractor pissed himself laughing. Before continuing, you'll get all the good shit issued at camp. Yes, I'm finally here. I thought after my ID was checked at the military checkpoint, and the drive down the route Irish had been thankfully rather uneventful, and also done at breakneck speed, weaving in and out of traffic. The first day, I met with my A-team. The team leader was an ex-Royal Marine, an ex-British paratrooper, former Kiwi infantry soldier, and yours truly. Dude with the thick accent hadn't been lying. I was issued the good shit. The A-team immediately hit it off, and we were keen as mustard to get the show on the road. The A-team set out our own training schedule, and as a bunch of international guys from all different military backgrounds, we worked well together, and we were soon ready for our first mission as the coalition had so wisely bombed Baghdad's electricity stations and water treatment plants, and now they needed fixing. This meant they needed engineers, which meant it was our job to protect the engineers. I was elated to finally get outside the wire on that successful first mission as a RAF Agi. I did not get outside the wire. I completely missed World War Timor. IKEA was a humanitarian relief in Iraq in 2003, and we were not outside the wire. But there was this one time I was. This was at the airport. We were just supposed to help move some dignitaries and their equipment to one of the places that Saddam had built. They had their own protective team in one vehicle, and one of our forward drives and also a Land Rover was the equipment and baggage. I was driving the Land Rover, and I was in the company of a mate, mine MD, an air traffic controller. He was a movie inside the airport, and hence did not require a security element. As the convoy departed and passed the usual landmarks and blown up Iraqi military stores, I noticed we did not make the usual turns. What the hell, MD? This is taking us to the main gate, I questioned. MD shrugged his shoulders, not knowing why we were headed in that direction. Following that vehicle in front of us, we continued to the front gate checkpoint and proceeded through it, headed towards the palace, and that was not inside the airport, but inside the green zone. We drove down Route Irish, only the best, most dangerous road in the world. We were lucky enough because IEDs had not really kicked off at that time, only in Iraq. I hit an IED, talk about taking one for the team, but the thing is, it was not even my team. I was helping another team. The bomb went off on the opposite side of the vehicle to me. Kaboom! But it wasn't really kaboom. It was a small explosion, and peppered the vehicle with shrapnel. Once again, luck was on my side, as the device must not have been laid out correctly, nor did it explode correctly. I was still processing just what had happened when I heard one of the more experienced guys on the radio, on the team of contractors, put out the call on the radio, IED, IED. The hit vehicle was an armored Land Cruiser. It was running a bit slower, but it was still running. It just had survived the test. The bomb had blown out the tires, but it was still driving on the run flats. Run flats are the hardened piece of rubbers on the inside of your tires, which allow you to drive on them flat. I commended the driver for staying on the road. I didn't know if I would have done the same. The Land Cruiser limped back to the green zone and got us back to our camp. We commenced our debriefing report process and remember not feeling anything emotion-wise. It was as though the whole experience had been underwhelming. As life would have it, one of my last missions with the contracting company was into Sadir City. Sadr is Shiite territory, heavily influenced by Matadi al-Sadr and his Mahdi army. Great, I thought. One of my last vehicle moves and it's into a shit town. My team leader had many years of experience in the country and had been to Sadr City many a time. Lads, the team leader piped up with his Cockney accent. We run this a little differently. Once we hit the Sadr City district, we go into soft mode. No aggressive driving, keep looking out for threats, keep weapons out of sight, and do not death stare anyone. Once we're at the power plant, long weapons stay in the car. Local cleric has guaranteed safe passage and reached out to us for help. These guys and girls you just don't mess with. There will be egos and bravado with the young men there, but this is what we use our brains for this job. Load up the vehicle with extra water, heap of food from our mess. We can hand them out as gifts. We nodded our heads, showing our understanding of the brief. The drive there was uneventful, but the atmosphere of the power plant was off the scale. You could taste the animosity, and it didn't taste sweet, that's for sure. Drivers stayed with their vehicles. This was for many reasons, which I will now list. The primary reason that we didn't want a bomb placed under them. Secondly, if we needed a quick getaway, the drivers would provide that. Third, the rifles were in the vehicles. And the last, and my personal favourite, is a vehicle as great as a battering ram if needed. As I escorted my engineer around the site, I attracted the attention of a young Iraqi male. Now older than 16, he was armed with an AK-47. Scowled at me with a look of pure hatred. I will never forget that look. That look a child with so much built-up angst. The boy wasn't pointing the AK-47 directly at me, however. Muzzle control didn't seem high on his list of priorities. Shitting myself, I thought, oh well, here's my chance to use the soft approach, as my team leader so eloquently put it. Reaching into my backpack, I grabbed a bottle of water, a Hershey chocolate bar. I gestured to him before throwing them over in his direction. He landed at his feet. The child soldier grabbed the Hershey bar and then stuffed it in his pocket, before throwing me a bottle of water, just missing. Damn, I thought, I have a live wire here. Moving away from the moody teenager, I walked up next to the clone. How long do we have here? I asked the engineer. About 2 hours, he replied. Well, this is going to be an interesting 2 hours, I thought, as we moved into the next plant room for the engineers to undertake the engineering stuff. The job must have got boring for the young Iraqi security team, aka militia, so he moved on and left me alone. I felt a big sigh of relief. The rest of the move, though, through the power plant proved uneventful, and it ended up with us thanking our Iraqi host and departing for our green zone. The first contract had been enough for me to become a contracting slut, and before finishing that job, I was already pimping myself out to other companies for work. I thought to myself that when I landed a contract with an American company beginning in January the following year, Christmas and New Year at home, I could get used to this contracting, I thought to myself, after landing stateside for the very first time in my life. I was at Fort Bliss in El Paso, Texas, to sign my new contract and to undertake some training. Fort Bliss is nestled right on the Rio Grande, a river separating the USA and Mexico. As someone who came from a sea-locked country, it fascinated me to look across the river and see a whole other country. A town across the river from El Paso is Juarez, one of Mexico's sleaziest, murderous, cartel-run cities. So naturally, I went there. As a new hire, I was only going to have a few days in the area, so I was going to make the most of it. While being stared at in Mexico like some sort of weirdo, I was also able to experience the family restaurant chain Hooters. Fun for the whole family, that's for sure. The fun for Hooters was then counterbalanced by having to endure the most painful transit travel experience over El Paso, Houston, Chicago, Heathrow, Dubai, Kuwait, and finally onto a US C-17 into Baghdad. The new American company I now worked for ran the standard procedures that most companies did. They sent a team out to greet us and transport all the new hires into the also familiar green zone. That's cool. Somewhere different, I thought. When in the initial briefing, I found out I was going to Mosul team and would be leaving the first thing in the morning. Traveling from Baghdad to Mosul could normally be achieved in 5 to 6 hours, depending on military checkpoints. Whether there had been any incidents or tunnel traffic, however, my team would be traveling en route. Tampa, a notorious highway we had to drop other members of forward operating bases for their assignments to other teams. This meant our trip would take a lot longer than 5 or 6 hours. Arriving in the early evening at my base, we unloaded the trucks, grabbed our weapons, and met the rest of the team. It had been a big day, and I was sleep deprived from the logistical nightmare that had been my flight itinerary, but I knew I had a job to get on with. My team's job was to transport and provide protection to the engineers and blow up all of Saddam Hussein's leftover ordnance. These storage facilities, otherwise known as ammunition supply points, had been bombed mostly by coalition aircraft. Some bombs missed their targets, and some were completely destroyed. It was the engineers' job to destroy the leftovers. Local companies that had workers and plant equipment were employed to do all the heavy lifting. Plus, this lessened the chance of getting blown up most of the time. The ASP had been cleaning up within about 6 weeks due to the slick work of the engineers along with the Iraqi help. News had come through that we were going to hang out in Baghdad for a week or so until our new base was built. Not a bad idea, I thought. When I was told that the security company and engineers had decided to build a defendable living accommodation around the ASPs to try to minimize the time on the tumultuous roads, the time had come for us to push south towards Talil. We made it to Talil Air Base by lunchtime. Beauty, just in time for a meal at DFAC. I thought my stomach was on my mind, and as per usual, the dining facility where they host the food known is for free. Also, the airbase was a home to the ziggurat, and being a history buff, this architecture fascinated me. The ziggurat was an ancient temple of sorts and built in 21 BC. The original structure crumbled and fell apart, but it was rebuilt. Saddam had rebuilt the one I got to stand upon. Staying only a few days, we pushed further south to our new home. My new home was basically an armed trailer park with reinforced hardened structures to defend it from if needed. Everyone was allocated their accommodation, and we got down to the important business, such as discussions on where to put the gym, the making of a bar, and the building of a recreation room. Over the next few days, Phil, the security team, and I escorted our clients and engineers out to the ammunition supply point so they could assess what needed to be done. With our new interpreter, Adnan, who I would predominantly work with, even though I had been with the company very long, I had been promoted to assistant team leader, or to IC, as the term is used here in Australia. As newly appointed assistant team leader, I would be running the security operations at the ammunition supply points, leaving the team leader Chris to run the administrative and logistical side. He also dealt with employing local workers, plus communicating with company executives. Work kicked off to a roaring start. Then the roar changed to the type of noise you don't want to hear, rocket attacks. Adnan explained to us that these random rocket attacks were the result of the company only hiring from one extended family and not another prominent family. It was their Iraqi way of telling us that we had screwed up. As Chris was away on leave, the responsibilities now fell on me to try to get the usual arsenal sling stopped. I had Adnan line up with the meeting and disgruntled locals. He wanted the Sheikh and his extended followers to come out to the side, but they would have no part of that and demanded we come to that. Oh well, so be it, I thought. Assalamu alaikum, peace be with you, was said as we entered the meeting in the local town. Alaikum salam, and peace be upon you, my friend, we responded politely. Adnan did all the introductions and small talk. Everyone was smiling and appeared happy. But I was still uneasy about it all. It was my first negotiation of such nature, and I was trying not to be nervous. I would later learn through my training as a combat controller that fear is a normal emotion, panic is not. In the training continuum, you were taught techniques to control your fear. I wish I'd had it to this day. No negotiations until we eat. The family has prepared a meal, he informed me. I nodded, in my head in understanding and thought, okay, if I'm about to be on Al Jazeera, jumpsuit getting paraded, then at least it will be on a full stomach. I definitely got a full stomach's worth. What a feast it was. The family had slaughtered a goat. I was prepared for massive tomato-based rice dish. Now, anyone who knows me, I hate tomatoes, but out of respect, I ate it all. It was one of the best meals I had ever eaten, second only to that near-orgasmic meal experience on the USS Lincoln. Given the chance, I will always eat ghost. Goat. It tastes like lamb, only better. In Iraq, with group meals like this, it is customary to eat with your hands. Well, your right hand. The host, however, held out spoons for us Westerners, but we waved off the spoons and ate with our hands. I think our host got a kick out of this because we had shit all over us like toddlers with bowls of spaghetti. With the feed finished, we set to negotiating. The sheik apologized about the rockets. He mentioned it wasn't ordered by him, but some younger Iraqis that were upset about not getting employed. And he explained how unemployment was high and they had been hoping to get jobs. Despite my initial nervousness, negotiations went well and we agreed upon the same deal. With money and workers, as the other family that worked for the company. Negotiations complete and tummy full of coats and tomatoes, we said our goodbyes and headed back to the camp. This new hell group began working for us, and everything going well for about 3 days. Then the families began to fight and threaten each other. I found it kind of comical, almost like a bad sitcom. But I knew if we wanted to get any real work done, we needed to come up with a solution. I sat down with the lead engineer and we figured out a plan. Together, we came up with the idea to split the families to either end of the supply points. This would require half the security to be with one family of employees and the other half of the security to be with the other family. In fact, the security was the easy part. Also had to stagger the start and finish times, talk about logistics. I can now laugh at how combat operations can be a lot easier. You shoot or drop bombs on them and they shoot at you. Simple. A week later, the team leader, Chris, was back from leave and it was my turn for some necessary R&R. The last month had worn me out mentally, but I had learned some valuable lessons from it, such as how you can't place a Western ideology on a different culture. I learned that it is their right to live the way they want. If the families had their way, they would start with a shootout and then some work and then finish the day with a punch out. I did enough domestic bickering, so I packed my bags and headed off on leave. It's great to be home, spending time with my wife and my 2 daughters. I could tell they enjoyed having me home too. We spent the whole of my leave together and I enjoyed a family holiday, laughing and playing and just being a normal family. I knew though they were not a normal family. It wasn't just a normal husband or a normal father. I didn't come home every night from working in the office or from building site. I wasn't there to kiss my wife goodbye in the morning or make children goodnight in the evening. The normality of being an Aussie dad was in stark contrast to my role as a contractor in Iraq. Returning from leave, I arrived to tell our base to be greeted by Chris and the other team members who I will affectionately refer to as the boys. The boys were like family. All in all honesty, I had missed them all on R&R. The drive back to the security point was a 3-vehicle move. We had 2 teams at the camp for security, so this was a combined team convoy. As the team leader, I normally rode at the front vehicle, but because it was a combined team move, Chris and I rode in the rear vehicle. The other team leader, Jerry, rode in the front vehicle. Dude, just let me ride in the front vehicle, I complained. Chris then explained his reason why I should ride in the rear. His reasoning was that whilst I was a team leader, quite often on convoy or other tasks, you can get relegated to other positions as the mission required. We departed Till Hill for camp, and an hour later made our usual turn off the hardball road into the dirt track, which led us towards our accommodation. This dusty, bumpy track parallels a canal for 6 kilometers before making one last turn towards camp. Due to the unforgiving terrain, there is only one way in and one way out. Boom! Was the sound of the lead vehicle as it disappeared into a cloud of dust. We had to set a pattern, and the enemy knew it. Immediately, standard operating procedures were actioned, with the middle vehicle pushing through to provide a support by fire team, and the rear vehicle pushed up to assess the casualties and extract them. I want to get in there. Let's go, I yelled at Chris, my adrenaline pumping. No, responded the skilled and experienced team leader. Let's just take a second to assess. His response was one of the best lessons I have ever learned in military or military-esque operations. The man was gaining situational awareness and applying critical thinking. After the assessment, Chris gave me the go-ahead and I drove next to the lead vehicle. I was nervous and asking myself many questions. Was there another IED? What state are the guys going to be in? I pulled up next to the twisted molten mess that was once called an F-250. It had been topped right on the edge the canal. We trained cross-loading between vehicles, thus providing protection, and that is an excellent idea in theory, until the ID blast welds the door shut, and I could see the boys in the vehicle. Eric was in the back, and he was moving slightly. However, Jerry and Rick in the front were motionless. I thought. Without hesitation, I moved around to the open side, which paralleled the canal, and I managed to pry open the front door. I triaged as best I could. I could see Eric was alive, but he was barely conscious, and I had some wounds but no major bleeds. Jerry and Rick were unconscious, so I attended to them first. Rick had a pulse and didn't have any major bleeds. I leaned over to Jerry, who had a sizable hole in the side of him, and I could not find a pulse. Jerry is dead. Chris was on the satellite phone to the Regional Operations Center to organize a casualty evacuation, and Shane, the rear gunner, an ex-Marine Scout sniper, had dismantled the vehicle and was providing cover. I was talking to the conscious Eric constantly, taking Rick's body armor off to assess for wounds. Eric, to his credit, started to climb out the back window. He applied that rule that you're always in the fight until you're not, a true testament to his warrior spirit. I had removed Rick's armor and was assessing for wounds. He was still unconscious, but had a pulse, which I could barely feel. That, I found out later on in life, is not an uncommon presentation. I wanted to get Rick out of the vehicle and move him to a safer and less exposed location. The problem was that Rick was about 115 kilograms, and I was standing on an embankment. Grab the stretcher and come give us a hand, I yelled out to Shane. No sooner that had these words left my mouth than insurgents from across the canal opened up on us with small arms fire. I didn't know where the enemy was, so I used Shane's fullest shot. The contact lasted for only 10 seconds. I felt like an eternity. But once we had won the gunfight, I returned treating the casualties. Eric had gotten himself completely out of the vehicle. I was laying on the ground. Stuff it. I will get Eric to cover. I thought while Shane was busy getting the stretcher. And approaching Eric, the content of his facial wound became apparent. He was missing his nose, top lip, and part of his tongue. Shane had set the stretcher up and placed Eric on it, providing cover between the vehicles. Chris informed us the team members and the medics were 5 minutes away, and an Italian helicopter was inbound to transport the patients to the hospitals at the Lille Air Base. Shane and I extracted Rick from the vehicle and placed him next to Eric. Rick was starting to come to. He had minor fragmentation wounds, was dotted along the side of the body, but I could see no further indications of wounds or internal bleeding. I had upskilled in the US with a tactical medicine course, and so I carried my own medical kit with fluids and drugs, but they were nowhere near medical standard. So we had our medical guys inbound. I thought I'd leave that to them, so I just monitored vitals. Both men were breathing and had blood pressure in the acceptable range. For someone who had been blown up, we moved back to Eric, trying to calmly talk to him. I'd never seen a wound like his, and I couldn't figure out how to treat it. I did my best to make sure the bleed didn't get worse, and propped him up on his side, ensuring he didn't choke on his own blood. Thank God for that, I thought. The paramedic team's member arrived and took over. The medics provided higher treatment care for the boys, and the Italian casualty evacuation helicopter came in and extracted them, except for Jerry. Italians, however, would not take Jerry as he was deceased. The hell? What does that mean? Jerry's put into a body bag and placed him into our cool room for the night. We drove in until Lille, our first line. After paying our final respects, we handed him over to the U.S. Mortuary Affairs team, who had assured us he was in good hands and would be looked after. A few months later, I ended my contract in Iraq. I was over it. You can keep this place, I thought, but little did I know I'd be back. Chapter 8. The Murder of Darren Hoare. Darren Hoare and I first met at our RAF swearing-in company ceremony in Townsville in 2000. Darren and I bonded from that moment due to his overt Darwinism and our tendency to take the piss out of any situation. Just sworn in, we were bussed to the airport, dressed in our most respectable trousers and long-sleeve button-up shirts. The accompanied ADF chaperone watched us both like a hawk until we had safely boarded the flight to the Air Force's recruit training unit in Adelaide. Bing was the sound of the service bell as Darren and I immediately buzzed the flight crew as soon as the seatbelt sign has been extinguished. Yes, can I help you? Asked the flight attendant. Sure can, I answered. We'll have a 4X gold each, thanks. Darren looked at me and smiled, while the other recruits on board stared at us in disgust. They all seemed to be cut from a significantly more puritanical cloth than Darren and I. Hours and many celebratory beers later, we helped each other off the plane and into the fury of a small, round man that was to be one of our Air Force drill instructors. Not exactly sober, Darren said to me. He must have watched Full Metal Jacket one too many times. He laughed, and this secured our friendship, one that would last Darren's lifetime. Throughout our careers in the RAF, Darren and I followed each other's footsteps. We roomed together during our recruit training, and during our precious time off, we were often found at one of the shitty Adelaide pubs, drinking and having a punt on the horses. Following basic training, we were then posted to the same rifle flight with the same airfield defense squadron, being moved into reconnaissance and eventually snipers. Both Darren and I were deployed to Iraq and Banda Aceh together. We were known as a terrible twosome. The boys would say, where one is, the other is not far behind, and they will undoubtedly get in the mischief somewhere. Oh, how our wives would love us hanging out together. We would go into the shops to get milk and return hours later, with no milk and smelling like beer. I always thought it was funny that local Brothers League Club never sold milk. That is something Darren's wife still doesn't let me forget. Even the larrikin, the man, always had a smart-ass comment and was not afraid to stir anybody up. I vividly remember him strapping on the boxing gloves for our infamous Jew boxing event. Now Darren could not box for shit, but he was fighting another good mate who goes by the name Fatty. He was not known as Fatty because of his weight, but because of his red hair and resemblance to Queensland Rugby League great, the media personality, Fatty Borden. Fight had started and Fatty was not too bad of a quarter puncher. He had been clocking Darryl with a few good blows. Fatty then managed to bust Darren's nose and lip. A bit of a claret came forth. This, however, did not deter Darren from stirring Fatty and giving him shit the whole fight, much to the amusement of the crowd. In the final seconds of the fight, Darren landed a punch on Fatty, which sent Fatty's head back and produced blood. There was no declared winner, but Darren still claimed the win, telling everybody one punch is all it took. I still smile when I think about how a years later Darren would sign off on an email with Darren one punch all. We had just returned from a night out at Penrith's Notorious Leagues Club. We were based at Richmond Air Base and my unit had been called up for a humanitarian mission in Africa. Most of the days, while waiting to be deployed, had seen us do PT or shooting as well as working on possible scenarios because we were going to be deployed with an airlift transport squadron. Our job was to provide protection from the aircraft while they were on the ground, plus to also provide aircrew protection. The job was dragging on, and like most deployments, the longer you sit waiting around, the less likely your chances are of it actually ever happening. After a whole lot of hurry up and wait, most of us decided a night out to relax was required, and to our delight, the boss agreed. He just had to attend PT in the morning, the boss told us. We all heard the boss's words, but the night may have gone out of hand, and we hit it pretty hard. After somehow getting home, I managed to set my alarms, sleep for a couple of hours, and arise at a very dusty 8-kilometer run. That run was in fact dustier than a rodeo. We were all a mess. Well, nearly all. As we were warming up, the boss noticed we were one man short. Where is he? The boss asked, looked straight in my direction. Immediately everyone looked at me, thinking on my feet, made up a story about Darren having a last-minute meeting with the aircrew. He will come back and brief you post-PT, boss, I said confidently. Darren was the section leader for that job. Came across plausible on the boss border. That was until Darren walks into view, still in his stepping out gear. He had slept in, and figuring he had missed us doing PT, he had decided to venture out and get some greasy food from the on-base canteen. Now this would have been fine if we were not for warming up about 50 meters away. Is that Darren? And he is still in his clothes from last night? The boss asked, raising an eyebrow. Darren must have heard the boss, because he immediately looked our way, recognized who we were. There was a stare-off for what seemed like an eternity, and before the boss could get any other words out, he took off at the speed of light. It was one of the funniest things that I've ever seen, and all the rest of the boys were in stitches. Go get him, Nighty, came the stern order, as we all pissed ourselves with laughter. I managed to pull myself together, jogged over to a bush, found a very hungover Darren, leopard crawled in jeans, a button-up shirt, and a very nice leather shoes. Smiled to myself, left Darren in the bushes, ran back to the group. I can't find him, sir. I said, trying not to break in the laughter. I'll catch up with him later, the boss responded. The rest of the run was brutal, made a lot easier by the fact that Darren had provided us with amusement that would last us a lifetime. I did not know what it was with the mateship of that Darren and I had with each other. I do, however, know it was very special and one for which I am forever grateful for, despite it being cut short. No way, who knows what you lads will get up to, was the usual reply when we asked to work together. This, however, never stopped Darren training me. After I failed my first sniper course, he'd spent some time teaching me the way he used to shoot, move, and talk to his target. He spent hours watching me how to observe unnatural objects in the field. He was always keen to help a mate and pass on his knowledge. In 2005, during my contracting time in Iraq, I impressed Darren with my tales of my rockstar lifestyle and the money I was earning. So impressed was he that he quickly followed. Darren, always a skilled operator and a highly regarded leader, was quickly promoted to a site security manager job in southern Iraq with Armour Group UK. He and his family breathed a sigh of relief as it took Darren off Iraq's still deadly street and beyond the crosshairs of Muqtada al-Sadr Mahdi's army. Chatting with those that were there at the time, all agreed Darren was excelling as a manager. On 9th of August 2009, Danny Fitzsimmons, a loose cannon with a criminal record for weapon charges with known psychological issues, had no possible justification for being anywhere near a security contract, and somehow managed to weasel his way onto Armour Corps Group's books. Fitzsimmons was drinking loudly in the company of another contractor, Paul, in the security company's compound in Basra. Darren was concerned for the company's reputation, given that the client accommodation was within earshot, and he entered the room to quiet the lads down. A heated argument ensued, followed by a fist fight that ended in multiple gunshots being fired. The gunman, Fitzsimmons, fled the room, pursued by other contractors in an attempt to escape. He shot an Iraqi guard in the leg before being overtaken by contractors and guards and then being subdued by Iraqi police who arrested him. Back in the compound's room, Darren and Paul both lay dead from execution-style gunshot wounds to the head. During his trial, Fitzsimmons attempted to plead insanity and speciously claimed self-defense, both arguments being summarily rejected by the court. He was convicted of murder and sentenced to 20 years jail in the Iraq jail. 11 years in that sentence, he was extradited to the UK, where he remains in prison. Writing is cathartic, and I had hoped that writing about the murder of my best mate would be some sort of therapy for me. I felt guilty because I was the one who introduced him to the world of contracting. I can't honestly say that writing this has freed me from that world of guilt, but with as much rationality as I can muster around the topic, and by the way of honouring his memory, I strive daily to remember that Darren lived his life on his own terms and followed me to Iraq with his eyes well open. For Darren, mate, I haven't completely processed your lots, and I probably never will. Certain smells, the passing of anniversaries, and the smallest events that recall our shenanigans together still render me an emotional mess. Even though I'm not a superstitious man, I'm certain you've been watching over me in death as you did in life through the numerous scrapes that have ensued in mine. I know you've guided the hand of fate. I write this book as much for you as for myself. Chapter 9. Pirates and Kiwis and Seals. Oh my. Maddie, I don't know boats, and my only knowledge of piracy comes from the movie Pirates of the Caribbean. My mate Maddie laughed down the phone line. You'll be right, mate, he assured me. There is a solid crew on board here, including a former Kiwi SAS and some Royal Marines. They will show you the ropes. Also, I vouch for you. After 18 months contracting in Iraq, I'd had enough. I'd farmed my resume out to other companies, pimping for jobs in Afghanistan, Europe, Southeast Asia, and also out to the UN. I was shortlisted for a gig in Afghan on the poppy eradication program, and was also offered a job in France. The Afghan job was average, and the France job came with too many complications. And Maddie, who I'd worked with in Iraq, reached out to me and offered me a job doing anti-piracy work in Southeast Asia. I had no experience with boats or this line of work, but like many things I learned in life, it's not what you know, it's who you know. It's good cash, Naughty, Maddie said to me. We're working out of Singapore, and all we have to do is babysit this cargo of the Straits of Malacca. The heck is the Malacca Straits? I asked myself, not wanting to sound like a geographical dumbass in front of my friend. After the phone call, I sipped on my after-dinner Negroni and conducted some research. I found the Straits of Malacca are a major shipping channel between Malaysia and Indonesia. It is one of the busiest shipping lanes, and from an economic and strategic perspective, one of the most important. Straits of Malacca was also known for its piracy. 2004 it accounted for 50% of the world's piracy. By the time I worked there in late 2006, it dropped to about 50 acts of piracy for the whole year. Still sipping on my Negroni, I thought, oh well, let's give this a crack for another adventure. A few days later, I was sent my contract by the company's management. It was a one-off gig and would last for only 4 to 8 weeks in duration. The company was set up an exploration mining rig in the ocean. Well, that is what I was told. As I was perusing through my contract, it had the usual paragraphs about paying meal allowance and accommodation, but something was missing. Nothing about flights to Singapore. I wrote an email to Human Resources asking about flights and dates for commencement of work. Oh, you book and you pay for your own flights. Just get here as soon as you can. I drafted another email in response, like hell I do. Don't pay to come to work. My assertiveness prompted a little action because I had the operationsman. Kia ora, bro, he greeted me. That is just a standard contract. I will have the new contract written up and sent to you, paying for your flights. You just book them and we pay. I'm looking forward to meeting you. There were no ill feelings on my side. I understood that companies would always look to make a buck or cut corners when needed. However, just because I had zero experience in the maritime world did not mean I was paying for a return ticket to Singapore around Christmas time. What the F do you want? Questioned one of the largest Kiwi men I'd ever laid my eyes on. I had buzzed the door of the Changi hotel where the team was staying, excited to meet my new workmates. Hi, Mum. I was stammering, shitting myself. The Kiwi giant laughed and cut me off. Just effing with you, cuz. It must be Troy. Come on in, he smiled, with a huge beaming smile. I smiled back and feeling a weight lift from my shoulders and followed him into the room. I'm George, the giant told me. You come highly recommended from Maddie. You better not stuff up, eh? I looked at George and he started to piss himself laughing. Again, before giving me a slap on the back, which in all honesty almost sent me flying, even though I was meant to be friendly. George introduced me to the crew. There was a lot of chat and good banter going on. I was told I would be rooming with Steve. Steve is an ex-Royal Marine and the most experienced in these over-the-water operations. He was also the team leader. Steve had worked on what the Brits called the circuit, household bodyguard work for rich families through Europe. He had also contracted in Iraq, Afghanistan, and done an anti-piracy operation around the Horn of Africa. Another good crew to work with, I thought to myself. My mate Matty was out on the ship with his own team, escorting the first shipment of cargo up the straits. While I was still on land, Matty would email me back nightly situation reports. I remember him writing about how rough the seas were and the fog that set in, reducing visibility and hence making it dangerous for shipping. No idea about these things, and I would turn to Steve and ask him my own questions. I spent the 5 days prior to boarding the ship performing rehearsals, buying stores, meeting the captains of the ships, naturally gorging myself senseless with delicious Singaporean cuisine. It was now my time to start the cruise, and I was partnered with Steve as the team leader. We were on the chase boat, or intercept craft, which was the fast vessel in the flotilla, and it was at this time I met Joppo. Joppo was a Thai Navy SEAL. He was a really solid hand who, besides being a former Thai Special Forces, could also translate. Because of licensing regulations and being foreigners, we did not have weapons. To counter this, the company hired a Malaysian security company to provide us with armed guards. This is going to be interesting, I thought, chuckled to myself. We disembarked and steamed north towards our first port of call. I have no idea what it was called, but we arrived at Odak 0100. Upon docking, Joppo jumped off the ship, and we went to round up our guests. This was not his first rodeo. He had run for the company before. He knew the drill. Rumour had it, this was a new Malaysian security company. They had undercut the previous company dollar-wise. I could hear Joppo yelling, and he later told me that he was telling them to hurry up. I was like this guy already, I thought. The lead guys were carrying the weapons and ammunitions. Steve and I were directing them where to store the weapons and ammunition when we heard a splash followed by another larger splash. We then heard what can only be described as squealing and screaming. What was that? I asked Steve. He didn't answer, but jumped onto the jetty and headed towards the noise. I followed him fast. Arriving at the scene, we saw a Malay security guard in the water and Joppo saving him. The Malay security guard had fallen into the water and Joppo had jumped in to save the squealing, splashing man who couldn't swim. Steve looked at me with his British accent and said, "Fucking hell, mate, what have we got ourselves here?" At that point in time, the old saying came to mind, if you pay peanuts. Once everyone had boarded without ending up in the water, we set sail for the straits, to RV with the cargo ships along the way. Steve showed me the ropes about what the radars did and how they worked. He questioned me on our standard operating procedures. and educated me about the law at sea. I felt like I was back at school, but this was a school I liked, and so I soaked it all in. Steve and I would split the watch sitting on the bridge with the ship's captain. I used to practice my Bahasa Indonesian with the crew. The ship was an Indonesian-owned craft, and crew mostly with Indonesians. Besides intercepting a couple of harmless sampans, it was an uneventful trip. A sampan is like a skiff. These crafts, however, have a high-powered motor and are the craft of choice for pirates in the area. The guys we intercepted on these sampans were just hawkers from local villages and mainland. Most of the villagers are poor, and hawking is a way to earn some extra money and put food on the table for their families. So I cannot begrudge them for that. The sampans hang out in the channel with cheap smokes, pirated DVDs, and other junk. One guy was trying to sell original Rolex watches and suits. Yeah, right, buddy, I thought, laughing at myself. Dropping a cargo ship off at their destination in the Andaman Sea, we headed for home. Let's crack these shotties out and shoot some of this rubbish in the ocean, suggested Steve. We were halfway home and looking to get in some range time. The unfortunate thing about the Straits is that it's littered with rubbish. I nodded my head, happy at his suggestion. However, I didn't have any hearing protection, so I stuffed my ears with toilet paper, tried to block out some of the noise. I remembered thinking I wasn't going to lose my hearing out of the ocean. Little did I know that 4 years later I would lose significant hearing in my left ear from gunfights in Afghanistan. As we neared the southern end of the Straits, the ship came to a grinding halt. The tired crew started yelling in Indonesian, and tempers were flaring. I gave a puzzled stare in Joppo's direction, and he explained that something was caught in the props. The first mate had been at the helm and was now receiving a bollocking from the captain. The ever-calm Joppo walked over to the captain and gave him what I assessed to be a shut the hell up. Splash was the sound of Joppo diving into the water again. He had stripped down into his shorts, grabbed a mask and a knife out of his bag, and dove into the water to take matters into his own hands. Shit, Steve. He's been down there the whole long time, I said, worried about my diaphragm. He knows what he's doing, Steve assured me. After what seemed to be a very long time, Joppo surfaced, holding a large chunk of fishing net. We helped him back on board, where he proceeded to chastise the captain and wave his hands around a lot. As he walked past me, I asked Joppo, what was that about? Bloody idiots, he said, in a heavily accented English, smiling. Steve and I couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 10, Nazi Garang. Happy to be home from my time on the high seas. I sent my resume off to a number of international companies because I was now unemployed or waiting for another dream job to just fall into my lap. I took on local normal civilian job my father-in-law had hooked me up with. For the first time in my life, I thought, wow, I have to work for a bloody living. Lucky for me, working for a living didn't last that long because an appealing job offer came through from an Australian-based company. The offer was for a security manager job working for a smelting company in Indonesia. I won't lie, I was pretty euphoric at this. I was getting bored with being home. I love spending time with the kids, but I was getting antsy for adventure, and my wife could see it. So you need to head back overseas, she told me. I'm getting sick of your grumpy ass. She was right. The routine of everyday home life made me a grumpy ass. I love spending time with my children, but adventure was like a drug for me. I had a phone interview with one of the company's directors, and a day later, I had the job. Not long after that, I was on a plane to Jakarta. It was a semi-familiar with Jakarta having passed through there on the way home from Band Aceh. I could speak a little Bahasa Indonesian to impress the locals, but I was still debule, the term they use for the outsider or white people. I arrived at the hotel, and what a hotel it was. 5 stars, yeah baby, I thought to myself. For someone who apparently loves sleeping under the stars, I don't mind sleeping under only 5. I had a deluxe room and everything I ordered and drank went to the room and was billed back to the mining company. Working for a multi-billion-dollar mining company, this was chump change. Several kilograms later, it was time to work. In usual fashion, I had drunk the hotel almost out of beer and ate them out of Nasi Goreng Istimewa. First stop was some mine in the northern island of Sumatra. The place was massive. Part of my job was to oversee the training plan for the local SATPAM or security. Upon arrival, I had not entered a shitstorm, quite the contrary. The contract had been going on for some time and my predecessors had done an excellent job. I took over the job from a highly intelligent former paratrooper. He was a 3-year veteran and gave me a solid rundown of the land. I was most appreciative of the comprehensive handover and for not just being tossed into an unfamiliar operating environment. My job was certainly not the high-speed life I was used to, but I certainly still enjoyed it. It gave me a new opportunity, an opportunity to use my brain rather than just my grunt. I had to analyze theft reduction, create plans to keep illegal smelters from emerging on the mining corporation land, and most of all, keep the directors happy. I learned things like SWOT analysis for mines, showing weakness, opportunities, and threats. It was a time of true evolution and growth for me. However, I still miss the action. They say money makes the world go round, and this is certainly the case in Indonesia. Gratis payments, they call them. Westerners might call them something else, but hey, who am I to judge? My time in the Middle East had taught me that gratis payments were necessary and expected, so every so often I was given a suitcase full of money, and off to the local police chief or an Indonesian general I would go. I would hand over the suitcase stuffed with money, and in exchange they would help us out with any criminal activity on mining company land, business done Indonesian style. I was dropping off gratis payments to the local commander when he suggested I come out to their range for a shoot. They had recently built their own range and he was quite proud of it. He wanted to show it off. Why not, I thought to myself. Some trigger time is always suitable for the soul. Okay, I said, accepting his offer. How about, he explained, happy to get the chance to show off his new pride and joy. The commander went on to tell me that my counterpart would ride with him. What? I asked my Indonesian counterpart, who was laughing hard as we climbed into the vehicle. You will see, he answered, smirking. Many of hours' travel later, we were in the middle of the jungle, rolling up to the range. The army had bulldozed around 100 meters by 50 meters of land. Targets were up, and the Indonesians were blasting away. I looked at my counterpart, and he was still grinning. I had no idea why. Was it a personal joke I didn't get? Funny range, eh? He finally said to me, laughing. I didn't think it was funny. It was a range, and I was happy to finally get in some range time after a dry spell, away from the hot brass. I told him my thoughts. It works, mate. That's all that matters. I had a great time, and it made me realize how much I was missing. So many great things about military life. I hadn't been long before that. I'd started to hear rumors that the Australian Air Force was going to put forward a special tactics project. I scoffed at the idea and returned to my life of luxury, eating awesome food and drinking beer. The special tactics idea gained traction, and before long, I was hearing about the first guys beginning the training. This spiked my interest. I was secretly jealous. I wanted to do that. I wanted in. I wanted to be special. My mother had always told me I was special, but that didn't count. I did, however, have a contract to fulfill, and I was going to honor that. Well, that contract is over. You can reassess your options, I said to myself. What's funny or ironic, and maybe just the way the universe works, is that during my time in Indonesia, some of the boys would end up deploying to Afghanistan within a not too distant future, while working only a few hours away from me in East Timor. They were there trying to capture the rebel leader, Alfredo Renato. Below is an extract from a good friend of mine, Murray, from 2nd Commando Regiment, who recounts his experience in East Timor. Murray went on to guide and mentor me throughout our Afghan operations. Operating in a jungle environment and understanding just how it can literally come up and bite you if you're not careful. Careful planning combined with body and equipment preparation will ensure you give yourself the best conditions to be able to successfully soldier in this harsh environment. This set us up for planning and execution in Afghan down the track. I deployed to East Timor in November 2006 for a 6-month tour. I was set and understood what to expect from the environment anyway. What I did not expect was how unpredictable the government conditions were and what our mission would really be. East Timor, or Timor-Leste, was again reignited into chaos during 2006 when Alfredo Renato escaped from prison and then proceeded to drive continuously around East Timor with his rebels and taunt the government. My unit, 4AR Commando, back then renamed 2nd Commando, sent over a platoon-sized group to track and report on his position. My platoon replaced that element in November at the Dili airport, and then we began driving around the entirety of East Timor and reporting on Alfredo. The government could not seem to decide on exactly what they wanted from us. We were told to report, do not arrest, communicate, seek his intentions, and then release him. Do not block him and put him into a position where he would respond with fast. The whole situation was crazy. There were days when my platoon would catch up with him and his 10 or 15 rebels, share a coffee and chat about the weather. Other days, we were ordered to shape his movements and potentially coordinate an arrest. However, little did we know, he was reporting to the government behind our backs and smoothing things over from time to time. The whole dynamic was very frustrating. and yet slightly amusing. I mean, hey, we were on operations, getting decent pay, working out and assessing the news posted to the platoon in a benign environment. It definitely could have been worse. Alfredo seemed to be visiting the town same quite a bit. Every few weeks he would stay with his men on the hill overlooking the town. This is where we met for coffee most times, and to be honest, I didn't mind him. He was friendly, polite, passionate about his country and its future, and didn't seem too concerned with us. One morning, he took his convoy headed south to Sawai. Soon after, I was ordered to take my team up to the compound and hill and get some information about it, take some photos. The search and reporting continued until the 25th of February 2007, when the rebels in Alfredo raided a police station. They stole radios, assault rifles, and pistols. This was the final straw for the government, had enough, and was considered a higher and more realistic threat to the stability of the government of the country. Another platoon and some SASR patrols were flown in short notice, and we began planning for an assault on whatever location he picked next. He settled back on the same compound, and we immediately cornered off the hill with armored personnel carriers. All the team commanders, platoon commander, and the platoon sergeant during our planning cycle and rehearsals were who was doing what and which support elements we had. Sergeant MH and his platoon had just returned from rotation through in Afghanistan. Sergeant MH is a particularly good friend of mine, and we just grabbed some coffee, sat down, and discussed assault options for his compound. Finally, deciding on his platoon fast roping onto the target simultaneously as my platoon conducting a ground collision and assault after walking onto the target from about 5 kilometers away. While two commando platoons and SASR elements were discussing options, I flew in a Huey with a team of government officials and the senior SASR warrant officer up to the same for one last negotiation with Alfredo. We landed, turned off the helicopter, and walked into the compound. However, I remained outside of the room where his meeting took place. On the flight back to Delhi, I asked the SASR warrant officer F how it went and what was the outcome. Not good was the reply, and from that point, I knew the job was on. The walk up the mountain to our assault platoon position started at about 2000 hours, and we arrived at 0100 hours. With that walk to target being one of the most arduous I had never done, I was absolutely spent as I moved into my final assault location. We could see and hear the Orion surveillance aircraft circling around one of our assaulters inside, providing information about the ground assault force to the pilots and surveillance operations. H was set for about 0130 hours. Totally exhausted, we moved to the edge of the wooded area and observed 3 rebels patrolling the road. They were about 20 meters away, and to be honest, I was totally surprised they couldn't hear the last remaining assaulters climbing up the cliff and getting into position. It was just then we heard Sergeant M's Black Hawks flying in on final and started roping. The code word to start the assault was given, and we all moved off to our assault and block positions. Teams were making explosive entries, while others were still roping down from the Black Hawks, and my team was patrolling across the other side of the compound to our entry point. Explosive flashbangs and helicopters were drowning out the radio chatter, and it was hard to hear who was doing what. We knew there were about 8 rebels on target, but didn't know any of the locations. And as we were reaching our team's entry point, a rebel ran out about 15 meters in front of us and shot several pistol rounds at us before we could return fire. He took off around the corner, unslung his rifle and gave a burst of the Black Hawk that contained some snipers. Once hit with bullet fragments, as it just missed the head of exploded on the bulkhead to the door, then a let rip with a Mag-58 killed the rebel. There's firing coming from both north and south, and a few grenades exploded. And the assault was over relatively quickly, within 30 minutes. Also, we had accounted for 5 dead enemy and nil friendly KIA or WIA. So an awesome result. However, once consolidated, team commanders came together, we learned that none of the dead was Alfredo, and he had slipped the cordon with just another 2 rebels. We didn't have the assets or manpower to track him that night, and we would have to wait. Having a UAV drone and a JTAC to coordinate the Black Hawks and the Orion would have been exactly what we needed, as a thermal and infrared camera mounted on a UAV that is coordinated through a ground call sign is invaluable. And this was a lesson for our upcoming Afghanistan tour. It was now 0300 hours, and we accounted for all teams and equipment. We now began searching and accounting for the 5 dead rebels by their fighting equipment, laptops, vehicles, and personal gear. By 400 hours, all searching was complete, and we actually got to sit down and rest. The 2 days of planning and rehearsing the mission, combined with the 5-kilometer uphill to target mixed with the adrenaline rush of the assault, caused me to sit down and instantly start falling asleep. I had to continuously shake myself and stand up for the last hour, otherwise I would have totally fallen asleep on target. This was one of the first times, and there would be many more. I understand there becomes a point after days of limited sleep, long arduous insertion, followed by the excitement of combat, that the body can really fatigue, and you can become an unoperational. Adrenaline and motivation are not a wonder drug that give you endless powers. So your body and your mind at some stage will shut down. So there we go. 2 men kicking around within miles from each other in the jungles of Southeast Asia, who years later would be side by side fighting in Afghanistan. Speaking of the universe and a bigger picture, shit. I did not have to wait for my year-long contract to finish. The Smelting Corporation had a hostile takeover, and the new company did not like us. Buell. A bit racist, I thought, laughing to myself when I was told my contract was ending. Truth is, they were probably right. God knows what my room charges were like at the end of my stay. Well, there you have it, I said to myself. Let's give this special tactics a shot. Chapter 11. Selected. In 2008, after 3 years on the contractor gravy train, I jumped off, landed back on base, returning to full-time service with the Royal Australian Air Force. To be honest, upon my return, I was technically still in the Air Force Reserve, until I had proved I had what it took to pass the Elite Commando Selection Course, reinforcement cycle for the RAF's new Combat Controller Air Specialist. Thought I knew what I was in for, but little did I know that I was about to discover what mud really tasted like. Still, looking for adventure. Fuck me. Looking for adventure. I thought this new role would feed that insatiable appetite of mine that was already very much aware that I wasn't getting any younger. So after hearing rumors the year before that someone called RAF Special Tactics Project had been proposed to the RAF base at Williamtown near Newcastle, I decided this could be my one-way ticket to Adventure Land. Reaching out to a good mentor of mine, I mooted the idea of running to Fold. He and the CO pulled some string to me while I blew the dust off my old uniform and got the iron hot and ready for a big promotion. Big demotion, sorry. The idea behind the project was to create a squadron of Special Operation Airmen to emulate the US Air Force's Combat Controllers, CCTs. We were to be air integration specialists, sufficiently skilled as to enable our deployment with Commando, Special Forces elements on operations. This project, like every new project, had teething problems. This highly budget cut had been caused by a change in government. Despite being under-resourced and beset by naysayers, the project had a faith to the true believers, the grit of those long accustomed to kicking against the pricks, so we cobbled together a program and cracked on with the mission. Later that year, the project graduated its first combat controller, CCT, known as HR, who was immediately deployed to Afghanistan. Jesus. With the 2nd Commando Regiment. Still in training for this grueling selection, HR was a source of inspiration for me. His example made me dig deeper and train even harder. According to our Commando brethren, HR was killing it. And so our hearts were full of pride. Naturally, only 3 weeks out from the start of selection course, I contracted a virus. I felt like I had been hit by a bus, and it was not only the infamous man flu strain. I will tell you now, it wasn't. I don't remember the exact diagnosis from the medical officer, but it most certainly wasn't man flu. I was administered fluids, medication, and, in other interests of other selection candidates, I was put in an isolation ward. No way, I politely replied to the hierarchy, who were seriously suggesting I reconsider my plans to go on the selection course. It was now only 3 days away until the start of the course, and 2 weeks since I had contracted the dreaded lurgy. I had lost 6 kilograms and lost my strength with it. I was doing what I could to gain weight and some strength, eating everything inside and focusing on rest and recovery. Strap in, Troy, I thought to myself the day before selection. This is going to be one hell of a ride. Day one of selection saw me cause the entire course to have to do a whole heap of push-ups. See, the course began with a kit inspection to see if one can follow orders, and I cannot. You effing soft Raffy, why don't you just quit already? Screamed an instructor at me. My inability to follow simple instructions and my distinct lack of strength had brought a lot of attention in my direction. It wasn't the type of attention you want. There was also the fact that I was a member of the Royal Australian Air Force, and across the whole of the ADF, the RAF is known as the soft service who eat ham sandwiches and wipe their fragile asses with 3-ply toilet paper. Face down and ashamed, the instructor's psychological tactics were starting to work, and I found myself doubting my own ability. And then, if I can just get through this first day, I can get through the whole course. I got through the first day, and then the second, and then the third. Days came and went as they do. However, I remember this particular day. It was a timed 20-kilometer forced march with full kit. I'd regained a lot of my strength, but not enough for the kids in the march. In lead-up training, I completed similar marches, well under time. However, this one, the only one that mattered, I didn't just fail, I didn't even finish. This is you done, Troy, I said to myself, dejected and devastated. I thought I would be thrown off course immediately. However, because special operations units only seek mentally strong, decisive recruits able to back themselves, selection directing staff don't provide any performance feedback or weekly counselling, and there certainly isn't any hand-holding. Those of us that failed the march were pulled aside and told to go back to our tents, get some food, and informed that we would be removed from the course sometime in the next few days. They attributed this delay in removal to the need to process the paperwork from having failed a gated activity and offered a discharge on request. In order to expedite the removal, most of their candidates simply filled in the DOR form on the spot, but I smelt a rat. Surely if they want us gone, they would be gone. Without making eye contact with the other two candidates that hadn't completed the DOR. Stuff it, let's stay, I suggested under my breath. Fortunately, my sense of smell is rather good, and hence my decision was vindicated. The three of us were allowed to retest of the march, and all three of us passed, allowing us to continue with testing of our physical and mental limits. Despite eating mud and being owned, there were many enjoyable activities from selection. The ergonomic sled was one such activity. Some twisted soul had created those devil-like creatures. Picture, if you will, a large truck tire filled with weights, because a standard truck tire is not heavy enough, right? Attached to this weighted truck tire is copper's log to drag said item up the Singleton roads. The purpose of this horrific invention is for a 5-man team to drag the tire demon around Singleton's training area at 100 hours in the morning for a few hours. The catch is the copper's log is the only long enough to fit 4 men carrying pack, webbing, and a weapon. Number 5 is carrying 2 water-filled jerrys. Personally, I prefer the log. Now I'm realizing the actual intention of this activity was to break our backs or our souls or both. Towards the latter part of the course, the activities in the early hours of the morning were increasingly pleasurable. We had to stargate the building with sandbags. For those who do not know what Stargate is, it's a portal device that stems from the 90s TV series Stargate. It allowed rapid travel between 2 distant locations. However, fun stargating was with the sandbags was nothing on my very favorite activity. This activity was conducted on the food and sleep deprivation course. Yay, no food. Yay, no sleep. It just got better and better. In order to stay awake, we carried out the commando carousel. Carousel is a merry-go-round, but we had no pony to ride. We just ran around in circles like headless chickens on fire, following the red silent light stick on the candid in front for hours on end. Best ride I've ever been on. Highly recommended, and if I could, I would give it a 5 stars on TripAdvisor. I'm sure you know I was being facetious when I used the word pleasurable. To explain commando selection, coffee drinking is pleasurable, making love is pleasurable, listening to music is pleasurable, selection is not. It is tough, but after having worked and deployed with multiple Special Forces units from here in Australia and around the world, I completely understand why they carry out such activities during selection. Some such activities involved water, and one of the funniest moments from selection was watching British Royal Marines not be able to swim during our water activities. During the course, your rest is really important, that you come up with ways to shave time off from menial tasks. Mine was putting my camo shirt on. They were always the old button-up shirts. Whilst I have no doubt we were not the first, me and a few other candidates figured if we left the buttons bar done up, we could just slide it on like a t-shirt. Let's just say this one time did that not really go to plan for me when I called up in the middle of the night to undertake some tasks. In my haste and sleep-deprived state, I managed to put my shirt on backwards. I had no idea until I presented to the directing staff where it was so ever gracefully pointed out and I was ridiculed. Talking about sleep, who needs that? Completely overrated if you ask me. I mean, despite putting my shirt on backwards, I still somehow managed to tie my boots after no sleep and God knows how long. By the final day of selection, I wasn't even sure where I was until it dawned on me that I had completed a Special Forces selection course. An overwhelming sense of elation flooded me, and I slept for a solid 24 hours, not even making a deep dent in the sleep debt I owed. The next 2 days dragged on forever. Though I had completed the course, I hadn't necessarily passed it. They needed to collate all the information scores and the psychological evaluation gathered during the course to determine if we had passed or not. During those 2 days, while undertaking mundane tasks, I had resigned myself to have just finished the course, a rare feat in itself and something to be immensely proud of. By the time my selection course was finished, a second CCT had been deployed with the second commander rotation, and we were all proud of what was being called the red-headed stepchild. The second commando regiment was asking for more CCTs on each new rotation, and when I arrived back at Ralph William Town, a CCT from the previous selection were already working with the units, PC-9 AF aircraft, for their deployment. Having forward air controllers, or FACs, with their own aircraft always at hand in the unit allowed us to train realistically and hard. Forward air controllers are the airborne intermediaries between ground troops and anything that flies which carries weapons. The facilitation of close air support has a legacy that stretches back to the Korean War, and they are instrumental in preventing fratricide when employing air-delivered weapons in close proximity to friendlies. They taught us to do that job from the ground, a skill now called Joint Terminal Attack Control, otherwise known as JTAC. For the remainder of 2008 and 2009, I completed my reinforcement training. This would see me pick up the necessary skills of parachuting, demolitions, and amphibious operations, CQB, driving, team tactics, and roping. As combat controllers, we would complete the reinforcement training and then finish off with our Air Force Blue courses, known as our pipeline of JTAC, including weather observation, landing, drop zone, survey, and assault zone controller. It was 2 years of training, and the fun had just begun. In 2009, due to the success of the early rotations and the evident viability of their capacity, the Special Tactics Project was amalgamated with the Forward Air Control Development Unit to form 4 Squadron, Royal Australian Air Force, which is still active and is at the very forefront of land-air integration to this day. During my time there, I had the pleasure of working with some of the best CEOs I have ever served with under and along with a number of other inspiring operators. That insatiable appetite of ours would be filled with combat deployments. Chapter 12. Screw it, we're going live. Unload, inspect, and hang weapons, I heard over my heavy breathing. I was in the multi-million-dollar, state-of-the-art room floor combat range. The range is designed to train operators on how to move through a multi-level house with multiple teams while shooting live rounds. I had just completed my last sort of training in pairs, and my heart was racing as I knew what was coming next. Oh, we're going live, called the grey-haired course instructor, otherwise known as the Silver Fox. Shit's about to get real. I thought we were bumped up to team-level entries. I would be lying if I said I wasn't feeling the pressure. I was part of the first group of 3 combat controllers to attend this advanced quarter battle course. The direct action continuum was my first in real taste of gunfighting courses, and that would be followed up by close quarter fighting, hand-to-hand combat, and urban operation course. You would think I wouldn't be nervous about going live, because by this stage I'd already been jumping into planes, blowing indoors, and in fact blowing up most things we could get our hands on. But I've been driving fast and bashing cars around, fast roping, rappelling through windows, and even driving boats in the open ocean at break speeds. All of the above was fine to a degree. The reality of taking part in such potentially dangerous training is this. During parachuting, we had 3 major leg breaks, all resulting in surgery, which halted the forward progression of the guys on the course. It took 2 of them an extra 2 years to finish training, and the other guy was so badly injured, the Army found him not medically fit for duty and discharged him. I personally got knocked out and broke my back during parachuting. I witnessed guys nearly blow themselves up using explosives, and I saw people fall from fast ropes. Being on the water was not all fun and games either. A tactical transit from over the horizon is boring and people often get seasick. During my roping course, I decided to run my mouth. It's a problem I have. But I can make it from the top and into the window in 1 bound, I told the instructor. Knowing that from the top to the entry point of the window would normally be 2.5 bounds, the instructor looked at me and laughed. Go for it. I lowered myself over the edge, and with an almighty push, I let my rope open and descend like buggery. As I approached the entry points, I slowly tightened my rope, bringing me towards the windows. I flew through the window, sliding along the ground on my ass before crashing into some furniture, much to the amusement of another instructor who was standing in the room for safety reasons. I got off my grazed ass and ran back to the window so the instructor and other boys could see I was still in one piece. Not bad, eh? I called to them with a big smile on my face, pleased at my own capability. My shit-eating grin was soon wiped when I did not receive the standing ovation I had expected. Instead, I received a punch on the arm from a mate. What was that for? I questioned him. You're a dickhead. Now is the punishment for you showing off. We all have to attempt it, he replied. Damn, I cannot win with them, I thought, shaking my head. This taught me a lesson. Something that is a good does not need to seek attention. It knows it is good, and that it is good enough. The first part of the close quarter battle course started with the usual briefs to trainees and the expectations and failure management policy. However, this time there was a twist. We were off to our medical to have our blood taken. We were informed that as many rounds are expelled while on the course, it is not uncommon to have elevated levels of lead in your system. We were also informed that at the end of the course, blood would once again be taken. It would be matched against the base levels to measure any indicated change. What the? I thought. How much shooting are we doing here? Before you are let loose in the range, you have to learn to shoot. And by shoot, I mean really shoot. You learn trigger manipulation, barrel control, speedy magazine changes, smooth efficient transfers between your primary weapon, either being the Heckler and Koch MP5 or M4, to your secondary USP 9mm pistol. Training slow at a snail's pace. Forget everything you think you know, an instructor told us. We're going to reteach you and teach you with the positive repetitions to get rid of any incorrect techniques and habits you may have been created. The shooting began on a flat range, shooting at close range and then slowly increasing the distance. It became obvious that everyone's shooting was improving. It was time for the first test of the course. It's time for validation. Validation was a series of timed close quarter battle style shoots using the MP5 and USP 9mm pistol. Once you add a time to a test, the amount of pressure changes. Apart from being a timed test, the instructors also throw in a gas mask. The reason for having to wear the gas mask during the shoot is because most hostage rescue situations operators use gas. During the initial validation shoot, I only used my iron sights on the MP5, which with the gas mask on is a painful process. I dropped a few shots but still achieved the required score needed to move on to my second validation shoot. The second shoot I found much easier as I was using the aim point sight as I had passed that. I was moving on to the next phase, room floor combat. I was and still am a shit shot, so I must have had lady luck on my side during these shoots, otherwise there's no lucky and we were removed from the course for not meeting the required standard. Everything is taught systematically and methodically. Room floor combat is all about learning how to work with each other and engage threats rapidly while on the move in confined spaces. It is unquestionably an art of its own. As the course progressed, guys were starting to fall by the wayside, with an increased number of candidates being removed. People were receiving safety violations and subsequently was bye-bye to them. Shooting outside your arc of engagement and having a weapon across over another person is referred to as lazing, and is naturally a big no-no. As the pace and complexities of our exercises increased, so did the infractions. Lady Luck stayed by my side and did not receive a safety violation. This is where the course got fun. I say that with a tongue in cheek. I was starting to fatigue due to the long days of shooting. The instructors began adding in stair runs and full kit with gas masks on, just to add fatigue to our run-throughs. I was feeling both the mental and physical drain. Being able to partake in an assault on an aircraft made up for all the stair runs. This course finished with assaults on aircraft, trains, and buses, which adds another level of complexity to engagements in confined spaces. I thought I was a freaking ninja on that aircraft. One of the first combat controllers to complete the course. I'm proud to say that following that course, I undertook the close quarter fighting component of the continuation package. This was a short course of wrestling and jiu-jitsu, but it revolved around doing it in full body armor. I was not much into wrestling, but there was something kind of fun about the body slamming someone while wearing full body armor. I later did a stint with the Tactical Assault Group TAG for the 2014 Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Brisbane while on training course, where we were rescuing hostages from a building. I had a role player get a little too enthusiastic, and he overplayed his role. Trying to create his own scene, he grabbed my weapon. It was an absolute pleasure to put the training to use. I had completed years before. Throwing him to the ground, I performed a rock and roll wrestling style body flop onto him before calling for assistance and cuffing him. As the scout of the team, I had been moving down from the side of the village. I moved past the open door, clearing most of the room by pieing it as I went. Pieing is a term for doing a sweeping arc across the doorway whilst moving past it. Weapon up at the ready to engage any would-be threats. By doing this, I cleared 3/4 of the room without having to enter. I looked at my opposition across from me, nodding to indicate I was about to make entry. Aggressively moving through the doorway, I instantly assessed a threat, a mock-up enemy. With 3 to 5 rounds, I dispatched the would-be threat. Good, Naughty, came a voice from behind. Next time, try to add a little more movement while you engage. Remember, a moving target is harder to hit. I smiled to myself, thinking how I was enjoying this urban operations component. We had been shooting at cars, over cars, and in and around all kinds of protection you would find in an urban street. Weeks prior, I had been on a flat range, learning new skills, and now I was applying them in the Afghan village. Apart from the fancy pants, high-end, multi-story buildings that the 2nd Commando Regiment had purpose designed, specially built Afghan village, I would find out later it definitely looked and even smelt like the real deal. We had been moving through the village applying tactics, techniques, and procedures that operators on previous rotations had learned. Throwing hand grenades into rooms, shooting over vehicles, and engaging from ladders were all now a common part of my day, no different to having a shower and putting on underwear. The final mission profile was planned from start to finish, with team leaders from the regiment who had been in actual contacts in Afghanistan in awe of this level of training. It was by far the best I had experienced on a reinforcement training course. After passing the direct action contingent, I undertook a few more specialist courses before completing my RIO. I then went onto my Air Force suite of specialist courses. Funnily enough, most of my instructors turned out to be team leaders and team 2ICs from the company I was first attached to for my Special Operations Task Group, the Punishers from Delta Company being such people. Continuous training is important. It doesn't matter who you are. Before the direct action contingent, I thought I knew stuff. Turned out I knew jack shit. This is something I've now taken into my civilian life. You can never stop learning. Never rise to the occasion, but will always fall back to the highest level of training. Chapter 13, Walking the Blue Pipeline. Pulling out my inclinometer, I measured the angle of the tree, where as we know it in the aircraft world, the controlling obstacle. This particular measurement would determine the threshold or touchdown point of the aircraft. 6 months before, I was dropping bombs and kissing mums, as the saying goes. I was the CCT, filling the role of the JTAC for my Special Operations Task Group rotation. I was shooting and getting shot at, but now I was on the survey course and it was boring as batshit. I mean, an inclinometer, the name alone sounded like something out of Nerdsville. The survey course was supposed to be something new and exciting, a challenge for me. Course which was run by Sergeant G and had a US training team teaching us the arts of surveying an airfield. Our US brethren have been landing aircraft on deserts, wastelands, highlands, and random pieces of properties for decades, and I could learn a lot from them. I quickly realized that I was not that interested in survey. I just wanted to shoot weapons and drop bombs. This course, however, was important for me to move forward into true combat control unit instead of the special operations JTAC I had become. Radio 90, you have the angle. Now calculate the threshold for your Australian C-130 on VW, the American training team instructor. Schoolwork never ends, I thought. Piss off and annoy someone else. Truth is, VW and his counterpart Sully were aces in all things survey. They pioneered and set the standards for the US. They had landed an A-10 Warthog on highways for God's sake. I had thought that roaming around on a piece of dirt was boring, but then I entered the classroom. Lessons on trigonometry, Pythagoras theory came flying my way. Nowhere to hide. Another agent controller by the name of Jeffro was in the classroom with me. We would look at each other, knowing this was going way above our heads. Apparently sines, cosines, and tangents are simple, but not for his little black duck who didn't pay attention in his senior high school years. To add to this unruly issue, the flight lieutenant entered the classroom. He had a big head and an even bigger brain. You definitely wouldn't lend him your hat because his head size would destroy it. Me and his Mensa level analogy tried to reteach us to not only talk about triangles, angles, rise of the sun, but he also started talking about this ancient Greek philosopher who knew all types of things about maths. My head was seriously hurting, and I just wanted to shoot something. My self-discipline kicked in, and after a night of laborious study, I passed the test the next day and completed my initial assessment of an airfield using minimal tools. Just land the plane, I thought to myself. Then came the penetrator. Yes, that's what we called it, but its actual name is a dynamic cone penetrator. It's an advanced piece of equipment and the single most important piece of equipment for landing an aircraft. In engineering terms, this device, the soil shearing strength, to dumb it down to my level, the device, along with a few other calculations, tells the combat controller how heavy an aircraft can be and how many moves we can use for that piece of dirt. As the survey skill set progressed, so did the technology. Nowadays, survey is completed in a third of the time thanks to an Android phone and some brilliant mind who created an application. This app is not only for books after the survey, but also the dropping of bombs. Kids these days don't know how easy they have it. As part of the progression, the unit began utilizing an independent third-party consultant, STS Inc., otherwise known as Special Tactical Solutions. Their instructors are retired 24-hour STS combat controllers under Joint Special Operations Command, JSOC, who specialize in assault zone operations, desert landing sites, and airfield surveys. Their real-world experiences range from operations conducted in Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, Somalia, Bosnia, Afghanistan, Iraq, and many other locations throughout the globe, including an emergency action plan and surveying for U.S. embassies and diplomatic facilities worldwide. Each instructor had brought a vast amount of experience and skill sets to the course. A long way from being just a JTAC, I thought to myself, we sought these guys out because we wanted the premier former unit guys to train us. That was at the direction of the Australian Combat Control Team, who was headed and still is now. The Joint Terminal Attack Controller course was 4 weeks long when I completed it back in 2009. I'd used that skill set to drop bombs in Afghanistan in support of my commando brothers, and I believe that due to increased requirement under the US-Australian Memorandum of Understanding, it is now 6 weeks in duration. The course starts at a relatively slow pace, learning about radios, general pattern, requirements we need to transmit the aircraft. Although it starts at a slow pace, it does not stay that way for long. When I completed the course, it was predominantly run by pilots. Stream in the Air Force can attest, predominantly run by pilots and former fast jet guys. Anyone who has anything to do with the pilot stream in the Air Force can attest to their overachieving ways. When you were on a pilot's course, it is to sink or swim on a daily basis. The way they ran their course was no different. During my course, we used the slower moving PC-9 and now PC-21, which is the Organic 2-4 Squadron, the Hawks, and the F-18 Hornet. The F-18 would come flying in at roughly 9 nautical miles per minute. So as you can imagine, If I was assessing the jet's geometry towards a target, there is a lot of pressure and not a lot of time. In saying this, most of the guys getting through without much trouble as the unit screened quite aggressively. Prior to a grueling physical selection course, combat controllers are screened with a battery of tests, both for IQ and EQ. These tests are run out of the University of Newcastle. Again, part of picking a smarter human. A number of my stories in this book revolve around dropping of bombs. I'm not going to bore you with the specifics of the JTAC course, but I will say what you do on the course is a completely different scenario to the beast to dropping bombs in combat, and there are some situations that you just can't train for. In my suite of blue-collar courses seems piecemeal, it is because it was. I originally was just a special operations JTAC, we all were. If it was not for the forward thinking of the earlier guys, we would not have had combat control. Instead, we would have stayed within JTAC role only. The capability became what it is today because of guys like Sergeant D, who single-handedly wrote a paper and put forward military sales case to have a training team from US teach us survey. Okay, we're going to change to the other stream now. We're going to have a 5-minute break before we crack on. Perfect. Cheers, guys. Thanks for listening.